Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Madison not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just thinking. Zane has what a gap risk here. Yes, Trevor very scared going for that quick.
Good afternoon and welcome everyone to the CrossFire West League here in the 2026 season. My name is Volt, and alongside me for our first phase of Season 1 here in the CrossFire West League is the veteran himself, Penguin. How are you doing, first of all, mate?
Doing very good. I'm really excited for this season, and just want to hope that we can see a good action and good Crossfire games for this season, especially that new changes are coming to the format.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen. We've seen some good results in both EWC and CrossFire Stars in 2025. Maybe not the results that I was expecting, that I was hoping for. I thought that we could do a little bit better, but we're going to actually see how things are going to go. Of course, you know, with a couple of rebrands, a couple of teams now shuffling around, I believe that we might have an exciting first season on our hands, because there are definitely some dark horses that can make a deep run into the playoffs. And also with the new system and the phases that we will discuss later, things are going to be rather intriguing. But, well, speaking of that, I mean, the first thing that we can talk about is just Vitality, who, well, under the name of Rock, did well in EWC, but maybe not as well in CrossFire Stars. And then we got a couple of other teams that, you know, did actually do better in the Stars itself.
Yeah, and we're talking also about Inner Circle that being acquired by Team Nemesis right now, and the guys are just now representing Team Nemesis. They went on to the 3rd seed for the Season 1, Season 2, and also for the regional finals. They did a very good run, but also they fall shortly on CFS.
Yeah, and then, you know, of course, now Gaming Gladiators rebranded this season to LCK. Also did pretty well. They finished 3rd, I believe, in Season 1, 2nd in Season 2. Did actually win the regional itself. So so they did really well in there, but much like Rock themselves, also didn't do too hot when it came to Stars.
We're talking. If you're talking about LCK, then we need to talk about Spoxy. He was the MVP, but when it comes to CFS, Raffin had the most valuable rating. It was 8.78 tier rate.
Yeah, he was the only A-tier player from our West
Yes.
League. A couple of B-tier players from Rock, but well, actually speaking of players and their tiers, I guess famous from unKnight, I guess you can call it unKnight now, because he's
Yeah.
33 years old, leading the team, and he's been having some magnificent performances with Swamp, so I'm really excited to see what he's going to do with unKnights this season.
Yeah, he's the boomer of the league. This guy's just so washed up, but he's still playing and he's still doing fantastic work.
Hey,
So
Unk still
it's
got it,
kinda-
okay?
Yeah, the uncle of funk is famous. So yeah, he's this guy is just he's just not he's not having an expiry date. So you just can't expect what he's gonna do.
Yeah, and that really is going to be the intriguing part. Of course, you know, we have a little bit of stuff that we can talk about, but first of all, you know, new seasons, I guess a couple of changes as well. We got 3BL back in the league that acquired the spot of TBI this season.
Yes.
And maybe that can make things a little bit intriguing for myself, where I'm thinking, hey, where do we actually put those teams? And we might have a little bit of a fun mini game here that we'll be talking about a little bit later, where I guess we'll see how we actually rate those teams. I have my own opinions, of course, but I don't think we're gonna disagree
So I'm
much.
gonna do
Because first of all, you're an in-game leader. You've played against a lot of these people before. You've been to
Yes.
stars before, of course. So I guess really, like you know the intricacies a lot more than I would ever. So that is going to be the intriguing part of this one. Still waiting on that, and I guess the one intriguing things is that we can talk about is that we got a big crop of fresh talent this year, and that is going to lead us to our minigame, where Penguin is going to be rating the teams from tier
Let's go.
S all the way down to tier D, where we'll be seeing where he thinks those teams are going to fare for this season 1 of 2026.
Well, definitely, if you're talking about the S tier, it's gonna be only the one and only Vitality team. These guys should be going into an S tier. If you're talking about the A tier, I can go for LCK and Nemesis. These two teams are always back to back, fighting neck to neck in the playoffs. So they deserve to be on the A team, LCK and Nemesis, yes. And for the B tier, I would say we have three teams can be on the B team. It can be Triple, it can be Anubis, it can be also unKnights. Going on the B because the guys are shuffling the rosters and they're still trying to have some kind of teamwork together. For the C, which is going to be, for my opinion, Swamp, due to the mix between the European teams and the North American teams, guys. So it's kind of going for Swamp Gaming. D is going to be IMPERIUM because the guys are just coming from the CFL and they're just not having the experience for the West League, and this is quite normal to have such low experience in the West League, but now they can step up and show what they are capable of.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think unKnights can definitely do some damage. Again, they're my dark horse that can maybe creep into tier A. But also, the same case can be said about 3BL, you know, returning to the league, as you've said, got a couple of experienced players on their belt, but a couple of new guys, whether or not they actually picked from the teams that were playing in CFL, or just absolute rookies on the scene. And that can be dangerous in, well, both ways, right? It can be dangerous for 3BL themselves, where maybe they're going to take some time to actually adjust to CFWL, as he said about IMPERIUM. But also, those guys can just turn out to be prodigies, and then they can creep up into the higher tiers and cause a bit of damage.
Yes.
Look, I got a lot of good memories with 3BL. Of course, I think that you also have got your own fair share with the organization as well. So
Yeah.
it always has a soft spot for me as an Egyptian that, hey, maybe they can do damage. Maybe you can go back to the glory days, because unfortunately, I think that Anubis have just settled into the mid-table and they're pretty happy in there.
Yeah, well, Anubis are reshuffling right now, and as I said, they are having the same chances at 3BL. They have new players, new faces. We are seeing Salty for the first time. We're going to be talking about the teams and their roster later, but they are having the fair chances just same as 3BL, because 3BL can have a chance, yes, going into A tier if they can just go neck to neck with LCK and Nemesis, and also LCK and Nemesis, they can go for S tier for Vitality if they can go neck to neck with Vitality as well.
Yeah, and I feel like that's really going to be the big story here of this season, of can somebody dethrone Vitality, because they keep in the core, they're keeping the roster pretty dangerous in their own right, and I think that they are just the 5 best Egyptian players that are present right now. And maybe that's one of the things that, like, in comparison to other teams, when you're thinking about like unKnights or a Nemesis, that communication can be a factor, and having a national team can also help in that part.
Yeah, because as we said, 8 here is LCK and Nemesis. That means that those two teams gonna be facing each other today. So we're gonna be having one of the derbies for our West League. But talking about the communication, I don't think Team Nemesis is gonna be having any problem with the communication between each other. I know that there are 3 Egyptian players, Comics, Dipsy, and Alucard. With 2 Turkish players, it is gonna be Rafen and Beck. I don't think they're gonna be having any problems because Alucard's got used to play with Turkish players. This is his second year, and also same for the Turkish players because Rafen also played with other nationalities back of the days when he played for LCK and even for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, of course, and that is going to be an intriguing part. Like, you know, we can definitely talk a little bit about the rosters here until we wait for what we're going to have for this season. But like the one main thing that I'm just thinking about is at least the one team that I have my eyes on the most is LCK and what they can do, right? Like Flex has been there for a while. Spoxy, I think, got a lot of upside to his name. But again, like, you know, we got Nemesis here on the board, so maybe you can talk a little bit about them. Like, you talked about, I looked about Dipsy. I think that Comics have a real chance here to prove that this team can actually cause damage, because it's not really a bad team on paper at all. It's just a question of will they materialize before we get to phase 2. That's the most important part for me.
Yeah, as you can see now on the mini games, because now they're inserting the logos of the teams. B is gonna be 3BL, unKnights, and Anubis, in my opinion. Why I put those teams on B is because the guys are just reshuffled and they are having fair chances. Okay, Anubis on B. Let's put Anubis on B. Because Anubis fans is not going to be happy if this season is on C. Let's put Anubis on B, please. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to talk to these guys again. Because Anubis shuffled, 3BL shuffled, unKnights shuffled. So they have the same chances. Swan Gaming, yes, they shuffle, but the guys are just having... it's not the shuffle that as we've seen from 3BL and Anubis, because 3BL and Anubis, they are introducing youth players to us. Not just like Swarm Gaming. And of course, D is going to be IMPERIUM because the guys are just starting the CF West League for the first time.
Yeah, and again, they lost Famous on the side of Swamp, which really, the guy was a one-man army last year in Season 2 especially. So like that is a massive loss where I would definitely agree. I think that they can be put in C. I am really hopeful, though, that they actually will be able to step up when the time comes, but that is actually not really the thing that we're going to be discussing that much because, you know, we still got a new season, a new format, of course, for the 2026 calendar year. And with the introduction of EWC into the calendar, it makes a lot of stakes. You know, like, of course, we've seen Rock's Best, where they qualified for playoffs in EWC. And they, you know, they got a bit close. But let's talk about this year and what we have in store.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
Well, that was absolutely exciting. I guess we've seen a total of 40 players right there on the screen, and only 5 of them can call themselves champions. But what do you think about this format, Penguin? Because you've seen other formats before. I'm a little bit familiar with the whole like phase 1 into phase 2 split in the groups format. I think it has the upsides and downsides. But as a CrossFire veteran, as somebody who's seen the old systems, and now you're seeing this one from the perspective of a desk, how do you feel about it? Do you think it's actually going to be better or worse for those two teams, like especially for both the elite and the contenders? Like, how do you feel about both of them?
No, I guess it's going to be better because we're going to be seeing more teams into the playoffs, because we usually have seen quite few teams in the playoffs, which is going to be also Inner Circle. It was used to be Inner Circle, used to be Gaming Gladiator, which is LCK and Nemesis, also Vitality. So, in my opinion, this is better to have the phase 1 and phase 2.
Yeah, and I guess then that means that we can talk about the specifics that we're going to have. Of course, we've heard the big number there. The total prize pool for this season is $228,000. And, well, it's split into the 2 phases, as explained. Phase 1 is a single round robin, including all the 8 teams. Phase 2, you split them into 4-team groups. So there are 2 groups. Already, the top 4 know that their place is going to be in the playoff. The question is, can they get the buy-in to round 2? And then for the contenders, they are fighting for the 2 remaining spots. The other 2 teams that will be the bottom 2 will have to walk down to relegations and fight for their spot against the top teams from Cfwl.
Yeah, exactly, and that just makes it super exciting to see the teams fighting for their seedings and also for their place in the playoffs. And you know that in the elite group, the first 2 teams are going to be going directly to the round 2. And as we can see, the new map pool for this season, we are having a new compound as an introduced to our league instead of the old compound. That makes it, we have Eagle Eye, just new Eagle Eye, new compound, new Mexico, and the rest are the same: Sub-Base Port, Black Widow, and the iconic Ankara.
Yeah, Old Port, I guess, is what we're gonna call it now.
Yeah, this is gonna be the old Port, old Sub-Base, and old Ankara.
Yeah, I guess here's the thing though. Like, one main thing that I'm looking at here is actually Compound and Vitality, because it's their favorite map pick. And I think the changes, especially towards the V side, are going to be rather intriguing. The A side is also something, but like the V side for me, like the 6-server stack was one of the main ways that people used to maneuver around in the retakes, and that is not going to be the case here. But there's more than Vitality to talk about. Of course, Vitality is going to be having the first game of the day, but we talked about the teams: Nemesis, Vitality, Anubis, Galaxy, Cfwl Galaxy for the top 4, and then LCK now, of course, we're Gaming Gladiators, Imperium, Swamp Gaming, and unKnights to be the 8 teams that are competing in this first season.
Yeah, perfectly lined up teams, honestly, for this season. And of course, nobody have played nobody, so the standings are only to show the participating teams that we are having right now. And I'm super excited to see the new rosters, especially Nemesis. They've got Raffin from LCK, and LCK got Kiku in return from Nemesis, which is gonna make it like more heat coming. And as we can see, the schedule for today is gonna be Vitality versus Imperium, and unKnights is gonna be facing Cfwl Galaxy Esports on the second match. And lastly but not least, the derby itself, Nemesis versus LCK, where 2 titans or 2 gigantics gonna be meeting each other today.
Yeah, and this is a fight that might actually combine into the result of what we'll see of the top 2 teams, because remember, top 2, both of them get the buy-in to the round 2 to the playoffs. I guess all of us are expecting Vitality to be one of those 2 sides. Is then the question between like LCK and Nemesis, who's gonna be the second leg into that top 2? And that here today, it can be the difference, but that doesn't mean that I'm discounting the result of the rest of the groups, because as he said, like, a lot of teams are reshuffling. The teams in the B tier, especially, that we talked about when I'm talking about unKnights, 3BL, Anubis, I think that those 3 teams can definitely cause damage in the group stage. And even if they don't make it themselves to the playoffs, they can still be very competitive in their own right.
In my opinion, it's going to be only one team going into a higher tier from the B tier teams, which is unKnights, as we said, CBL Galaxy and Anubis Gaming. One team can claim their spot and go to top 4 in the elite group, and that's what we're going to be seeing, and that's what we can expect from the guys to see. And also, we cannot say, or we cannot just maybe imagine who's going to be on top 4 unless we are seeing the teams playing. So one of them is going to be playing today, which is CBL Galaxy versus unKnights, which is a very good matchup to decide who having better chances to go onto the elite group.
Yeah, of course, a lot more experience than unKnights, but 3BL Galaxy are relying a little bit on their team. But let's just talk about the team that we'll be having today on our first matchup. It's a David versus Goliath kind of situation here. Reality, the team that statistically has been the best in the West League of all the year of 2025. Top 8, of course, in the WC, as we said, but they got grouped in stars. Now, looking to see what they can do against, well, the David in Imperium, a team that is fresh out of Cfwl, and they will be a pretty intriguing team in their own right, because I feel like some of the players on 3BL and Anubis, especially the youngsters, there are some expectations for them. But this team have made a fair bit of switches that I myself don't even know what to expect of them. I think there are only 2 out of the 5 that played in CFL that stayed with the team for this 2026 season.
Yeah, they made a big changes. They introduced Hossam from Anubis Gaming, which is a big addition for Imperium. And in my opinion, this matchup is just so one-sided for Vitality, because Vitality have the experience. They are coming here as back-to-back champions, Season 1, Season 2, 2025, and they are facing the new contenders or the new team that's been arose and going into the West League, which is not fair matchup for them at the start, at the beginning. However, this is good, very good for the guys on the Imperium team, because they can show their skills, they can just try to play their strategies, to have no pressure playing versus Vitality, because they are the underdogs, as we can say. So they have no pressure at all going into this matchup. Yes, of course, Vitality have all the pressure because they need to show their performance and dominate this series.
Absolutely, and I think that that's the important part, right? Like, chips off their shoulder. They got the toughest game in the group stage out of the way already. So now they'll have the remaining 6 games where they can display their full skill. Maybe they can even upset a few teams. And that is going to be the important part for that one. For Vitality, though, like as we've said, like Snake, Snare, Horus, Todson, and Slayer, I think that they're all household names in their own rights. And, well, it's a team that, I'm sorry, I when I saw that team being formed under the banner of Rock last year, I was like, who's even going to compete? Domestically, they showed that. Internationally, maybe not so much. And there's definitely an element of, like, the draw and which teams they get brought up against and the veto, because as I said, like, their compound is so good, but some teams just like line up well against them, where maybe their permaban is compound, they're good on sub base, they're good on New Mexico, and then things get a little bit complicated for this Vitality team. But I think that domestically speaking, though, they might have the best map pool out of all the teams here. Like, I think when I'm thinking about like how many maps they can play, they can lead the best of 3 in any which way, and they can absolutely be good on all of them.
Yeah, they are one of the least teams that they're playing 5 maps. I don't think there is other teams are playing the 7 maps. I'm sorry, they're just playing the 7 maps perfectly. I'm pretty sure that Nemesis now are playing New Mexico more often. But talking about last season, they usually banned New Mexico and Subbase as well. So LCK as well had some issues with other maps. So we're talking about Vitality, they're playing 7 maps, so you need to be aware which map you're going to be picking. So when they pick one map, this is not their strongest map. This might be your weakest map, because they don't need to pick the strongest map, since they are playing the 7 maps. So they're going to be picking the weakest map among the team that they're going to be playing against.
Yeah, and we've seen that domestically a lot, where sometimes they would have the compound open, but they would pick like a New Mexico, they would pick an Ankara, just because they know
they're
that
just for the practice.
Yeah, absolutely. They know that the other team is not going to be the best on it. So they're like, we trust our individual level. We trust our preparation on all 7 maps, that if we go pound for pound, especially when we catch you in that veto trap, things are going to be intriguing. And it's really fun to see teams that have that kind of mastery. Like, they can, like, you don't even need to be playing all 7. You can like play 5 maps, and then that can lead into you having a favorable veto. And, well, the veto is going to be rather intriguing. I believe that our interview should be just around the corner. And this is going to be a pretty intriguing one in its own right, where, you know, of course, for Imperium, as we've said, we can talk about them a bit. A couple of names that I do recognize from the CrossFire community, but not really the biggest amount of experience or trophies in their cabinet, and maybe this is like the run of dreams, right? Zero pressure, zero expectations.
Exactly.
They can be silent, and maybe like we will see them like 5th or 6th, for example, and then they can sneak their way into the playoffs if the conditions are right for them.
Then it's gonna be perfect for them because, as you said, it's not single round robin best of 3 for all the regular season. Now you're having 2 chances in going to the playoffs. You either place in the elite group or you either place in the contender group, and then you fight for your place on the playoffs. So for me, they have a very, very fair chance for going into the playoffs because they are just having some extra, we're talking about some extra chances for them to go to playoffs. Playing in the contender group, that means that you're going to be playing with the bottom 4 teams, which gives you more chance of trying to play, trying to show your strategies, trying also to have some good communication with your teammates because you're still building your name in the West League. It is your first appearance. That means that it's going to be tough at the beginning of the road, but you have phase 1, and if you failed on phase 1, then you'll have phase 2. So you are having 2 chances.
Yeah, and well, the chances, of course, plenty. When you still got a total of 7 games in phase 1, it's a single round robin, so some of those teams will not be playing against each other a second time. And well, speaking of the devil, here they are, Vitality looking sharp, looking scary. They've shown their best, I would say, throughout the year, and really, I feel like that they were just a little bit hard done by in their game in the groups of CrossFire Stars. Like, I don't think that they were ever going to win against Evos. I think that one is pretty much a known value. But I just think that maybe if they were a little bit more fortunate with their draw, they actually could have surprised some teams and they could have made it into the playoffs. They just got a little bit unfortunate, I think.
Yeah, and they are having solid draws, so they didn't change any. By the way, this is the only team that made 0 roster changes on their main roster. Yes, of course, they made some roster changes on their into the substitutes, but talking about the main roster, they are playing solid 5 roster, solid 5 main players. This what makes Vitality only on the S tier, because I'm pretty sure that the guys are now discussing why LCK is not on S tier, why Nemesis is not on S tier. LCK and Nemesis reshuffled. We might see LCK 3rd, 4th. We might see LCK 1st. So that means that they are not as steady as Team Vitality for their main roster.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. For me, look, the ceiling for Nemesis definitely is there for a second. If they can contend against Vitality, that's a different case, though, because,
yes,
again, it comes down to what they're actually going to be having on the veto, what their preparation for the season might be. I'm expecting them to be ready of a high caliber because they know that they're going to have a tough game 1. So then things actually can be a little bit intriguing, because on the other side, the final game of the day, as we talked about it is going to actually carry a lot of weight onto that race for maybe even the face. The potential for 3 teams definitely to lead the chart. We have seen Vitality actually be broken in the regional finals, but that was a long and gruesome 5-game
series.
Come
back, man, by LCK, though.
And here's the thing, it's only going to be best of 3s for this group stage. So Vitality, I feel, when there's even less maps to play, they're going to be a little bit more favored.
Well, talking about the less maps, yes, definitely it's going to be their favor, because they're going to be playing 3 of their strongest maps. There is no need to play one of the weakest maps for you in the group stage, because you are having 2 bans, which is quite fair for you to pick your strongest maps, and also you are hunting the weakest maps on the opponent's enemy or the enemies, because that's how Vitality always work. Maybe the other teams, I'm not saying all the teams, that most of the teams are just picking their strongest maps as first versus any team. This is not the case for Vitality, because Vitality usually go for the weakest map, their strongest, and they can also target their weakest maps. How they target their weakest maps? By banning the strongest maps for their opponent, and that's always what they do. That's the analytical point of view from Stray, the coach of Vitality. He usually goes for this strategy, as I can say, because that's how he can weaken his enemy even before playing the game.
Yeah, that's why, like, sometimes you might see them, for example, last year, like some bans of Black Widow, some bans of New Mexico. Their first ban is never really something that is stable because of that strategy. And it makes them hard to guess, but it also can open up the door for some team to, like, feign something, right? Like, let's say, I don't know, like, I'm an unKnights, for example, right? Like, I keep banning, like, Compound for the entire season, and then things do change around. But, hey, change more. It's not even the time for us to go for conjecture anymore. The team's already in the server, so we should actually be ready to send it over to our casters, so Trav and Sekio, take it away for the first game of the season.
Thank you very much, Volt and Penguin. That was an incredible pre-game, an incredible shift there. Lots of impressive fill. I think they deserve a round of applause for that. That was brilliant work.
They deserve.
And yeah, really looking forward to today because Sekio, of course, make sure to unmute on Discord, FYI, so I can hear you. I think I've got to say, I am really excited, mate, because Vitality. They are a team, an organisation that, of course, I'm very familiar with plenty of other esports in the gaming scene. It's so cool that we've got Vitality over here in CrossFire and picking up, the best team in the CFWL. So they should be in for a bit of a sweep in this opening game. Who knows? But I think we know the answer. This result will probably happen, mate.
Yeah, I'm so happy that we're seeing a new team that's coming from the Open League playing versus, I would say, the team that ruled 2025. It's pretty hard for them to just, like, when you're stepping your foot into the league and ironically you're just playing versus Exodia himself. Like, he got everything's ready. 5 players, they have done it the previous year and they have owned the stage of CF West League. They played pretty good early on internationally, but when it comes to CFS, we had like a little bit of upset for Team Vitality, or like they were known as Rock Esports. Yeah, exactly, Rock Esports. They're not, I would say they're still the same roster. Team Vitality, as you have mentioned, is one of the big names in the esports world. I'm pretty happy that we're seeing them being part of CrossFire, and also they're picking, as you have mentioned, the best team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you look at CFWL from the last couple of seasons, Rock were the main team that would always win out the league. Winning 2025 Split 1 and Split 2, and just in general, when you watch them play, you can kind of tell they're a cut above. Sure, occasionally they might drop a weird map here and there. They might rest on their laurels somewhat because they know they're the top team in the league. It's very easy to sort of get lulled into a false sense of security when you are the top team. You can occasionally get caught by one of these up and comers that have a star player, as we'll probably will see in this season. Wouldn't be surprised at all if we see maybe a team like an LCK, maybe an unKnights, maybe even an Anubis, who historically, of course, Anubis have been a bit of an upset team in the CFWL in years gone by. They've been promising but have never been able to get over the line. They've always been a bit of a choke team, unfortunately. They've gotten close, but yet so far on many, many occasions. So we still have to favour Vitality, but at the same time, at least today, we absolutely have to favour Vitality because they're playing the team that came from the CFOL, of course, in Imperium. We only really have 3 players who have more experience in the main CFWL, in Damp, Jaguar. I think Riz played 1 season, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. But Damp and Jaguar are kind of the only 2 players that I've seen play before. And, in CFWL, when you don't have that experience, when Vitality have the experience of that, and we're playing internationally, you expect this to be a very, very easy 2-0.
I totally agree with you, and when it comes to Vitality, we have seen them grow across the years. They started with Team 3PL, and then I believe their first season with the 3PL as a whole team, they did magnificent. I believe they won the CF West League, and they played the second part of the second league. They got second, and they didn't win. That's back in 2024. And when they went to Rock, they had just the whole year in their pocket. Internationally, they had some upsets, and as you have mentioned, Imperium, that's their debut on the tournament. I'm very sorry for them. This is gonna be their start. Or it's either we're gonna feel sorry for them, or we're gonna say yes, they have new talents, new players, and you should keep an eye on X, Y, and Z. That's for our first match today. But for me, it feels like unKnights are one of my favorite teams. I've seen Penguin put them in B tier, but come on, man, they have Famous, they have a lot of OG players, and seeing Famous play in EU, it feels so good. Hopefully he's having like really good ping. You know, like it matters when you're playing from NA.
Of course.
But man,
But
like,
yeah,
we're still waiting.
I agree with you completely. I think unKnights are really an underdog to keep an eye on this season, just purely because of Famous can take over the server every single time he plays plays Crossfire, right? Which is really exciting. But anyway, in classic fashion, unfortunately, a bit of a delay before the game gets underway, so we're going to go to a break for hopefully only about 10 minutes. When we're back, we'll get started.
Welcome to the first season of Crossfire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the Crossfire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the Crossfire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. Crossfire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of Crossfire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the Crossfire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group, where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams, as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group, where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams, as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Nemesis not able to get
Free, oh my word, straight out through that smoke just station. Zane has what about Chris here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that swing.
Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully, very quickly, we'll be getting into the game to start off and kick off the CFWL 2026 to see how Vitality are going to look. Of course, Rock now under their new banner, Vitality in the Crossfire scene. Very exciting. And yeah, looking forward to seeing how it will go. We can see them on camera now as well, sporting their new fit. Sekio, I'm sure they're feeling very fly right now.
Yeah, they do. They should. And also, I had like a small question before we started the game. Like, what horse actually ate before we started the game? I believe like we had this conversation before. Me, Penguin, and the boys like Horus. Like, unlike most of Crossfire players, he loves to eat before game. Like, what I'm speaking about that, like, he doesn't need just like a small snack or something like that. No, he goes all in. Like, he eats a whole chicken, eats something like that, and boom, he gets into the game. And you know, Horace, he just destroys everyone.
Yeah, more often than not. More often than not. We've got a little veto on the screen here as well. Black Widow will be in play. Port as map 2. Decider as sub base. We haven't got any of the new maps, or the maps, of course, that are listed as new yet. This is kind of the classic veto, really, between for what was Rock and now is Vitality. That they should be very comfortable here. I will say, like, you could argue there are some weaknesses for them. There are some maps which they don't like to play, which is what they would ban out in the first phase. But more often than not, Vitality should be a team that should be winning these BO3s more often than not, especially against a team like Imperium 2-0 every day of the week. If Imperium get one map here, they've done a very, very good job, even if it is a map that's on their own map pick, because it would be a massive shock if they were to get anything off of Vitality today.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, but when it comes to Premium, it feels like they have some players that got some knowledge. Like, speaking of that, they have an former Anubis player, they have Dumbo, they have Jugger, both of them they have competitively before. Speaking of Hussam, he played a lot with Anubis, and Dumbo, he played, but like that's back in 2024. He played with 3PL Academy, so he's well known for Rock Esports. He was with the players, with the main roster as a substitute, so he knows how Rock, or let's say Team Vitality, plays the game, their strats. So probably that might lead to a small, like, that will help them a lot. Like, I won't say it will help them a lot, like you're playing versus the reigning champion, but like it will give you a handful of ideas how to play versus a team like Vitality. And with that being said, you're picking Black Widow. You know that Vitality on Black Widow are actually decent. They're not that bad.
No, I mean, it's going to be a struggle for them either which way, right? You might have all the experience in the world, maybe, with no Jamp and Jaguar, who have been in the league before and have played many, many games in this league over the course of history. But, of course, it's a new kind of roster for them with Frapsy and Nexalon and Riz. It's kind of a different vibe for them. They're used to playing, were used to playing, of course, on Anubis and had a long sort of term synergy with that roster. And now it's obviously a little bit different. There have been lots of shuffles, as Penguin and Volt were talking about on the desk as well. Exciting shuffles, I've got to say. I mean, it's great to see Famous still in the league, playing on unKnights, moving away from Swamp. You've got some of the little swap between LCK and Nemesis that Penguin was talking about. It's actually kind of crazy to see that come through. I'm really excited to see how that's going to pan out, because, of course, over the course of history, in the CFWL, when we've watched these top teams compete, more often than not, it has been Snare who's now on Vitality, still with that main core of 5. You've got Spoxy on LCK, and you've got Alucard on Nemesis. These are some of the star players that we see on the Sniper that can more often than not take over a game. So Yeah, really looking forward to seeing if they can do that over the course of this season. We've got the huddle coming in for the players to get themselves ready for the series. A quick discussion about how things are going to go, and hopefully, in their case, it'll go in a W fashion for them. Little tussle there with the fist in the middle, get themselves pumped up, sat back down again, and we're ready to go. All smiles on the faces. They're playing their opening game for Vitality, and I'm sure it probably feels quite special for them in the league they are so comfortable in historically.
Of course, it feels so special, and I love that Team Vitality are going, like, it feels they're taking the game serious, even though that they're playing versus IMPERIUM, a team that came from the Open League, like the Open qualifiers. It feels like, yeah, they're not just gonna let it slip or just play the game and have fun. No, they're here. They're trying to prove, like, yes, we're here to dominate, that we're here to take the title, and we're here to continue ruling the EUMENA League, the CrossFire West League. It's I love it. I love the players, Slayer, Horus, Snare, Snake, Tudzen. It feels like they're more of a family right now. For like a course of time, they have been part of the same team a lot. They live at the same place. And ladies and gents, here we start game number 1. Slayer just got some stuns into his face, and they might drop to middle.
Yeah, looking forward to this. It should be a bit of a walk in the park for Vitality, technically, but you never know how it's going to go, right? At the beginning of the season, it's your opening game. It could very easily get caught and be a bit lackadaisical, maybe. Sometimes you've got to get yourself warmed up into the season when it is the opening game. But when you're playing against the team that came up from the CFOL, you'd maybe think that would be a little bit more comfortable for them. Of course, reminder, in CFWL in Season 2, they went unbeaten in the group stage, going 14-0, and in the end only lost one map, I believe, in the playoffs to Ping Pong Pals in the end. So, and they were called that name. So, yeah, they are imperious, and IMPERIUM are going to find something to do about it.
Yeah, I love the T-Goat that got into Snake's face, like he's changing in style. Also, speaking of changing, they're here trying to rush B, split execution. Horus gets the entry kill, immediately traded 1, make it 2. Sniper from Snare makes it equal.
Yeah, Jaguar already doing a decent job to get a couple of kills, but the thing is they have lost the B bomb site, so Vitality have a chance to get the first round under their belt early, going very aggressive on these retaking players, and they're doing a good job about it, making sure that they'll get the frags necessary, and now Damp is in a pretty much impossible situation, especially with a sniper rifle, and Snare will put him down. First round of CFWL 2026 for Vitality, and guess who? It's Snare with a triple kill.
It is. I saw 3 kills from Snare, just making room for himself. Snare also at the same time. I believe he might just go for an extra kill here in the first few seconds of the second round, but he just goes slow. It feels like they prefer to execute in B site, but they might go a little bit slow, unlike the previous round. Snake.
A few bits of utility being thrown. Now Slayer's going to have a peek toward long. Next one will go down, though. Very clean entry. Pops in to come up and help as well. That's going to catch Riz off guard. Oh, he's gone. And now Damp, they know where he is at the back of the site. Surely there's no way out. He's getting pincered. And there's nothing you can do about it. Poor guy. No way out. And a clean second will come through.
Blink and you miss it. Team Vitality just, like, in a blink of an eye, 3 people entered this site, and you had the perfect flank that came from Snare and Tudzen, and just went south. No one can even react to this. Like, we have 3 people, like CrossFire here, trade 1 for 1, and this time they're just changing the spread, going for a split. 2 from the middle, and the rest, they just left C4 to make room for themselves and creativity to kick into their execution.
I think Nexlon knows what's going on, but they're going to try and play it together, play a bit of a double swing, and it works out for them to get a couple of kills back. Snare, of course, answers back to his one. That smoke's being a little bit annoying for Nexlon, but there we go. And there are too many players in position for Vitality to deal with. And the first one on the board for Imperium. They are going to try and build off that now, because that was a good little change-up to put a bit more aggression into place there.
Yeah, you love to see it. It feels like they're going back to their roots, back to execution and B split, trying to go from middle, and B long will be perfect. Slayer makes it looks easy. One body shot and the other in your head, and you're left down to hell. AWM shot might connect here from Snare.
He sees jump spotting, keeping a little bit of a close eye on. Already a bit of pressure because they need to do it. They need to go looking for information. They're already 3v5, so they kind of just need to go looking to see if they can get a kill back from somewhere. But the thing is, with so much time left in the round still for Vitality, they can just wait in position, sit themselves in position, and make sure that they catch every piece of that aggression, and they're doing that perfectly here. Very quick into a 5v1, and now they know where Frapsy is. He should not be long for this world. Toxin putting a lot of pressure on him already. He'll manage to sneak away into the window, but the bomb's being planted safely on the opposite side of the map, and I'm not sure even perhaps he knew it until right then. They've literally taken both bomb sites. They've taken A and B. They had a whole map to play with.
They just controlled every side, and Snare had like a nasty shot, one shot headshot here, down. It felt like you're watching a symphony being played here, and they felt like they have a really good defensive strat for A side, so they're just faking A and committing to the B side once and for all for the 4th round in a row. They're just testing if that's possible, like with a different execution. They have 4 mid, so they can just rotate to anywhere.
Horus waiting in middle. Frapsy, again, the player in task with jiggle peeking that one. That's where he got pincered in the previous round, but at least he's got a team around him on this occasion. But Vitality, no, they have the expertise to get this game done cleanly. As I mentioned, I think it's something that will be mentioned a lot over the course of this season, the fact they didn't lose a game in the group stage in the previous CFWL season. Sure, they might have lost a map, but they didn't lose the entire series. Dample missed that opening shot, which is a bit awkward for him, but there is a couple of kills back in return until Toxin pops up. There's another very clean shot from him. Leaves Jaguar last alive. I think they know where he is as well, because he's fallen back all the way. And he might choose to try and entry in a different position. Unfortunately, that is being watched by Toxin, and he doesn't even face it. He knows to play it smartly, even though they know they're probably going to win this game. It's a case of, look, I want to play this properly.
Yeah, and feels like Jugger got the gun and a beam, and Snare just snitch it away. Takes it with really, like, Snare sniper shots are just out of this place, out of this world. They just hit you down into your heart, and it makes you feel bad for them. What's happening? Toxin through the smokes. Well, like, you guys check his BC. He's that's not how you do it, man. Not through the smokes, not through the wall. Both in one shot.
Yeah, hey man, like, Imperium have got it hard enough as it is, playing against the unbeaten team from last season, playing against the team that has always put their name in first place, whether it is as Rock or as Vitality. I'm sure an org change won't change their form. And there we go. The quick spam through from Snake. The HK of Horus now flanking up as well. And we know, of course, the amount of damage those guns can do as a wallbang really is painful. And then, of course, Horus knows exactly where Nexlon's playing from. And he's not long for this world either. Riz is now trying to run away, but I think he's already being tracked and traced.
He is. He's 1v5 situation at this point. And, like, there's no way he can just clutch this. Snare spots him. Only started having a momentum, but Slay kills it in 2 bullets at this point, 4-1. Vitality versus IMPERIUM. I don't think that we might see tactical bows anytime sooner. And Black Widow's looking pretty good. Oh, we're back on camera. How are you doing, Travis?
Yeah, when the players disconnect, you can kind of tell that is going to be a quick round reset and get them back into the server again. And I think in general, right, when you look at how IMPERIUM are going about things, I really do wish teams in this position would maybe throw a little bit more caution to the wind. I feel like they have gone aggressive on a few of these rounds. They have tried to make Vitality uncomfortable. But when you know that you're a massive underdog like this, I would like to see them just really go for 2 or 3 man pushes somewhere. I know Vitality are playing these defaults, they're setting up to avoid getting caught like that, but at the same time, I think you've got nothing to lose, and that could be a strategy they could go for in the remaining few rounds of this map.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. When you're playing versus a team like Vitality, you just need to be creative with your strats, your play style, and you can just go for a lot risky stuff since, as you've mentioned, you have nothing to lose. And at the same time, I love that Vitality are they have a lot of, I would say, thinking and doing different strats through the game. Like, we have seen them execute 4 strats in a course of 6 rounds. It feels illegal to do that in a game that, everyone expects that Vitality will rule this game, win versus IMPERIUM, but that shows you that they're taking it super serious, even versus the team that just came from the open qualifiers, new team, new roster. But yeah, it doesn't matter for them. You're playing unKnights, you're playing any team, I would say. Even if you're playing versus all gamers, I mean, internationally, you will do the same thing. They're just trying to do their best, not even drop a round. It feels like once they drop this round, they just win to all in. Guys, we're not dropping rounds. It's not like we're not dropping games. We're not dropping rounds in the opening game on CrossFire West League.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that I think I remember hearing in an interview from one of the Vitality players last season, right? Is that when they played so well in 2025 Season 1, they, I think, did an interview before the start of Season 2 and said, look, we want to keep control of our crown. We're not going to be lazy. We're not going to take our rest on our laurels. We're going to continue trying. We want to stay unbeaten. We want to stay the team to beat. And look, they went unbeaten. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have exactly the same professional mentality going into this season. They haven't been picked up by Vitality for no reason. I think Vitality have been very smart, knowing that this is the best team in the league, and that's why they picked them up. So let's see if IMPERIUM can get a few rounds on the board as we get back underway after that tech pause.
Yeah, speaking of tech pause, I'm just dropped a really good AWM kill, but Johnson trades with 2, makes it 3. Actually, no, just checking his corner, and he caught his teammate. Oh, Dom makes it even better. 3v2 situation. It's right now. And the split execution, Todson makes it easier, but Slayer, can he clutch this 1v2? Take your corners. He got the first. Slayer, can he make it? Dom in a 1v1. Sniper versus M4.
Yeah, big 1v1 here. Be lovely for IMPERIUM to get the round on the board, and there we go. Downfall managed to clutch it out. Slayer gets caught. So, immediately back after the tech pause, IMPERIUM will try and keep on with that momentum. Good job. That was quite closely fought round. So, they want more of those. And it looks like they are kind of taking my advice in a way. They are trying to get into Vitality's face, and it's somewhat working. Another 2 for 2 early, but Snare pulls out the pistol, makes it comfortable to retain the man advantage.
Yeah, a lot aggressive than we saw earlier on. Rez got the AK and he doesn't whip through the smokes. You see him, he's down. Snare gets closer with a Slayer. 2v1 situation makes it easy. Slayer, they're just in a place that they're... Huh? I believe Vitality just won the BVS round, if I'm not mistaken. Not on
That
the
can happen
scoreboard.
sometimes.
Yeah, it might happen. But still,
Don't worry.
Vitality 5, Imperium 2.
I believe so. We'll double check though. That can happen sometimes. But yeah, I think there we go. Vitality already looking like they, as I mentioned earlier, they're countering the plays that I think Imperium wanted to make. I wanted Imperium to make already. I mean, that round was a good example of it, right? They just had a good setup in place to make sure that any aggression like that from Imperium.
And still, 10 players in the server makes it 9. Horus just got a really good shot here, so he was changing his strats. He was trying to fake an A. Now they're just trying to connect more on B side. The rotation comes through Med, but he still left odds and holding the flank for Zem. Tigger and Frepsy. Let them cook, guys.
Oh, good catch from Riz, but the thing is, Toxin was always going to be there for that immediate trade. We have that 4v3 still intact, though. Toxin has seen an Exelon in middle, and I think with 34 seconds left, there's a decision for Vitality probably to gravitate over toward B. The bomb is waiting there. C4 is ready to go. Daggy was going to go looking. He wants that information, and Snare will see him. There are 2 players here, though, so if he goes in alone like this, it's going to be pretty difficult for him, and yeah, he kind of just throws caution to the wind to try and get something going in that round for Vitality, but not the case. So Imperium will get their 3rd on the board.
Yeah, and Fribsy just showed some really discipline when it comes to the trigger. He swing it from right to left pretty good, and oh yeah, we're back on the camera at the same time. It feels like we're starting the second. No, actually, no, not the second half.
I think it's like when it's 5-4 or 6-3. I'm pretty sure from memory.
Actually, yeah, it's the second.
When the side switch comes through, yeah. So I think it was 5-3 there. But yeah, I think so far Imperium, they're not embarrassing themselves, right? They're doing okay. They're doing okay. I think that's fine. Right now, it's fine by me. It could be one of those games where you consider the fact they're a CFOL team that could genuinely be it could be a complete clean sheet. It could be a whitewash. But they're competing well, and of course, as I said earlier, Vitality have to take some time to warm back into playing officials again, and maybe on a different day later on in the season, they could be winning a game like this a lot easier. But right now, it's still comfortable for them, and they won't be panicking whatsoever.
Yeah, and I love that Imperium are showing their skin in the game. Even though they just came from the open qualifiers, they're playing versus the best of the best in CFO League, and they're toe-to-toe with them. They're playing, and they're pretty close, and at this point I believe that we're starting the final round. Actually, we just
I was wrong. It's been a while, guys. It's been a while. I was just wrong. I'm happy being wrong, okay? Look, it's been a while since I've been in Crossfire. I forgot. It's all good.
Actually, I got mixed up also at the same time, so we both went down.
Yeah, I was looking at our communication Discord as well, and we were told it was a dead round, and I was like, oh, okay, so we still got one more round to play in this half, but it's a lie. Producers lied to us. I'm kidding. We love you guys. But yeah, it is the side swap. And we're ready to go.
Imperium. Oh, actually, it feels like Dump is putting a lot of work here in this game. I believe that's his 10th kill across this game. Slayer trades. He feels like that's his time to show some of his stuff. And a lot of trades here and there, 3v3 situation at this point, and you still have an imposter. It's just holding. Dom doesn't whiff with the sniper shot.
Chance for the Snake 1v2 though. But he's getting flanked, and he has no idea about it. He's going to take that one comfortably. And Imperium take the round. A little bit of PM as well. We love that. A little bit of cheekiness. I believe it's been cleared up by our good friend Penguin in the chat. I believe there was one round missing from the scoreboard. So I wasn't wrong. I was right all along. I shouldn't have never have doubted myself, but there was one round missing that hadn't been added to the scoreboard, which is why the side switch came in a round earlier than we thought. So just for clarification, it was the scoreboard that had a bit of an issue.
Yes, and at this point we're starting the second round. What's the replay? I'm starting to drop out here, but I believe that's round number God knows what. Still Vitality and IMPERIUM are toe-to-toe in the first game. Black Widow were picked by IMPERIUM. It feels like they know what they're doing at this point. And that's just the first game. I hope that Port gives us the same level of Crossfire.
We shall see. But Vitality are already trying to reassert themselves here. We've got themselves a 4v2. Should be all around to them. We don't know exactly which number it is just yet, because we haven't to confirm that behind the scenes. But Totsin will get that one, and Sarah will get the final frag onto a Jaguar. That will keep Vitality trucking.
So let's assume it's 6-4, and let's assume that's the second round in the second half. Probably that's not the case here, but I love that IMPERIUM are fully rushing mid here, trying to find some early picks. It matters a lot. Todd's in spot. Double door. Tom. He made a lot of issues in the previous round, so Horus is happy to just snag his head up and makes him leave the lobby for this round at least. Default strat coming from Vitality.
Oh, everyone's very, very blind, and almost a massive lineup there. That could have been a lot more damage than it was. Totsin will hold the line though, and he's got a bit of support from Slayer too. Finally dealt with by Nexlon, but he was always going to get traded. Slayer was there, he was ready and ready to go. And that's Vitality still in full control.
They're in full control, and it feels like this round is going pretty fast. Oh, sorry. It feels like I Custer cursed them after they were like trying to rush in mid. They just like, yeah, we're throwing some util, making some fake, and in premium they show that they're players that got a lot of I would say experience in the game. They're showing their skin in the game, like ex Anubis players. The IGL for them is stepping up here in this game. Vitality versus IMPERIUM 7-4. Even though the scoreboard is a lot, like it's way far for them to get back 3 rounds. There's a lot to handle, but it's not a stomp.
It's okay. It's okay for a team coming up from the CFL. Obviously, it's not actually a bad scoreline. You're playing against the main team of the league, aren't you? So the big boys of CFWL. Snare in position. He's been here in this position a million times before. Looking to deliver. Actually, no one putting pressure on Long at the moment. It is a mid push coming through towards short. Perhaps he's made his way up quite a long way, actually, with the bomb in tow. With that little alert coming in too long, that could help out. But Snake's holding, and a lot of damage is being done. He's got Snare in support too. You can't get out of that one. The pincer in mid-round from Vitality means that Horus gets one more frag, and it leaves Damp all alone.
Dump. I got in a dream. Feels hard to accomplish. Also, Vitality are hovering the C4. No one's getting closer here.
Yeah.
I've got nowhere to go, but at least you might just try to land a shot or two.
He's going to have to win by elimination for sure, with the fact that the bottom is complete Vitality control. Has a number of opportunities, but unfortunately couldn't connect with any of them, so Horus will get that one done and dusted. I'm assuming that's Vitality on 8, but of course we're not 100% sure yet. It could be the fact they're on 9, it could be map point, we don't know yet. That'll be figured out in a few minutes, I'm sure. Either way, Vitality are winning, and we know that for certain. Look at Snake, pushing all the way up middle. He is trying something a bit fancier here.
And he's looking to make some plays, and yes, he's actually doing it. Knocks in. Oh, I'm sorry. We didn't even spot him at the same time. Snake drops a pretty crazy one. At this point, he's just left alone. Imperium had their fair share in the middle, throwing some smokes, and I love the stun that got 3 players. It's just super perfect. And Snake, actually, it feels like some of the names are mixed, but the players are still intact.
Perhaps he knows where Snake is. Tapping away at very, very long range. Not actually an easy shot to hit, but eventually Imperium will keep themselves going for a little bit. That should be their 5th. A bit of aggression here for Vitality.
Oh. Love this.
Did he fall? Did he die to full damage there? I think he did, right? Is that in the game?
He died to full damage and he killed.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, he did a great job to get 2 kills, but I think I mean, it could have been to the map. We know that happens sometimes. But yeah, he did fall off the ledge. I'm assuming that's how he died, but I'm not 100% sure. We only saw the end of it, so he could have been low HP.
Could have been low HP, but like still, he made a perfect point here. At least, like he got 2, and he dropped down a dump, just dropping some TRG shots here and there. He's been making a lot of noise earlier in this game, but currently he's just dropping most of his bullets. Slayer in a 1v2 scenario makes it out of it. Wonderful play from him.
Oh, he's so blind in the corner, but he's done his job. He knows that is the 2 kills that are more often than not seal the round. Damp is now in position to try and get a couple of kills back, but he's in a similar position as earlier, where it's pretty impossible, waiting for the head to pop up, and a little jiggle from Snare. It makes it look very easy indeed. Now, that is Vitality on our scoreboard onto 9. We are disconnecting from the server here, so I'm assuming we do have that 1 round missing that we were talking about earlier, and that's Vitality taking map 1. But it's not 100% confirmed in our little discussion with production just yet. We'll obviously have to confirm that with you in a little bit. But it looks like Vitality were going to win that game anyway, so you can't really take that from them. They were obviously on course to take map 1, and we think they have done it.
I believe they did. It felt like you still have a long road for Imperium to get back into this game. They played pretty well. It didn't feel like it's one-sided, but otherwise it felt like we have a lot of step-ups from Imperium players, especially Dump with a lot of crazy sniper shots. He made, I believe, like he did 1 triple at one of the rounds and a lot of doubles when it comes to a player that's unfamiliar with the league, or like he didn't play a lot, he's still on a new roster, and playing versus Vitality. That's a lot to be waiting from them through the course of this entire split.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite possibly the worst matchup you could possibly have.
Start with the league
for Imperium to have to go up against Vitality in the first ever game of the 2026 series of CFWL. It's a bit painful for them, and there we go. Confirmation on our lovely HUD that game is now done and dusted for Vitality. Just a round missing in our HUD there that wasn't added. So I think it was a 10-4 in the end, and a pretty confident one as well. I think that is something that I think I've been most impressed with Vitality over the course of time, is that they've been very, very good at winning the games they're supposed to win, and also not just taking things for granted. When they are this good and have been this good in the CFWL for that long, you could argue that's a thing that could be a risk. So they didn't take it for granted. They won map 1 comfortably. We'll see if they can take map 2 soon. But first, Volt and Penguin for a quick chat.
Well, thank you, both Trav and Sekio, for that game. Penguin, I gotta say, the expected results, the Bees that end up feeling that they are the better team, and they definitely stung Imperium a bit. But to be fair, Imperium definitely put up a fight in the mid-rounds. Like from round 6 onwards, there were a couple ones that got really close.
Yeah, because we know that Black Widow is a blacklisted map. Usually the blacklist have an advantage in the controls. They can do better, but Vitality started on the strongest side. It made it hard for Imperium, but looking at Damp performance, he played very, very good on his first appearance as a main player, because he appeared last season as a substitute player for Rocky Sports versus he's playing versus his old teammates. So he played very good. We've seen good strategies coming from the guys from Vitality. We've seen how the used new strategies, because we are now aware of the fakes that they're trying to do. We've seen Horus trying to fake A-Long, the guys trying to take control of B Waters, and it was a successful round for them. They planted with no issues at all. So it was very, very good game, but we are talking about a team that's just stepped in onto the West League. This is a nightmare for them playing versus Vitality. However, they still have a chance. They still have a map too.
I mean, you say they have a chance, but this is supposed to be their map pick, and they did go down 10-4, so I'm not really expecting that much more about it. But hey, of course, as you say, Port, pretty open map, definitely intriguing. But the one thing that I just want to touch upon from the side of Vitality is how good their defaults are, right? Like how they start the map, as you said. They put themselves in the position where those fakes can be most effective, because whenever they have that nick control and they can go towards either side, they kept themselves so successful, not only in keeping that space when the GR side of Imperium tried to hit it, but also even on the two sides. A few rounds that was Totson, a few rounds that was Slayer with AWM. Both of them on both A and B were so successful on the BL side in finding openers and in keeping Imperium on their toes.
Usually when you play Black Widow, you need to get controls on the blacklist. That's why it's blacklisted map. So usually you go for the bridge control, you go for the A-Long control, barracks control, and sometimes some teams are doing both. So Vitality is the team that sometimes they get or collect information on both sides. And they usually, if the enemy team is not taking the barracks control or the enemy team is not taking the bridge control, Vitality is just going to capitalize on that, and they're going to take the barracks control and they're going to take the bridge control. And that's what we've seen from them, and that's what we've seen from Todson when he was in A-Long and barracks, and he killed one guy. Frabsy, I believe he was crossing to barracks and he killed him. He took A-Long control. In the meantime, the other players from Vitality, they were also taking the bridge control, and that's the key strength point for Vitality. They leave no gaps for the enemy team, and they give no space for the globalists to work with. That's why they can, at this point, use fakes, because you cannot fake except if you have the full map. You need to have the full map for you to have a fake versus the enemy team, because the enemy team is gonna start guessing: is it gonna be B side? Is it gonna be A side? I don't have A side control. I don't have B side control. So now the fake can work. But if you have an A side control and someone is trying to fake it, you're gonna definitely know that this is a fake, and it's gonna be a B side, and that's how Vitality works with their fakes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, for Imperium, though, like if we're looking there to contrast, a couple of things went right? They got 4 rounds on the board. Bless you. And of course, those 4 rounds, Trav was talking about it a little bit while he's casting. He said, like, they were just too passive at the start of the game, and that's how Vitality dominated the start of the BL. But then, even on their GR side, they started taking peaks. They started being proactive, catching Vitality off guard. And I think that those bridge fights that they won is the sign of life that I want to see more of on Port.
Well, if I'm a Vitality player, if I'm Vitality coach, I don't need to do just change any of my old playstyle or just the basic playstyle, as you can see, because you're playing versus Imperium. It's a team that's coming from the Cfwl, so you need to play slow, just play with your experience, try to make less strategies as you can, because you don't need to burn it. Don't need to burn the fast splits or the fakes or the lurks, the flanks. That can be done by the Vitality players. So that's why I believe that Vitality is just playing the basic A game for themselves and using their experience to capitalize and get rounds for themselves. On the other hand, Imperium is trying to get them neck to neck or trying to get them on their toes, but they can't do this versus Vitality, because, as I said, Vitality is the team that will give you no room on their blacklist side. So now when we are going to the map 2, which is going to be port, Imperium is going to be starting on global risk, and it's so global risk sided map. We're talking about maybe 70-30 global risk sided map port. So Vitality now is in a real challenge to take these controls, especially B tunnels controls or the A connector control, and use the split mids for port. So now we're going to be seeing how Vitality going to be capitalizing on these areas, how they're going to be using their strategies to take these controls, because I'm pretty sure that there is going to be fights for these controls.
Yeah, but well, if I'm looking at it from the side of Imperium, though, that's the question that I have. Like, if we're thinking about, hey, can they draw it out to all 3 maps in this set? How can they do it on port? As he said, they're going to be starting on most likely the better GR side here on port. And there are like a couple of pivotal fights that we can talk about, like of course the AWM fight on the bridge, but also really the defensive AWM from the GR side, just holding the entire line on the B side. That is also another important aspect. So, like, if you're thinking about the other side, right? Like, you got Slayer on the other side, you got Horus on the other side. If I'm Imperium, how do I shut those 2 most dangerous players down?
Well, as we mentioned, it's global sided map. So if you want to be going to the 3rd map, I believe that you need to finish the first half not less than 7-2, because other than that, I guess Vitality can just flip it on the global side, because as you mentioned, they have Slayer, which is the second sniper for his teammates. He usually lock in tunnels for his teammates, and Snare on A top locking in A side. So it's going to be very tough for Team Imperium to go on the blacklist side on port. So what they need to do is to try to get their defenses at the perfect timings for the enemy team, try to eliminate as much as possible in the mid, try to get the peaks mid control, because both of those two teams, I believe they're going to be picking mid more often.
Yeah, and I definitely do agree with that, and I think that we've seen teams made or even broken by those mid peaks especially. And really, port is an intriguing map in its own right, because from what we've seen here, for example, on the Black Widow, the GR side does have some potential. They get multi-kills on the holds, especially like in combination with the players from middle. If the timing is right, if they're like at the window on the A side, they're holding the B side door in combination with the other anchor on the side, they could actually find multi-kills. They could shut down the game. I don't think it's going to be as easy in port. There are a lot of open spaces, yes, but we've seen teams just know how to stack their flashes to get themselves a good entry, especially when they're walking out of the warehouse. And that is going to be the most important part for me, is that I know how good the utility game for Vitality is. Yes. My question to you, do you think that the utility and the stall is going to be enough for Imperium to actually get those 7 rounds in the first half? Because unfortunately, for as much as I know their level and potential, I don't know if they can get 7 rounds in one half.
Well, it's gonna be tough for them, but I'm talking how can they manage to get into the 3rd map? That's their only chance, because I believe their utility shouldn't be as good as Vitality's, because they are playing on the global side. So if you're talking about the blacklist side and Vitality's utility, this is number 1 rule on port. You need to have a perfect lineups for the utility for port in order for you to take BC control from mid, or B tunnels control from B long, or you take AC control, try to peek a side, maybe sneak a side as well. So you need to have a perfect utility for the even executing a side, because you need to be smoking off bridge, you need to be also flashing CT, you need to have a sync with the teammates so they don't get flashed by your flashes. So it's very, very tough map, especially on pushing a sides. And also, when you're trying to take BC control, you need to have a very good lineups for the BC flashes in order to flash the guy in BC, because he usually have advantage while he's just peeking from one angle, and you're just going into a small door where your body is just filling this door, so I can just spray down and kill everybody who's pushing. So I need to have a good lineups and also good splits on this side. So it's gonna be tough for Imperium. Yes, definitely. Hey, you need to remember that this is sport. This is Vitality sport. Last year they lost it only 1 time locally, which was in the regional finals versus LCK, former GG Gaming Gladiators. And at that time, when they lost it, they lost the whole series. So port is not one of the strongest map for Vitality. It's actually on paper their best after new compound, but it's now new compound. So we are talking about port as one of their best.
Yeah, and well, speaking of their best, that's what we have seen on the Black Widow. Statistically speaking, they've done a pretty fantastic job throughout their game. We're of course waiting to see the highlights, I guess. And well, when that does show up, it'll be a question of how can you stop Snare, right? There was a period where it was only 2 rounds, right? That we have seen, like the highlights coming in there, it's pretty much all Vitality. And they're so good on the trades, and that is the one thing that makes me a little bit scared for Imperium.
You ask how to stop there. You don't beat him. Try to avoid him. Try to avoid him, try to go somewhere else, try to lurk around. We're talking about Imperium, of course, players. Definitely, if you're talking about LCK, then you need to pick him. You need to go for him. He's a very talented player. He's one of the best in the league. He's just one of the best players here, as you mentioned. We're talking about Imperium here, so you just need to avoid him or just go as double. So whenever he picks one guy, you're just key for the trade. If you leave him take control, pick 1v1, trying to get facing that lead. So in that way, we win most of the duels. I'm not going to say all of the duels, but most of the duels. About 8% or more of the duels is going for Snare.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at those kind of duels that they are taking on the side of Vitality, it's like they never take duels where only one player is under risk. Like even here, yes, player is the sole anchor on the site, but Thompson is so close. Snare is so close to hold the site. And that's really where I'm most impressed with Vitality. And I think that Imperium can learn a bit from that. Of course, as you said, coming in from the Open League, it's a different level, especially playing against the champions. And I think it's a good learning experience for them, but I hope that it's going to be more than just learning on the port.
Yeah, more than just learning is gonna be a nightmare for Imperium. If they lose the first 2 or 3 rounds, as there will be no rooms for learning after that, because Vitality, if they got 2 or 3 rounds at the beginning of the half and while under the blacklist, then the chances of comeback for Imperium is just fading away slowly, and maybe we can see a larger gap in the score. So maybe it can be 10-2 or 10-3 for Vitality if Imperium did not capitalize and get the first 2-3 rounds and just push Vitality team to their next and try to make them use more of their strategies so they can at least apply some pressure on the players.
Yeah, and I feel like that pressure is really the one thing that we have seen them do the best. But let's see if they can keep up that pressure or not. It's Sport up next, and it's Sekio's and Trav's time to take it over.
Yeah, we think that it should be pretty easy again for Vitality, but, you know, as Penguin touched on, there is a world in which Imperium start on the favoured side. They could build up some rounds early, and we could see something fun from them. But I think reality, Sekio, is that the fact that it's what we thought before the game even began. Vitality should be winning this 1-2-0.
I believe they should be winning 2-0 in this series, but probably, like, at least I love that Penguin is giving them the benefit of the doubt. At least, like, you can pick your favorite side since it's a 70-30 map, so you can stack some rounds and try to counter when you're on the other side. So that's still a strat you can try and shove in or try to play with, but hopefully we can see that happening from Imperium. And it felt like they have some potential. Like, you saw the potential earlier on, like, I'd say a couple rounds in each half. They made some statements, they tried to compete, but like we know, the audience know, and everybody knows that Vitality they just rule the West League.
Yeah, they are the team to beat, right? And as you know, we mentioned it already that a couple of times, that it's quite literally the worst possible opponent for Imperium coming up from the Open League to play Vitality first up. They're going to have better games against some, opponents that aren't known for winning every single CFWL season. So, yeah, it's going to be a little bit better for them in time. But, it could even be better for them right here, right now. You never know. I think, as I said earlier, at the early portion of the first half of map 1, I did say that they were trying to maybe go for something a bit more passive. Wasn't working. Vitality's defaults, which is something that Penguin and Volt mentioned immediately, you might think that's one of the most easiest and simplest parts of CrossFire. Having a good default to prepare yourself for whatever maybe a team could throw at you early round, and then what then sets you up for late round is a very, very underrated aspect of it. And I think what we've seen from Vitality is that we've seen they have some of the best in the league, obviously for good reason, because they're winning the league more often than not last year. But yeah, I think that is something that sets you apart from other teams at this sort of level as well, because as soon as Imperium tried something a little bit different, tried to get a bit aggressive, there was like one round where they pushed B, I believe, that they got, cancelled out pretty immediately. So we'll see if that's the thing that comes into practice again here on map 2. It is Port. It's Vitality's pick, and we'll see if they can close this series out in 2-0 fashion.
This one was like Vitality's sweet spot, or like the place that they love to play. Port is one of their signature maps. Oh, Rez might get 3 players at this. Double Slayer makes it one, and it feels like Imperium are making the strat that actually Penguin mentioned. If you wanna beat Snare, you gotta take at least 2 players to take Snare or Slayer. At least at this point, it's a 3v2 situation, but the control over the tunnel here goes to Vitality, dropping this C4. I believe they might try to just play it a bit aggressive here and trying to go for A, clearing each side, but the nade makes it easier for them to control.
Lots of damage done. Got Horus and Snare both walking wounded, very low HP, and that gives Riz 1 kill back. But he needs a full 1v3 to make this one happen. A bit of movement up on the flank, but does he want to commit to it? Doesn't look like he does want to at the moment. The bomb is planted, so he's going to have to get his skates on. The clock above his head, he's going to have to try and find a duel on both these 2 players, but Snake doesn't even land to get close. Good kill from him, and Vitality get off to a winning start immediately on their map pick.
Yeah, really good start from Vitality on Port, and it feels that actually it's not about that. Like, they're just playing their game, they're doing their stuff. Snare in a 1v2 fashion, he peeks one and he gets another.
Angle needs to be held by Snare, and he's done a very good job as the rotation comes in to try and retake the bomb site. Bomb's not even planted yet, but they've kind of got full control of it, haven't they, already? They're all over it. They don't even need to rush, because they know they've got all the time in the world to get it down. Sure, it allowed down Riz and Exelon to get a little bit closer, but not really close enough.
Closer. Planted. The B side. Look at the jungle here. Immediate trades, seeing the split screen here. Snake. 2 players get the first, second, maybe drop off, but the pistol is off. Deliver Horus here for the final kill, and another one for Vitality. You love to see it, and you love to watch the execution lead they have just made in the B side.
Love the split screen as well, as you say. I think that is a nice little factor. We're going to see, especially when we have that screen in a 1v1 in the future. That'll be an excellent little feature to put into play, seeing both POVs in those moments. Stair once again gets an opening pick, and as Penguin said, just got to try and avoid him. But avoiding him is difficult, because if you try and avoid him, he'll come looking for you. Horus will run down Riz. It's a good trade on him as well. Next on, and down to the last 2 players remaining. Good one on Snare, but Horus is there to always be a reliable trader. Now they know where Damp is, so they can try and herd the C4 away. But Damp is 1 step ahead here, actually. 1 step ahead of the game, looking for the peaks. There's the information. It does big damage on Snake, but Slayer catches him with the M14 through the box. You know how powerful that can be with the wallbang. So that is Vitality still looking clean.
He's on the job just to take them down. I love the early nade, trying to make some setup here and making some trades in the middle. At the same time, you can see the split execution to A side. They're just trying to enter here. I believe they might just try to use some util damp. Just dropping some shots. Horus with the trade. Jump shot here and there. Horus gives them the control, and A side is fully taken by Vitality. The plant come through, and what's their counter strat here to just try and play for the post plant fight?
Trying to brute force it. I think Frapsy and Jaguar here, they've got no other choice other than try and win the round. They go down to Horus, is waiting for him to come through that smoke, and they know where Jaguar is coming from. It is comfortable. And of course, it's a map as well that is more often than not, of course, Imperium sided right now. They're in a position where they should be getting the rounds early doors. They should be the ones putting the numbers in early, but there's just a bit of a difference between these two. Snare's feeling confident, as you can see. Vitality trying a little bit of a change up to maybe keep Imperium on their toes, because they can't just keep doing the same thing every single round. That's why Snare B-hopped in mid to try and get that kill, but not possible, and I think Imperium should be able to hold on to a 5v2 here.
Yeah, but those are Snake and Tots, and you can't just give it to them. Oh, yeah, never mind. It's a Snake versus the entire world, and it's collapsing in front of him. And finally, Imperium just got their round 3-1 on the scoreboard. And you love to see that Dump is one of those players that whenever Imperium are getting rounds or doing something, he's the key player. He takes doubles, he takes 3 kills, he loses control, info. It feels like he's one of the key players. It's Dump and Rez. Both of them are showing a lot of potential here.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Damp and Jaguar have the most experience from playing in CFWL in years gone by as well. I think mostly with Anubis, right? I remember correctly. So yeah, they know what it's all about. Utility set up there in middle. Toxin putting a few bullets through that smoke as the rotations were crossing. The GR-sided map should be giving Imperium a bit more of a chance here, but once again, Vitality, I think they just got a lot of progress. Riz kind of knows that's happening as well. He's already fallen back to kind of about as far as he could fall back to as well. So Vitality looking to play a slower round here just to feel it out.
Feels like the central area that Penguin mentioned earlier. I don't see it coming here, but what we can see is Vitality dropping neutral, going through mid, and boom, Horus just makes it easier for them to enter the B side. 1 drop, second, third, and Vitality just through with it. B side is fully cleared now. 2 versus 3 situation. Raz and Dump both can make a lot of stuff since Dodson is pretty low in HP. It's still doable. 30 seconds on the clock. Razed. Still waiting. Through the smokes makes it 2v2.
That's all Damp though. We know he's kind of been the main man so far. It would love to be him to make this clutch happen, but when Snare has the angle, there is no way out. It was a great kill on Slayer actually, but Snare's set up to deliver once again. And in the black and yellow of Vitality, he's making Vitality look just as good as they seem to look in most esports they participate in. Snail once again opening the round onto his main rival in Damp as well. Quick 5v4, looking to make it 6-1.
And they picked the perfect horse for the run in CF West League. Vitality. Speaking of Tods and Snakes, Snare, Horus, Slayer, they're just magnificent to watch. Their plays, they're always on the hunt and on the clock to try to improve, getting better and better at the game. 1M dropping 2 here. Snare with a sneaky sniper shot with Tods in. They just threw within a seconds. Imperium sweeped out.
Yeah, looking very solid for Vitality. Black and yellow on the blacklist side. Maybe on the favoured side of the map.
Maybe.
They're buzzing away beautifully right now. Damp gets his 1 kill, but immediately for us, and we know how clean he can be on that HK. Not a gun you really spray with all too much necessarily. Ready for these sort of bursts and taps at mid-range. We will see a lot of that from Famous over the course of the season, I'm sure. Maybe even later on today. Perhaps he will get one kill back from Snare. But he actually does hold the line for that rotation as well of Horus. So he's actually recovered the round for Imperium, put him in an advantage. And now he knows he can't die, because he's got his team the advantage. It would be silly to throw it away from here.
Rabzi is making a lot of effort in this round, makes it a 3v2. Still keep in mind that Trest is pretty low HP, holding the site. Two here, Todzen and the Snake. I believe they might just try to go for a double beak here. Both of them are rushing into Snake, double into him, knowing that he got the most HP. Todzen goes with the trade, but a Vitality in a blink of an eye. Todzen and Snake with the Crossfire. Oh, that's disgusting too much.
That's what they can do, man. That is what they can do. Like, even if they're in a disadvantage, if they've got control of the bomb site, it will feel like it's them who actually have the advantage.
That's why they're in Vitality. That's
why they are in Vitality. You are spot on with that. Damp and Frapsy holding the line, looking to try and deliver, and they have a bit more free reign here, but finally dealt with by Slayer. Now it's interesting. Once again, back into a 3v3. Very quick opening to this round. Still 2 minutes to go, and we've got a 3v3 early.
Shots are raining. Frapsy through the smokes, trying to get some in his hand. Quadra for him. Might go for the ace here. Slayer left alone. And yeah, I love what Frapsy just made. 4 sniper shots. TRG intact.
Oh, this is so winnable though. I have a feeling.
Is it?
Psycho. I have a feeling.
Oh.
I don't know. Slayer in a 1v3.
Actually, he have done it before in CFS.
He's done it before.
So...
He's also had the entire bomb site all to himself. He's got plenty of time to get that C4 plus. They're still trying to clear out different positions because they don't know where Slayer's got off to. And that time really is ticking. What has Slayer got for us? Can he have something special? There is one. They now know where he is, though. Can he maneuver back behind the ledge? He can. There's a second. 13 seconds after that bomb. Does he know where Riz is coming from? He does not. He didn't realise at the last second. And in the end, Imperium are bailed out by Riz.
Come on, Slayer. It looked so good. And also, speaking of Slayer, he expected that they're trying to go into the site with a split execution, 2 from one side and the third goes with a flank position on him. He had a really good lead, but he didn't expect them to have this weird spot trying to triple peek him. And it ended up with him getting a double kill. Yeah, you felt it, and he almost did it. 7-2 on the scoreboard. We still have 3 more rounds to get Vitality this W, and feels like they're closer than ever to just finish this game in a few more rounds. And like, from my perspective, it feels like the second half might go as 3-1 in the scoreboard. What do you think?
Yeah, it kind of does feel like it's going to be likely, doesn't it? Like that little graphic we had there, having the player cams all in a row at the bottom. Shout out to production, by the way. Like, that they've, for this season of CFWL, they put a lot of extra effort into the graphics, into the HUD, into all these little bits and pieces to make the broadcast better. I'm liking it. I really am seeing the effort. So, shout out to everyone behind the scenes. I'm liking it. Snare, Snake, and Totsin under a lot of pressure in this round, though. Snake is in a bit of trouble, but he will get his 1. Can he make it 2? He can, and now Snare's in position as well. He might be low HP, but do not count him out of the round. There's another one to add to his tally. Can he survive for any longer? It's a 2v2 with a minute left.
Sneaky play from Snake. Steps up to his name. Just make it 3 kills. Goes to Snare, and 2 to Snake. Probably Rez is left alone. He doesn't have the C4, and it's guarded. They're just guarding the place. C4 intact. Rez doesn't want to make a lot of sound here. Drops one. Oh, keep in mind that Snare is pretty low in HP. This shot doesn't land, but at least he got the information that he's here. 1v1 situation. Pistol shot. Trying to juggle, and Snare takes it home.
That's actually such a shame, man. I feel like he played that pretty much the best he could possibly play that, because he had to jump across the angle to, set snares, aim off a little bit. He had to pre-fire him to get a few bullets through, and he did get one more, I think, through the wall. But Snare just pre-fired him with the pistol. Bit of a shame, actually. I think he did everything he possibly could there to win that clutch, but Snare is just too strong more often than not, isn't he?
He's him.
He is him. That is a factual statement.
Shots coming. I go through the vent here. Todson is holding a pixel angle. Still waiting for Frebzy. Sees his gun, sees his body, and just drops him to midlife. Also, at the same time, if you saw in the minimap, they're just trying to go with a split execution. And they dropped one, and they're just entering B-side. They know that it's almost clear here, but immediate rotation comes from the rest. Ouch.
Snare gets one more, though. And they're getting ever closer to getting this game done and dusted and getting a clean start to their season. Snare's even managed to find one more with his pistol. He is just reigning supreme again. 15-7. Having a whale of a time at the moment. Todson just jump spotting as well, waiting for Frapsy and Jaguar to force their way forward. He's now going to play time, wait for Snake to come in and rotate and help out. And there you go, there is the one. Should be a trade. Not a trade, though. Frapsy's done very, very well. 1 HP left, pretty much. Nearest makes no difference, and Horus realises that. He pushes aggressively, takes a few taps with the pistol, and that's all it took. Vitality, 1 away.
Feels like Imperium, they're making some individual progress. Like you see Frebzy stepping up at one round, Dump makes the same, Rez try to do some stuff, so they're more of an individual team more than they're playing as one unit. Like you see that one player needs to step up at certain rounds, certain points, and looking at the rounds that they almost looked pretty close, but Vitality got 92 on the scoreboard, and it feels like this is the last round of this series. And as expected, analysts, players, everyone knows that Vitality are favored to win this game.
Yep, let's see if they can close it cleanly. There might be a little bit left for Imperium here. It's still only a 4v4. Horus and Frapsy down earlier. Props to Damp and Frapsy. They've actually been looking really good on the snipers. Try and get some frags back into these rounds and get some progress in these early scenarios. Damp has found one of his kills on Snare. That's a big scalp to take, obviously. Snake will see a couple of players drop down. Could be a lineup. And he gets himself the 1, though. So again, a 1-for-1. Again, a 2v2. Nades could come in and do a lot of damage on that angle for Riz. And there we go. Todson comes and helps out. Little jiggle pick, little duck up and down. And now down pitch is 2 away. Too far gone from this situation. Sure, he has the C4. That could be something. But right now, he's kind of just waiting to see if one of these Vitality players overpeaks.
Holding the spot. Slayer. Oh, he's down. Makes it to 1v1. Still got that dream. Tom's just trying to go as fast as possible to the B side. Plant might goes in, and it's a 1v1 Todson. Can he do it? Still got Sniper. AK. On the other hand, actually, Dom just.
Sorry.
Oh, he had information. Oh, can he stick?
Nice
Actually, he's going for it.
Oh, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter either way. Like, he knew that he could stick it, full stamp into the open, and yeah, really make him look like a bit of a fool in the end. It's a comfortable defuse for Todson, and I think that's a comfortable game for Vitality. That is, to be honest with you, completely expected. Vitality came in as the defending champions from CFWL in 2025 last year. They went 14-0 in Split 2 last year. Now they are starting 1-0 in 2026 as well. Against the team coming up from the CFOL, there was never going to be any other result there.
It's expected. Like you're coming from the open league, you're still trying to find your best case or like your place in the league. I believe playing versus the reigning champion, the defender, the guys that ruled CF West League the entire year the last year. It's a lot harder for them to compete and. Getting this performance, it felt like some of the players still have a lot of stuff to prove through the course of the series. I believe that Imperium, they still got a lot of stuff in their pocket. And speaking of those stuff, probably Penguin and Volt got a lot of explanation what happened in the second game and on the entire series. And that's the transition.
Well, thank you, Zeki. You got the transition on cue, but Penguin, really, you and I might actually have to talk about it because you were right about something. It was a 7-2 indeed, but it was a 7-2 for the BL side on the start of the sport.
Well, I believe that. I believe that, as I said, because we said that if you do not secure more rounds of the global side, it will be one-sided to Vitality, and that's exactly what happened. So. Vitality just showed some very good performance. Honestly, they only showed some default gameplay. They showed how to control sides, how to use their utilities, but they played a bit faster than Black Widow. They tried to go for controls more. They had a very decent and phenomenal controls, and we've seen the fast B-sides. Fast B-side pushes that worked very well with them, also followed up by fast A-side push, then going back to B-side. They started doing this for some couple of rounds, and then they used mid to go to B-side. All of them were successful because of how Horus used to enter the side. In my opinion, the MVP of this map was Snare. He did very good. He had the most kills, I believe, and he did a big damage to Imperium roster. Talking about the Imperium roster, the guys played very well. Frabzy showed up big. Maybe Nextland didn't have his best games. Still, he was getting pushed and clumped everywhere when they were pushing aside, or even when he's trying to retake on B-sides. So for Imperium team or roster, we're talking about the guys are trying to show and prove themselves. So Dan proved himself very well. Frabzy is doing the same as well right now, and we believe that the others also by time can just prove themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that's at least the hope that we have, right? That they can actually show their full level eventually. And I do agree with you, the double AWM setup eventually did actually post up some good results, but it took them a while to get that. I feel like the AWM from the start on the A site, they would have had a bit more stability. That's where, as you said, Nixon struggled a little bit when he was anchoring with the rifle, and didn't work out too well with them for the HK. And well, this actually puts us in a, well, as we said, the expected position. I believe that you're right. It's 16 kills, if I'm not mistaken, for Snare.
Yeah, 16
should be the MVP for the day, and that pretty much does actually put Vitality exactly in a position that they want to be, right? Starting off successful very early on, didn't really let the game go. And the most important part of it that I want to touch on a little bit, that you talked about, they were really fast on the B side. And usually, whenever you're watching, like the top teams go up face-to-face on this sport, the house control is so pivotal from the GR side. Imperium just could not handle the pace that we have seen from the side of Vitality.
Well, as you said, it's usually the fights around the house, around B-board, BB or BC. That's where the action or the crossfire action is made. So, in my opinion, Vitality had the better gunfights. They have the numbers advantage usually. They go also as doubles. They try to get the lurks or try to get the flanks. So, in my opinion, Vitality just did everything they need. It's just a fight between the first place of the first league last season and the new addition to the league, so we cannot say much about that, and we cannot just underestimate Imperium because this is their first time. As I said, the individuals are doing good. Traps is trying to step up, and he did. And also Damp, we are just gaining some individual sides, some good players. That's we first time see them on the league.
I mean, you can even see that from the highlights, right? Like, sure, Vitality, aggressive, but the mechanical level is definitely there for Imperium. It's just like, you look at some of those duels, for example, like right there for me was one of the biggest examples where they're trying to set the high-low, but they don't really play for the trades as well as Vitality. And I feel like that 2-on-3 clutch that we have seen on the A side, or sorry, on the B side rather, is actually the big part. That right there. Like, that was an excellent crossfire,
Almost.
and Imperium couldn't break it down.
Yeah, that shows the experience gap between the good the players from Vitality and the players also from PM, because they are aware of some positions, they know some positions, and also we've seen Talzin when he was trying to make the defuse, he could have sticked it as Trav said, and he just went for the kill. So as I said, Vitality played it very basic, played very fast, also on blacklist, which is not normal, by the way. When you watch other port games, you will not be able to see all the teams trying to play as fast as you have seen Vitality. Talking about the highlights, as we can see, Snake was 1.17 KD, Horus 1.38, and Snare 2.0. As I said, he's one of the MVPs of this series, not only this map. 10-2 for Vitality. On the other hand, as we can see, Frabzy and Damp, they are doing very good job, especially Frabzy, who stepped up very big times on some clutches, on some trades, double kills that we've seen from him. Damp is very consistent in my opinion, and he's one of the best players in IMPERIUM.
Yeah, I definitely think that there's more to be had off Jaguar. I've seen his level. I know that he can perform better than today. Today is just a tough matchup against a very tough team to beat, and really the question becomes, can they find that stability, right? Because as we said, there are two phases, fortunately enough for them, but as you know, the results carry over. So if they want to have a chance at the playoffs, at the final two spots, they will really need to rely on finding success, like from maps game 3 onwards, right? I mean, we've talked about Snare. I feel like we can't do him justice here today. We will probably see the best of him later down the line when they actually take on the teams like the unKnights of the world, the LCKs of the world, and hell, even some of the more underdogs, right? Like you talked about 3BL Galaxy and Anubis. They're tough teams to beat. They're teams that, as you've said, that got reinforcements and young players that they think got what it takes to push them over into that A tier. And I'm really excited to see what he and Horus got to do and will be able to provide once they get into the tougher matchups.
Yeah, well, what I like about Snare, that this guy is just no matter what he's watching or no matter what he's playing versus who, he just delivers, and he's one of the top performers for his team. So I guess Snare, I don't want to say that I want to see him versus the other teams, because I've seen him tons versus those teams. But what we've seen, what we always see from him right now, is usually making it like he's the star or the most valuable player for Vitality. He's the one who's leading the team usually, and he's the guy who's like taking controls, trying to get trades, trying to do whatever he wants for his teammate, and he delivers every time. And 1.93 KD, I guess, consolidated between the two games. It's a serious KD, and it's a very good for a start for himself.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, good look. I think that Snare deserves the MVP for the series. And, well, plus 13 is definitely a really good look when you consider how little rounds were actually played here today. But as we've said, I like what I'm seeing from Imperium. I definitely think that they got what it takes, but the throne remains to be unshaked. Domestically, at least, nobody can lay a hand on Vitality. Not even the new dogs on the block. And, well, I mean, we talked about Imperium, what that holds for the future. Penguin, do you think that Vitality got what it takes to continue their unbeaten?
I'm not saying they got what it takes, because they already have it. We can say the other teams got what it takes to take Vitality down, because this is the crowned champions. This is the back-to-back champions of West League Season 1, Season 2, 2025. So we would ask this question for the other teams, for the LCK and from the Nemesis, starting from the 8-year teams, because they made just some roster changes and they have like some other organization and everything. So what does those teams have what it takes to take down Vitality? That's the question we're going to be seeing, especially that tonight we have one of the derbies versus Nemesis versus LCK.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you said that. I'm just leaning on the Travis angle, right? Where he talked about how Vitality knows that they got a target on their head, that they still got a lot more to do. I believe that they want international success. They want to reach like a semi-final of a CFS or something like that. And that has to be their target, of course, for the future. But for today, Still got a couple more series to be played, the first one of which, after this brief break, is going to be 3BL against unKnights, two teams that got what it takes to be contenders, are dark horses right now, and only one of them will start off this season with the win.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams, as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Menacing, not able to get free. Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just makes it. Zane has what about Chris here? Yes, Trevor Mary here going for that swing.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Back to the 2026 Phase 1 of the first season of the CrossFire West League. Still, Penguin and myself, Volt, here for you to guide over what is going to be now our second match of the day. Is 3BL Galaxy taking on unKnights, two teams that you've put in the B tier for the B list. And, well, I feel like unKnights are closer to the A tier than 3BL, but there's definitely a lot of potential in the 3BL core and the roster. A lot of experience as well. You've seen the two teams, you've played against them extensively, Penguin. So with those new two iterations, though, how do you feel about this matchup and how do you think it will fare?
Well, definitely, I can assure you that this game is going to be way, way, way closer than the first game, because we're talking about two B tier teams. Yeah, of course, unKnights is closer to A tier, but why is they are in B tier? Because they have like a lot of roster changes, and also they have one North American player which is famous. The difference in the time zone will make the team just practice less practice for them, because the time zone is not matching for them, and famous is also not 24/7 available for the practice games, so they usually practice with MKZ. This is something that people should know, that mostly MKZ is filling the practice games, not famous. But famous, when it comes to the online tournament or it comes to the West League, he just knows how to get the kills and he knows how to get the win for his teammates. So that's why the matchup is very spicy. Yeah, 3BL, now they reformed, they have a new roster, they have a new not new IGL, but they have Hunt as an IGL, and they have a new addition for the first time in the West League, which is Omega, one of the newest entries, or let's say that is the entry fragger for his teammate. I'm just super excited to see this roster playing, and also I'm super excited to see unKnights, how they're going to perform as famous on the side.
Yeah, I feel like definitely famous is the talk of the town here in this game. Not to take anything away from the players of 3BL Galaxy, but we kind of know like what Hunt is supposed to do, what Sad is supposed to do. Like Munti, if he's playing, he's a sub at least for now. But yeah, like I think that there's definitely some talk for Omega as well. But like famous and his run with Swamp last year has kind of solidified him as like on the same caliber of when you're talking about a Spoxy, you're talking about a Snare, a Horus, like the top tier players in the league. I think that he's definitely made his case that he's one of those guys. And with an unKnights, that of course, you know, the core of the ping pong pals, they're already a dangerous team. They're already a team that will make playoffs. So I think that a little bit of firepower could the thing that pushed them into the top four, into the elite group. And at least that is the expectation. If you know, we got one team in Vitality that has been the champion for the last year, two teams that are contending with them. So now that leaves one final spot for the three teams.
Exactly.
What we have proceeded to be the B tier. And unKnights have got the firepower to take that fourth position in the league.
Yeah, definitely they are closer for this playoff spot. They have the experience, they have the knowledge, they have the teammates, they have Petro is one of the best one of the best captains and IGLs in West League, because we've seen him leading unKnights to some phenomenal performances back in 2023, then 2024 but then going 2025 with Ping Pong Pals, doing very, very good job putting them into top 4 team. I believe that this matchup is the battle of IGLs, Hunt and Petro, because who is going to be leading his team better? Because these two teams, they never met together or they never faced each other. We don't have history for those two teams because the rosters changed. But Hunt knows Petro and Petro knows Hunt. So that's what's going to shape the matchup versus both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, we talked about unKnights a bit. We can like expand on 3BL a little bit, of course. As you said, like the core of bad intentions. You have a lot of history with TBI, of course. And I feel like it's a good team, right? Like I'm thinking about Hunt, King, and Sad. I think that's already such a good core for a team to be competitive. And that's really the one thing that at least is in my head. Is like, hey, we got those three. We know Omega can do good things from 911. It's just a question of now, when you actually look at unKnights, well, Gainer is out, as we've said, but yeah, I'm still a bit on the fence about the team. Yes, there's definitely some really good stuff, but when I'm also thinking about like 3BL and Anubis, I'm thinking, hey, like there's definitely a lot of potential on those two sides, a potential that they can definitely realize on.
Well, if you're gonna trade a Gainer for Famous, I would take it all day.
Yeah,
No
I'll take it
offense-
every way. Every
No, no offense to a Gainer, but it's just Famous. You're just gonna take Famous. You can trade Famous to anybody. Even if I'm playing and in my prime and you trade Famous for me, I guess all my teammates would just approve this transaction immediately. So it's just Famous. He's one of the best players. So yeah, exactly. Famous stepping in as an addition for this roster is very good, and then Petro claiming back his iconic name unKnights, the team that he built from the scratch, from the CFL 2022, putting it into CFS League 2023, going into CFS 2024, making history for his teammates, even as a coach on 2025 with Storm Gaming. Now he's back to play and compete with Famous back to back and trying to get wins for the teammates. So that's a very good situation. So for 3BL, they've got Omega, they've got Noxin. Noxin, just to mention, is one of the best players right now, and we've seen him in TBI. He was the best player in TBI last season. He was just promoted to the senior team of TBI after he was playing CFOL with other teams, and now he wants to prove himself once more because this is his second season, his second appearance in the CFS League, and we've seen what is he capable of. Omega is his first appearance. Dizzy is his first appearance as a main player in the regular season, and now Sadon Hunt leading the three players into wins that needs to be achieved by these teams.
Yeah, and this is a necessary win here because basically, like, at least I guess our expectation is that they should have a bit of an easier time against both Imperium and Swamp when it comes to those games in the schedule. But this is the game that at least should be the more attainable one, right? When you're looking at teams on their caliber and up in like Vitality, LCK, and even like you're talking about Anubis and now unKnights and there on the other side, like this is the game that for one of those two teams can punch them up a notch. And you know, we can talk about that a bit. We can talk about the leading for the team, but I definitely feel like it's gonna rely a lot on Sad in the team. I think that Hunt is gonna call a fair game. I think it's just about rallying the troops, as you said. Like Noxin is a good player in his own right, but I mean, if you're talking like head to head for star, maybe I'll take Famous over even Noxin right now. But I think that the firepower of the combined 5 from 3BL Galaxy is the thing that can actually give them the lead over unKnights.
Well, if you're talking about the star players, yes, definitely it's going to be Noxin versus Famous. But if you're talking about leading the teams, it's definitely Hunt, not Sad, versus Petro, because Hunt is the main core IGL. Sad is supporting because he's a sniper. He's supporting with the second IGL in calls, and Hunt is taking all on his shoulders. So he's trying to move on with his teammates with the new role that he's having right now. On the other hand, Petro is doing this casually for like 4 years in a row right now, leading the teams, IGLing the players, having whatever he wants, doing the fakes, playing slow, trying to do his iconic play style, because we've seen him winning games, tournaments, going to CFS with this play style. So he's known for his iconic play style. The question is, the slow play style that's coming from Petro right now, will it be encountered by 3BL Galaxy? Will there be a counter strategy for it? Will 3BL Galaxy try to play way faster to force unKnights to play fast, or will they just cope with them and go alongside with them and go with the flow, play also very slow, try to get the slowest picks, avoid Famous, that's for sure, and try to get the rounds for your teammates. And the veto also will just say its word in the big times, because the maps right now, we're not talking about Vitality. Both teams are, I believe that they don't play the 7 map, maybe 6, maybe 7, but perfectly I guess it's gonna be 4 or 5 maps.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that that's maybe where the 3BL team can actually struggle a little bit, right? Like, you know, you're adding a lot of players. It's really a core of a couple of guys that have played together, but the rest of the team, like what 911 played when Omega was there, and what Noxin have done in the Open League, and then you combine them with like Sad and Hunt, it could be a different game. Their veto could be completely scrambled from scratch for this new year. But at least for unKnights, we know what the core of this team likes to play. We know what they like to do. And I would definitely say that they're a team that maybe I wouldn't really take them for a lot of a cross in the I would say, the whole best of 5. But in the best of 3, if they get a favorable veto, they can definitely have a run for my money, at least. You know, when I'm thinking about Ping Pong Pals and like what they have done, they're a team that don't really play much port, at least from what I remember, right? Like I've seen them ban the port a fair bit. I've seen them also really like the Ankara. So that's maybe something that they could lean into that I don't think that 3BL team is going to be that happy with. And then it comes to the question, if I'm 3BL, do I ban the Ankara or do I just roll with it and hope that my map pick is going to also be good enough to maybe push us for a 3-mapper here?
Well, if you're not gonna play Ankara, then you're definitely gonna go for Black Widow. So in my opinion, they should play Ankara if it is Ankara. But I believe that there will be a compound, there will be a sub base definitely, because 3BL likes to have sub base. In case Petro is not playing sub base, because he usually never played sub base and he usually permaban sub base. So if he permaban sub base, that means that he will take one of the strongest maps for 3BL. So right now, as we can see, this is the 3BL Galaxy roster. While going into the new change, Avin, FaZe, Booker, they left, and they have the new additions Noxin and Sad into the main roster. Of course, alongside with Dizzy. Sad is the second IGL for the team. Noxin is the entry, Omega, and Hunt is the IGL and captain for 3BL Galaxy. So quite few changes, but mainly this is the most reformed team that you can see. I guess it's the team with the most changes.
Yeah, here's the thing, a fair bit of changes, I do agree, but luckily for them, I feel like they got a core of enough stable players, veteran players in Hunt and Sad, that they can try to carry them over the line, and really, like, that's the one thing that I'm happy about, right? I think, again, just like Imperium, they're a team that, much like as we've said, like them and Anubis, they're going to take a little bit to get going. But once they get going, they can be pretty dangerous in their own right. And that is going to be an intriguing part. But, well, intrigue no more. Let's actually head to the interview and see what we have at our hands. Okay, first of all, I hope you're doing well. And welcome to 2026 in our new league.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Hello,
okay, hello, how are you doing? First of all, I mean, I'm just gonna ask one question, dip away, let Penguin handle the rest. But yeah, like, how do you feel about where Penguin have actually put you in the tier list? Do you think that you are a contender and maybe you can push into playoffs, as he has said? Or do you actually think that, no, like, you actually solidly belong in the top 4 with the core of the PPP?
No, I think he's right. Like, we have, like, we just reformed our lineup, so I think he's totally right about his rank up. We're just gonna show him wrong, but thing like right now it's like a solid and fair ranking he did.
I love you, Petro. That's exactly what I said. I ranked you in on B because we are talking about the shuffling that you've done. But let me ask you a question. How's the vibes right now in your team, especially that you are having now one of the best players in the West League, if not the best right now, which is famous, and I know that he has like different time zone. How's the vibes? How's the practice games going with you, and how do you feel with the new roster?
I mean, we basically had to do some sacrifice because like we cannot track every time like every other team, but I think the chemistry is like pretty good right now. We involve like at a good pace because we have a new coach as well, and yeah, I'm like happy. We are all like having some fun when we are practicing, so I think we are on the good way.
Yeah, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. Any last words for your fans before going into this matchup, because it's very important. As I said, putting one win at the beginning of the West League will just moving you forward and stronger in the league.
All I can say is that we're gonna do our max. Every match, every map, we're gonna try our best and we're gonna try to make it.
Yeah, okay, well,
thank you,
good luck to you, Pietro. Yeah, and good luck to unKnights, and hopefully we'll see the better of you guys in the games themselves. So I'll let you go. Get ready for the veto. Get ready for the map. And again, thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, he was clear, and he was just clear. He said, yeah, maybe we're right because of the shuffles, and that's what he needs to prove wrong right now. Not for me, but for the fans and for everybody, that he said maybe Petro is not going to be making it into top 4, maybe the reshuffling, maybe the practice, and the tough situations that they put because of the different time zones from Famous. As you know, that Famous has a different time zone, so if you want to practice with EU, it's going to be like 3-4 a.m. for Famous, which is going to be tough for him, and he's also working. So he said that, we had to sacrifice these practice games in order to have one of the best players in the West League, which is Famous. He's pretty clear about it.
Yeah, and to be fair, again, like, there are worlds where I would say that's too much of a compromise, but in this one. I don't really have much of a problem against it. As we said, Famous is one of the best players in the West right now. But, well, for one of the veterans that is looking to make a comeback into the top tier stage, we got Hunt from 3BL for our next interview.
Oh.
Hello, assalamu alaikum, Hunt. Hope you're doing well, homie. How are you feeling for today? How do you feel about it? Like, unKnights think that they can prove people that they belong to the top. Do you think that you can do the same, or do you actually think that, hey, like, there's still some work to be done with the new additions to the team?
Yeah, we're trying the best actually. We're trying our best. We practiced a lot, to be honest. We started very early than any other team. So let's see what we bring to the table.
Talking about starting early, what is your motivation, guys, for this matchup? What makes you motivated that you want to win this match, especially that it's at the beginning of the West League and you guys are playing versus unKnights, Swarm Gaming, ex-Swarm Gaming Famous also in the roster?
It's gonna be, maybe it's gonna be tough against Famous because, you know, he hits a lot. But yeah, we really need to win everything, you know. This is our goal, to go EWC and CFS.
Exactly, that's our goal. Do you have any other words for your fans before going into this matchup, especially that this is a new roster and a lot of fans just want to be watching the new roster of 3BL going into this season? Do you have any words for your fans?
This year gonna be different, and we love you guys.
Thank you, Hunt. Okay, thank you. This is solid words from Hunt. Okay, we're gonna be leaving you to also for the V2 and for the preparations, and we will go back to our analytical point of view, talking about both teams. Thank you.
Bye.
See you.
Yeah. Amazing vibes. Really. Like that's the thing, right? I feel like that's the thing that we can talk about. Like, the vibes are the 3BL camp. Whenever it was the older iteration, even the iteration in the Open League, now this, there's always some magic with 3BL. Like, we here in Egypt kind of know it a bit too well. Like, I guess that maybe it can actually affect the team, and they always have great mental, and I feel like that's one of the most important things, is that we have seen some of the other teams, you know, when I'm thinking about like 999, Entropy before, I've seen some teams, unfortunately, I would say mentally collapse and not perform to their highest level. With 3BL, that is never the case. Like, maybe they don't perform to their best, but they don't really underperform that much.
Exactly, and let me ask you about this. What is your predictions? Okay.
Well, there it is. Yeah, I know. I'm a betrayer. I know. Hey, okay. It's Famous though. I cannot predict against Famous. I am sorry to everyone in 3BL. I love you guys.
It's me against you all guys. Okay. I'm gonna take these stakes. My stakes are high. I'm gonna go for 3BL. I'm gonna stick with 3BL. The guys are in gaming house, as we can see, and they're just super hyped. They said that they started early, as Hunt mentioned. I believe they started maybe on December as a roster to get the preparation, which is in 2025. That means that they are 4 months together. Yes, they reshuffled also the same as unKnights, but starting early, this should give you an edge versus unKnights.
Yeah, not only starting early, as you've said, since they're all Egyptians, they're all playing together.
Yes,
very apparently from the house as well. It is a big factor, right? Like the communication, the team building, it's real, guys. That's why gaming house do exist, and I think that might be one of the biggest factors here for today, is like how much preparation the two teams have done, because there's definitely denying that if you're talking about the entirety of the 5, more experience is definitely there from unKnights, but I think practice makes perfect, and 3BL Galaxy should have a lot more of that.
Yeah, practice makes perfect, and they started practicing really early, so that means we should see a very strong performance coming from them. Of course, we are waiting for the map veto right now, and the map veto is gonna it's gonna be very, very, very hard to predict what maps is gonna be banned, what maps is gonna be picked, because as I said, the teams are just reshuffled. The Petri used to never play sub base, and Famous used to be very strong on sub base, so maybe Famous had his word and he tried to convince them to play sub base. That's what we're gonna be seeing right now. We don't have any knowledge about those two teams, and now we're going to be starting to see if they can play sub-base right now, or you will just keep banning it as a team. As we can see on unKnights in front of us, it's everybody's here. HTZ, Snox, Petro, Famous, LSY, just 6 hyped. Famous looks still kinda focusing. He's doing the meditation that he needs. He's the best player, as we mentioned. HTZ also one of the best snipers. I've played versus HTZ for years, and he just made me sometimes mad going versus him. And as you can see now, the roster from 3BL and everybody looks also very focused. Noxin looks very focused as well. And yeah, they look just very, very focused.
Yeah, I mean, focus is high, as we said. Big stakes here at this game. And I am certain that they'll be very wary actually up next on the chopping block. Because as we said, like, this is the game that will mean a lot. The veto and it's eagle eye to actually be picked by 3BL. I mean, I understand the bans, right? Like, Subbase is still out from unKnights, so still there, but then they pick new compound, which is going to be our first look at it at the West League here from the side of unKnights. And I think they can look at the look of joy. They might think that they actually won a little bit on the veto.
Yeah, well, honestly, if you're talking about this veto, it's kind of biased around unKnights because you have decided as an Ankara and you're playing one of your strongest maps, also compound. But you never underestimate 3BL, but as I said, the veto is going to be so important for both teams. In my opinion, unKnights won their first fight, which is the veto and map selection, because they picked one of their strongest maps, which is New Compound, and they forced 3BL Galaxy to go on through Ankara, which is the iconic for Petro, and Petro as well, as we mentioned, that he's never playing Subbase. I don't think we're going to be seeing Petro playing Subbase unless he's maybe first place with like 50 points ahead of his second place opponent, so maybe at this time he can play Subbase.
Yeah, and again, like, I think that the veto is pretty fair for unKnights. I'd say more than fair.
Yes,
I do agree. But we'll have to wait and see if 3BL Galaxy have a surprise in store. And, well, in store is the game itself. So let's toss it over to our casters and let them have a day with it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Volt. Thank you, Penguin. Great coverage there on the pre-show for this game. And yeah, they kind of started off talking about it without a shadow of a doubt. This game will be closer, I feel like, than our first game of the day. And yeah, I think at the end of the day, we look at the lineups, right? We see that 3BL, as we've said, are all, you know, playing together. They're all in their team house. Sure, brilliant. And we know there's going to be maybe a bit of a ping issue, a lack of practice issue with Famous playing with unKnights. Does that matter? He might just headshot them out of the server. That's what that man can do.
Having Famous with team unKnights
is on Discord, please, sir.
My bad on this. As I was just saying, having Famous on unKnights and the West League is a huge addition to the team, and seeing that they have just like in the interview talked with Penguin that they are totally fine with having them set at B tier. They know that we had a lot of shuffle when it comes to this team, and they're trying to say just like, hey, you have us on B tier, let's prove that you're wrong. That's for them. And of course for team 3BL Galaxy, a new roster and a big shoe to fill. Like, you're playing after we had Horus, Todd's, Snake, Snare, like the players were amazing, and you're holding the same name team at least. So I hope that I don't think that they can fill the shoe when the entire team is still competing in the league itself. But the question for me, can they at least prove that yes, we're here to get to top 4 as they have said in the interview, or can they actually make it to AWC, or it's just dreams?
Yeah, I mean, look, if I'm to be cynical, like I often am, I think it might just be dreams, and whether they become a reality, I think would be, maybe I would doubt, going by some of the other teams in the league so far, of course, that we know what they're capable of. But we shall see. You never know. And I think, you know, I do think in general they are going to play better than they have in previous seasons. I think, you know, TBI, if you look at some of the previous seasons they played in CFWL 2025 in Split 1 and Split 2, I think in general actually they were more often than not near the bottom. I think they had one decent run, I should say, in one of the seasons prior. But now, of course, they've made a few changes. They brought 3BL supporting them. And I think, you know, Penguin's right. There is a couple of players that I remember watching from some of those teams, like Noxin, for example, that is a very talented player coming up from the Egyptian scene, of which, of course, we have many Egyptians playing. So if he stands out in what is a big pool of Egyptian players, then he must be doing something right.
Of course, and seeing the roster itself, they have a really good player in the substitute area. They have King. He played with, I would say, the previous team that participated, not 3PL. TBI, yeah, TBI. He played in TBI, and he was one of the key players. He was first an attacker, then an IGL, and after that a captain. So having him as an addition and being in the substitute, it means like he's here to support the team at least mentally through the time that he can't play. And after he finished his military service, I believe he's still in it. Still have like 7 months or 9 months in the military service. We probably will see him step into the bench and do wonders with the team, I believe.
Yeah, we shall see. Of course, we shall see which way this series goes as well. I just have no clue at all which way this is going to go. I've done Knights purely because of one man, Mr. Famous. We'll see if that really becomes a reality or not. Yeah, but look, Penguin likes supporting his compatriots. I get that. I love him. He supports his friends. But yeah, there is a reason why we picked Knights. Let's see how it's going to go. A bit of a weird veto as well. I mean, I think a veto that I'm actually wanting to see how it will play out, because Eagle Eye and New Compound are maybe a little bit more of, not a surprise maybe massively, but there were definitely other options that these teams could have gone for. Anyway, Snux is under a lot of pressure. Early game does really well there to get one and go down. To be able to trade was probably better than it could have been for him. And 3BL will now look to try and advance up the map.
They are. And also, funny enough, the map POV looks pretty weird on top of the left corner. But I love the zoom out that we have. Team 3BL are marching to A site, taking the long road. And it feels like there is only one guy holding the site, HDZ, and he's down Noxix. Noxix might just try to enter here. Famous goes for the one, immediately traded to V1. Actually, make it 1v1 Desi versus Petrium.
Ooh. They're very close now. Has got the opportunity to plant the C4, so he'll do that. And Pietro's low HP, so he's going to try and make a play that is the most unpredictable one. Go around the world and catch the wrong way. Is that something he can do on this low HP? Or there's the information. Fortunately now, it's very difficult for him. Is there a world in which he can win this clutch? It's difficult playing on these very tough angles to get these kills from, but he actually doesn't know where Pietro, and Pietro will get it done. One of the most experienced players, of course, in the CFWL. We've seen him do some great work with teams in days gone by, especially with Ping Pong Pals last season, which is a bit more of a mixed team, right? So, yeah, I mean, even when it's you kind of got the same players we've got on unKnights now, that selection of players look really, really good under him. So yeah, I think he's still got the ability, and clearly in that 1v1 clutch he did a great job there as well.
Yeah, also Pietro is one of the players that competed for a long time in the CF West League. He finished second in 2023 Season 2 and 2024 Season 1. It was the closest that he can get to a title. He didn't win any finals, but at least he was pretty close to getting one. So he's definitely trying to get the glory again, trying to get back into the right pace, the right spot to at least be in the top 4. And I believe with this lineup, they're looking pretty good. Like they have him and Famous, like both of them. I would say like I am a fan for Famous. Like I love watching him through at least the course of time. He has been around for like, I don't know, more than years. 10 to 13 years, something like that.
I think so, yeah. Like if you look back at his like Liquipedia profile history, he has like results on CrossFire dating back to 2013 in like big Crossfire Stars events. So yeah, it is crazy the longevity of some of these players, and obviously as you can clearly see, he might not be like on as much of a top maybe he once was, but he very individual ability. and kind of always has, it feels like. So yeah, that's why we like watching him play.
And speaking of his individual ability, remember CFS 2025, he was one of the highly rated players in the entire tournament. He had like a really crazy KD, and he was just like, yeah, he's one of the top 5 players, if I'm not mistaken, or like top 10 players in the entire tournament. And he left with his team on the group stage. He was just like, yeah, I'm here to have fun. Threw some shots, and I remember at one game he had like 26 kills, which was pretty crazy for a losing game. Like, you're losing so hard, but you're performing so well, so famous. Like, you can't like close your eyes on famous. But for me, I still have only one question: can he do the same thing with Hyping?
Well, I mean, look, in previous seasons, it's been a bit up and down, but I think he's made it work when he was playing with Swamp Gaming, right? More often than not, I think he knows what goes with playing on higher ping. He knows how to how to pre-fire. He knows how to jiggle these angles. You're playing at what is supposedly a disadvantage, right? And maybe sometimes just going swing could also help because you maybe have a bit more time to react on higher ping. Who knows? But yeah, it's always going to be a factor, but he's been totally fine with it in previous seasons we've watched him play. I mean, he just has that ability, right? I mean, if you can... it's a match made in heaven. I mean, it goes without saying, every single broadcast that we have done in CFWL, when we've watched famous play, the HK is made in heaven, and everyone knows it too. It's a secret, is it? Like, everyone talks about it. So yeah, we'll see if we can see more of that today. And Pietro's already got the first round on the board for the team, so that is a good start to grab, considering that was not an easy 1v1 to win.
It's not like he was pretty low in HP, but he played it pretty smart, as you have mentioned. He's just like, he's throwing a decoy, or at least to smoke something to grab the attention of the 3PL player, and he went all around on the turret, and he just went for 2 shots, takes him down, and got the first round in touch for his team. And unKnights, like, it's just like 1 round, but you love that they are on one page, even though that they are playing versus 3BL. And I don't know, like, I just have a feeling that 3BL will be the next TBI somehow. Like, 3BL Galaxy, like, I hope they can get back into the same spot or same slot they were a few years ago, but the names, the numbers, everything, that doesn't add up when it comes to, can they actually, like, do they actually have what it takes to be in the top 4 or at least top 6?
Yeah, that's going to be tough, right? I mean, 3BL might be associated with names of players that have done really well in CrossFire, West League over the course of time, but yeah, they are obviously picking up a team that you'd hope would be a contender at least, right, for that top 4, but maybe not necessarily much higher than that. We'll see anyway. We have got some information from production that the technical pause is due to the fact that 3BL had to restart their computers. So I'll tell you that as the reason. So while we wait for that, Sekio, talk to me about your day. You've woken up and gone straight into casting, right? Did you have anything for breakfast? Did you manage to get some food down you before we started today?
Before starting, no, but like in the previous break, I just sneaked into the kitchen and just like, what do we have here? And it's like in Egypt, or like in the place we're living in, where we have it Saeed. It's like a national. Oh, actually, no. It's a religious
dish, or
religious holiday.
Sorry. Okay.
It's a religious holiday we have.
Yeah.
And today is the first day of Eid. It comes after the month of Ramadan. So, month of Ramadan, for people that doesn't know, we can't eat or drink from the sunset till the from the sunrise till the sunset. So that's the first day after Ramadan. So I just went to the kitchen, sneaked in it, and was like, oh, we have food. Bonk, bonk. And I went back to my PC on the break. What did you have, actually? I believe it's kind of late for you.
Yeah,
Or-
so for me, the brawl started around 4 p.m. It's currently 6:30 in the evening, 35 minutes past 6 in the evening. So a seeded bagel, just toasted, pretty simple. And I had my lunch before we went live, pretty much. So I had some fuel today. I had just a regular sandwich, some crisps, and an apple, and some grapes, and some other fruit and stuff like that. So it's kind of nice. It's a little up. I'm telling you right now, my dinner will be very late tonight, though. Going by these tech courses, unfortunately. So, yeah, we're gonna have to cope throughout the day, but not as much as you guys have to do with Ramadan. So I'm not gonna complain. You guys have it, you guys have to go through that. I shouldn't be complaining about not eating throughout the day or not eating for a long period of time. That's wrong of me. That's very poor. So
No. It's not like that. It's like we always. I don't know what I'm talking about right now, but it's still it's
easy
really
though.
fun.
You guys are used to it, right? So
yeah,
like
over time, it's just like you get used to it. Actually, fun fact: some people think that if you eat in front of Muslim while we're fasting, we're like starving or hungry, but no, like funny enough, we just like hold our phones and through reels we just watch cooking videos and like watching like people making turkeys, people making a lot of wonderful dishes, and I'm just like, yeah, it's fine, we'll eat in just a couple of hours. Totally fine.
Well,
as like
there you go. I think I'm actually the same because I'm vegetarian, right? So people that eat like meat in front of me, like, Travis, are you okay with this? It's like, no man, just have at it. Like, you can eat what you want. I have no problem with what you're gonna eat. That's your life. That's my life. Phil, have at it. I'm not gonna judge you in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, it's never been an issue for me either in that sort of way. So yeah, I think what was it I have also kind of experienced as well, as I believe we've got 1 minute to go before 3BL are back in the server. Hopefully it's not too long. Production accumulated while we're chatting about useless things to fill the show.
No. Actually, I will mention something about this. Like, since in Egypt, back in the time, we used to play an average 90 to 100 ping on EOS servers, which is, as you know, it's pretty deadly. Like, you can't even move, you can't play. But when we had the chance to play in 80 ping, it was like, we're living the dream. Currently we're playing 40 or something like that, 40-ish. But like, seeing the progress or the stuff that happened through the years when it comes to the internet and being able to play in pretty low ping, that brought us to today. We're having a lot of pro players playing in CF and starting to get to see a lot of names in multiple esports games. It feels pretty good, and at the same time, I have like, I remember a funny incident happened before in 3BL, since like I had like a lot of friends worked in 3BL. Before an official game, 2 PCs exploded. Funny enough, like they're just
exploded?
like, you're opening the PC, and I mean it, like it went like a bomb. And they had no electricity and the gaming house, and funny enough, they just like had to rush to a internet cafe to play the tournament from that place. It was hilarious.
That's crazy.
Seeing like a full competitive team.
What exploded? Was it like the CPU or the graphics card or the power supply maybe? Power supply
one
looks more
PC
likely.
had the power supply. Other one, I believe, like when the power supply exploded or something wrong happened, the entire electricity went off on the.
Oh my goodness!
Apartment.
Okay, so it tripped it. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah,
because I can imagine that's the main thing. Like, the power supply is most likely to be the thing that would go. So, yeah, that's pretty insane. Anyway, I believe we're starting very, very soon. So, apologise for the waffling, guys. I'm keeping up to date with what's going on. We are getting information from our lovely production team as soon as when we know 3BL are going to go live and we're ready to play. So hopefully it won't be too long. It's within the next few minutes, they're saying. So we won't be talking about random things for too much longer. We'll be talking about the game. And yeah, as a reminder for maybe people who've forgotten, Here, of course. Don't forget, Pietro did win that 1v1 in the first round of the game. That was a great clutch 2 win, and it will hopefully set them up pretty well to do more of that, because it's a it's kind of Eagle Eye's a weird map in a way, kind of a unique type map of the way it kind of plays out. Very sort of long ranges. You kind of almost see the entire map from certain higher vantage points. And yeah, I'll have to see how it will go in the future. And we are ready to go back live, so thank you for sticking with us. We had a number of issues to try and resolve. We'll see if that's is something we can have to have a chat about later. But for now, Pietro will start round 2 with a kill on Amiga. We've already lost a Hunter as well, and we've got Famous tapping away like we know he does, and immediately 2 kills as if it's nothing.
Yeah, that's Famous, and that's what he does. Just playing with the AK, making it look simple, and he's just that he knows what he's doing, and he goes for a pretty aggressive trade here, drops down. Oh, it feels like a little bit, and unKnights just drops 3 players, but only Sad left alone on 3PL.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. He's got a long way to go. And he's got very low HP as well. Got some cool tunes in his position. We love that. But, yeah, I'm not entirely sure they are going to help him win the round. He might have what is somewhat of a free sight. You can kind of see where all the unKnights players are. They're quite a long way away from Sad's position. But Pietro knows not to overswing too hard, to figure out where he's playing from, and he gets the timing anyway. Sad gets caught looking the wrong way. So 3-0 start.
3-0 start, and Hazin or Sad, he had like 70, like a wrong nade or something. If whatever get closer to him, you know that he's down to ashes. Patreon Snox. They're step in here to A side, trying to cover. Also, it feels like 3BL might try to have their setup. They get closer here, trying to go for a long trade. Famous. Actually, Famous photo looks pretty weird. Like they're speaking and no one is holding the keyboard or mouse, but they're actually doing a lot of work here.
Pietro will get his 1. And I think they've broken through this time with 3BL. Look at the damage. Snox and LSY now down very low. It looks like this will be the way 3BL get their opening round. You never know though. Surely Sad will swing, and he does swing, and actually it's a pretty clean way to get both of them to close off the round. That is not something you see too often. Very quick double. Oh, look at the spam through these smokes as well. Early damage. Look how fast Nox has pushed forward, but they're not expecting him in that position, and thankfully Noxin will jump his way in to trade that, and a second as well on LSY to make sure that it's a 3v3 still.
Yeah, Noxin with a double kill, but it's still so hard for Hunt and Sad. Their position is pretty bad. Yeah, exactly. I was just mentioning their position is pretty bad, and immediately Pietro just went in, snagged them out, and went for round number 4 for U and K. And unKnights, they feel like they're in control of Eagle Eye, even though it feels like this map is 60-40. It's a lot better when it comes to playing defense. Yeah, we all know that, since the map is pretty... actually, no, for the attackers, since the map is pretty long, you can just have really good rotation that matters the most. But at this point, it feels like 3BL Galaxy are dropping a lot of rounds at the start of the game. I don't know, can Dizzy, Hunt, Noxin step up and do some individual play. Speaking of individual play, Famous peaked 4 players, got one, and snatched it out of 2 of him.
He always gets his one, doesn't he? It feels like. But that time he got traded a bit too quickly for his liking, and said we'll stop Pietro from rotating round. So again, 3BL growing into the game now. Back up to a 4v2. Will ironically probably make it a 4-2 scoreline as well in a matter of a few moments. The long-range sniping I was talking about, LSY playing up above in the tower. He'll get one back, and Stox is in a pretty good position, but now he's shown his position and revealed where he's coming from. So, sure, bomb not yet planted. You can see where it is dropped. That's going to have to be retrieved by Sad, most likely. And now we're seeing DZY going all the way through. Now LSY is pretty stuck. They know where he was. They can both rotate round to pick up that C4 and get it down. Should be no big rush. That's why it does get a little information as well, and he is still in this round. It should be too much to deal with. Now with the C4 planted too.
Sure, he's still in the round. It's a lot harder now. You gotta get closer. LSY just got some information. Easy Noxon. Can just rush him as a 2v1 exactly. Noxon went for the triple kill. Okay, Noxon. He got some bad ideas to make, but it doesn't matter. At least he got the round, and he immediately just jumped it off. Like, yeah, I'm sick of it. Like, it's a lot of pressure here doing that, but it's still getting closer and closer with the rounds, and Dizzy with the open kill.
Can we continue to spectate every single 3BL player throughout the rest of the game, just so we can listen to the slow jazz that plays whenever we watch them? I think that would be a great way to enjoy the broadcast, I think.
I love the music. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, look at this execute. This is flashes
Famous?
upon flashes upon flashes, and Famous is so blind. I think blind for the full duration of that flash is pretty crazy. No way he realised what was going on there. He could have shot, and he did shoot, but obviously didn't know where he was aiming. Being that blind. So it'll be a lovely entry, a lovely execute, a very fast play from 3BL, and they're absolutely growing into the game now.
Going into the game with 5 players. Only LSY left alone. Went down to Grave. And they're slowly but surely, Team 3BL is getting back to the game. At least trying to get closer with more rounds. The previous stun and Famous made a huge impact on the round, at least through getting an early catch. Plus having the ability to have control over one site that really matters. And what matters the most is what's your next step, next play. Trying to go for a flash grenade and getting closer and closer into A spot here, playing perfectly when it comes to the defense trades to make it 3BL are actually falling like dominoes.
Yeah, it's a great recovery from Pietro. Double kill there is huge. He's up to 10 kills already, is Pietro. He's loving life early game here for unKnights. They might have lost 3 rounds in a row, but they're going to break that now, you would think, unless Sad can do something crazy.
Does he have the C4?
He does.
Oh. And actually have control over A side, so... I mean, it's not that easy to make it, but it's doable. Yeah, just stay here. I love the music.
This has never been a thing before. I don't know if I've just not discovered this before, but yeah, I don't know. I have not heard,
Yeah, same.
Blacklist players that play slow jazz. That is something new for me. Saz dropped down to try and get this 1v2-1, but unfortunately he was not allowed to reposition before he got pounced upon by Pietro and LSY. So they will get the bomb defused, and that is unKnights up to 5 now.
I believe that's the last round in the first half. stakes are high, but unKnights, they're just exploding the place here on 3BL. Noxin, we still have high hopes for this player. He got 8 kills under his name, Desi. They're rushing pretty hard into the A side, getting spotted. Noxin actually will be the first one to drop. Han goes for the trade, famous. Dropping down again, 3v2 situation. And Snox go flank, but look at Sad with the pistol shots. Makes it harder. 1v1 Sad. Can he clutch it? And he does.
Good job, and I like that 3BL there. They realised earlier, they ran it back with one of the faster rushes, and it worked really well earlier. They decided, look, we just lost a round, let's run it back again. It worked well again. They seem to have a really good handle on how to execute onto that side of the map. And yeah, the utility they were using there was excellent. So I think that is the main thing that I can give them praise for, even though unKnights might have the slight lead.
Yeah, Knights still have the slight lead, and as you have mentioned, they're coming back from a pretty tough spot that they were in. They lost 3 rounds in a row, and they're just scrambling through ashes, and then we're back into 5-4 spot, and I believe like this game is pretty close. We might even go to an overtime with those teams, and I love that Team 3BL and how can I say, they're like, for me we still have some new names like Noxin. Dizzy, I've not seen him play for a long time, so having players that were pinched, having players that are still new talents in the league to show us this performance versus one of the really stacked teams is pretty brilliant, impressive.
Yeah, I think they're doing well at the moment, and I do like the calls they're making overall. I think it's pretty solid. I think unKnights have won a couple of rounds that have actually been very close. We remember the first round in the entire game was the Pietro 1v1. There was that one where Sad had an opportunity to clutch but couldn't close it. And yeah, you might have always said that was on the unKnights' favour, but still, it was a good round to win, or a good round to get close to. And you could look back at it and say there are maybe 2 or 3 rounds that could have gone the other way. They could have easily gone the other way, and it could have been 3BL winning the half. So yeah, pretty competitive as we thought it would be. It's a complete difference, of course, from the Vitality game earlier. We were expecting Vitality to stomp teams like IMPERIUM, and they did. And as we thought, this would be very close, and it has been so far.
And it shows that the 4 months of practice that Penguin mentioned earlier, the players had a lot of time to practice, to have some new strats, to be able to at least trying to find new strats, trying to find the play style that they should play with. It shows that they have made the choice, and they're pretty close into getting to understanding, even though after, as we have mentioned and as we have saw, that they had, I believe, 2 players change. Boker went out, and I can't remember the other 2, but still 4 months of practice, it's paying off, even though that's only the first series in the entire split for them. You're playing versus unKnights, you're playing versus a big name, and you're making a point that you're here, you're still trying, and hopefully you can find your identity by the middle of the season, or at least after we finish phase.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a good chance they can do that. I mean, there might be a lot of changes, there might be a lot of back and forth, there might be players that, as we've been talking about with unKnights, who maybe can't practice full time, whereas 3BL are obviously in the server, in their team house the majority of the time. They have a lot of chance to have IRL synergy, rather than just talking online, which is a big difference. We saw them doing the classic fist bumps back and forth when they're in their team house. Hopefully, we will try and sort out the timings of those cameras, because it did kind of spoil a few of the rounds earlier on, with the cameras being a little bit ahead of the gameplay. But yeah, I think the main thing for me is, as you say, like Penguin mentioned it, it's a battle between and being in person with each other, and some of the individual ability that we've got on our Knights, namely Famous. And actually, to be fair, Pietro's put in a great level early game here as well. And we know, it's definitely an eclectic mix. The unKnights team, right? I mean, you've got HDZ from China, Pietro Belgium, Stocks Germany, LSY Portugal, and Famous the United States. It is worldwide, that team. And of course, that can come with its own challenges as well. But they've been used to that. They've been very used to that for multiple seasons, right? So they'll know how to do it.
It feels like you have 4 languages in one place. You have Portuguese, you have English, you have Chinese, as you have mentioned.
Yeah.
Or like 3 or 4 languages. It's pretty hard. And like when it comes to scrimming, man, it should be pretty even. It should be harder, like since different in time zones. And as they have mentioned in the pre-interview, that sometimes they have to drop some scrims to drop the practice for the time zones difference, but it's all of the cost of having Famous in their team. And of course the entire team is showing pretty great, even though they didn't have a lot of time to practice. And speaking of practice, and speaking of that, having a full team in one place might also fire back. Like you're at your gaming house, the place that you're playing from, sometimes stuff IRL happens that makes player, I would say, not perform 100%. Maybe if they talked, if they had like a heated argument, it would be pretty hard for them to get back into being the same team. It will take a lot of time to be able to get back into this situation. Also, there is like a phase, we call it the honeymoon phase, whenever the team is just new into one place, or like having to play with each other. It's a lot easier. And when you have like 6-8 months in practice in one place, sometimes, or like it happens always, like they start just arguing, having a lot of hiccups, a lot of stuff that it usually doesn't happen. But if you manage to come over this part of the team itself, you know that you're building yourself an Avengers team.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I always remember from the season as well is like kind of the attitude of Hunt and King. Is that I was talking about it in chat with the people earlier. I remember his name. Who was it in Twitch chat earlier? It was Jonko with the famous emote. Hunt smashing the desk or whatever, right? So that's a famous emote and GIF that's been floating around for a while. Some of these guys can be pretty fiery, right? They're passionate. They want to win, and that's what we all like to see. And as you mentioned, that can sometimes lead to maybe some disagreements and stuff like that, especially if you're in person. You never know. So yeah, shout out Jonko for the banger GIF. I now have that emote back again. We had that as a GIF on our previous production Discord, which we used all the time because it's just so funny. But I think the GIF got deleted, so it just shows up as like a box now, unfortunately. So now we've got the GIF back, and we now know what it's all about. So shout out to Jonko. I can find a way to make that a Discord GIF again. All thanks to him. But yeah, as I said, issues are different, and so that can be something different to get a handle on, whether you're from the same country or not.
Of course. And for me now, it feels like I really want to have a question for the chatters, for like the people in the chat here. Your expectations on this series? I believe we have a lot of 3PL Galaxy supporters in the chat. It seems like we have a lot of them. So what's your expectations for the team, and what do you feel about the new roster synergy stuff? From, I know like we didn't have a handful of games, or like not even a one game, like a full game for Team 3BL, through the course of the first half of our first game here. How do you feel about it? Like what's the
look at me right now, chat. Type 1 if 3BL are winning. Type 2 if our Knights are winning. Okay, we'll count the votes. I'll be watching. Behave. We have to stall. Right now, obviously, we're in the process of stalling because players are just too slow joining the server. So there's nothing we can do. We don't have the magic button to start the game. Unfortunately, it's been the case in Crossfire for God knows how many years with players just being really, really slow to join. So hopefully, we'll get that sorted out soon.
Once we see
the and once we see the delay catches up for Twitch chat as well, we'll be able to talk about some of what you guys are saying about the game as well. So, of course, we run with a delay for competitive integrity purposes, obviously. So, I think with the fact that they obviously are taking a while to get back in the server as well, it's always, does that change their idea? Does it change their plans in any way? Because obviously you can have an idea going into a round, and then maybe they would longer tech pause and do they have a new idea? Do they want to do something else now they've thought about it a bit or not? So we don't know. Hopefully we're starting in the next few seconds. Production says starting now, and there we go.
Yeah, I was about to say that might lead to adrenaline rush that Team 3BL Galaxy have to slow a bit to get a little bit down, and Team unKnights to get a little bit on fire into this game. And speaking of that, DZ just drops the first skill here, but immediately traded 1, 2, 3, 4. 3BL are falling like dominoes. Oh my god, only Hunt left.
Yeah, that was very quick. Very speedy start to the second half here. And that's where we like a bit of pacey Crossfire. This map can lend itself to a lot of those plays as well, especially over toward the A side of the map. unKnights now up 6-4. I'm trying to put some spams through that smoke, and obviously doing it when he's near the edge of the box, so maybe it's a bit harder to spam him back or know where he's playing from.
No, actually, there's something. Only Team 3BL had the jazz music. unKnights are on the other side.
True.
It's only for 3BL, so I actually like it. It's something in their identity. And speaking of their identity, 3BL Galaxy, they're based on the upper side of Egypt, and currently they're expanding through the place. And speaking of expanding, Dizzy is just expanding his death timer to more than 1 minute till this round finished.
Oops. Sad we'll get one more back though. And the bomb's not down yet, so they are herding it over toward B. So you'd think they'd get it down sooner rather than later, but rotations are quick, obviously. Sad is now going to try and have a light long, but the C4 should be planted. There we go. But Noxton is found famous. That's famous going without a frag in this one, I believe. So now with the bomb timer on 26, they're going to try and retake. Sad, Noxton and Amiga, kind of maybe the three most talented players on the team, you could argue. Some of the names that have really been talked up by Penguin on the desk, obviously. Let's see what they can do. Force their way back in. Tough angles to face, tough angles to fight. HDZ will find Noxton. Amiga, good trade though. There's a chance he can get more where that came from, but not possible. Now Sad's got a very tough task ahead of him, and that's why we'll put him down. So, unKnights will keep going in the second half, up to 7-4 now, creeping closer to that finish line.
It's pretty closer, and it feels like the adrenaline rush that 3BL had earlier on this game. It's drawing down 3 more rounds. It's still a long road, but 1 more round will make it a lot harder for 3BL Galaxy. And seeing the default strat that they're making, trying to wait and maybe not look for an early pick, but at least hold places, counting util that have been used. And speaking of util have been used, a lot of nades have thrown down, so 3BL Galaxy got something in the bag. Exactly. Mr. Sad drops AWM shot.
The votes came in as the delay caught up. I see 4 2s and 2 1s. So, that's your favourite confirmed. Doesn't surprise me. Lots of fans this team has. Famous will creep up. Maybe the man with the most fans in the entirety of CrossFire, especially in this league. Pietro will go down to sad though, so this could be 3BL getting on the board for the first time this half. Hunt will miss his shot though. That's a kill back for Snox. So now they can put some pressure on the B side of the map. We've got Sad repositioning. Famous will again get his 1 kill. But Amiga's there to take him down immediately. So 3v2, 3BL slight advantage.
Still having lots of time to decide where to go. That's exactly not what unKnights have on the other side. I love that 3BL are rotating to the A side. Sad just makes it look easy. Knocks in with the support. Drops round number 5 for Team 3BL. And the game is just like they're toe-to-toe, head-to-head. It's pretty close.
Oh, there we go.
Oh my god, Famous just drops a triple kill in 1 second. Just blink, just 3.
That was clean. There we go. First famous moment of the 2026 CFWL. There'll be plenty more, I promise you. Just tapping as if it's the easiest thing in the world. 3 immediate frags.
100 pink boys away.
There we go. Famous will even get another 1 to the tally too by clearing out Sad. And that is what the man can do. We've got a bit of a timeout coming through now, so 8-5 will be the scoreline as we look to try and restart. I think this is I'm pretty sure this is a tactical. I mean, I may be misheard production, but either way, I think they do kind of need it, 3BL, because they're getting ever closer to losing this map 1, unfortunately, for them.
Yep, they were pretty close, at least in the first half, 5-4, but
yeah,
when we just flipped the places, the script just went south. Feels like Team 3BL Galaxy are not in shape when it's to playing both sides, or at least they don't perform at the same level. At least the first half they showed really good rounds, and as you have mentioned, it was pretty close between both of them in multiple rounds, but in the other half, it's just like Famous dropped triple kill once. Sad actually did the same thing with his sniper. It didn't win like what Famous did. Famous just like, yeah, 1, 2, 3 headshots and they're down. It felt a lot better, but still, they still have 2 more rounds. Maybe trying to get back with them, or at least trying to cook for the hard comeback.
Yeah, I think right now they are, I think, feeling pretty comfortable, and of course we know the sort of state before the game. We expected it to be a lot closer. It has been, but now unKnights are kind of creeping clear a little bit, and 3BL are they're not looking bad. I think there's no argument at all to say they've been outplayed entirely. As I said earlier, there was a couple of very, very close rounds in that first half that could have gone either way, which didn't go their way. So yeah, we shall see if they can force their way back in. But as we kind of discussed earlier, it's always a discussion when it comes to a battle like this. Is it going to be the pure firepower of unKnights, especially with Famous on the roster, or will it be would it be the synergy of a team playing in a team house together? And at the moment, the firepower's winning.
It does, it's looking pretty good. unKnights and their first game on CF West, Crossfire West League, they're looking pretty solid roster, and it feels like Penguin gonna reassure himself, like rethink about like, do they really belong to the B tier? Can you make them get a little bit higher? Still, one of the games that I will be waiting to see unKnight versus Team Vitality, of course. They hold the crown, so I believe that till now, unKnights, we have not seen most of the teams till now, but unKnights, they're one of the teams that you have their name as the top 3, top 4 teams for the
Dark
entire
horse.
game. And we're back to the game again. 8-5 onto the scoreboard. Omega whiffs a lot of shots. Nox just trades immediately Hunt with a sniper kill.
Famous will get one kill back. LSY will find that one too, and that's round done just like that. Very, very simple. And despite the pause, 3BL have not found a way to fix things, and now our Knights are just one away from taking, or what of course is the 3BL map pick of Eagle Eye. New compound is to come. That should be a fun one, seeing how that map will play out. But our Knights feel in complete control at the moment. Finally a bit of an answer back from DZY, and there we go. There we go. 3 kills. Must be having a famous moment for his own.
That's how you love to see it. Desi with the sniper shot, throwing 1, 2, 3. Lineup is pretty crazy. Omega makes it better. HDZ just tries to trade a little bit, but Team 3PL, you still have 3 more rounds to get to the overtime. No margin for error when it comes to Team 3PL. One mistake will throw them off.
Yeah, that's the issue. Famous gets himself his 1-for-1 early again. And now that's actually will force the pace of my Knights a little bit. Pushing up toward the outskirts of B. You can see actually all 4 of the 3BL players know what's going on. They're kind of surrounding them as such with the rotation. They've almost kind of got them blocked in, particularly with Hunt's position here as well, to catch a player that could be falling back. And Noxon's already ready for HDZ forcing his way forward, so that's a great kill back into the man advantage now.
Shift in the wind. It's a 4v3, still doable for a Knight. Hunt. I believe that Dizzy, if you try to go through the tunnel, might go for a crazy flank here, but Hunt drops down, makes it equal. The problem is Nox is pretty low in HP. He's like 8 HP exactly. So one mistake, he will drop off 1 minute. Don't need to rush Team 3BL. And Noxon. Stakes are high for this player.
Yeah, playing in the corner, making sure that he can see a bit of information as they force their way forward, and it actually works really well. He sees a player cross, it activates a teammate to peek off of his contact. That's the way you do it. And now very difficult for LSY to win the game here and now. He's got to get past this double man setup of Noxon and DZY. There is the one face, and he almost gets that kill, but it wasn't as clean as he would have wished it to be. And because of that, Noxon can help out and get the frag. So it was 4, then it was 3, now it is 2 to get to overtime.
Slowly coming back to Team 3PL. If they can keep it at the same pace, they can just go to what they're looking for, the overtime. It is 2 more minutes on the clock. Famous. We need another famous moment from you, sir, to just finish the first game of this series. But is it gonna be famous, Desi, or Noxon that got it in their pocket? Look at the minimap, you'll see that Desi is actually holding mid. Seeing an off angle here might get closer and closer, Famous, but you need to skip the stairs and like still have a lot of stuff to go with. But the default strat is here, and they have 3 stagnate.
Look at Pietro creeping through. He knows that position is so easy to wall bang your way out of trouble. Getting the kill on Amiga through the door. 1 minute 20 left in the round. Can the Knights get it closed here and now? Obviously, as you can see, C4 is only just going to be picked back up again. They dropped it in that position to keep it safe while they wait for these duels. And once again, Pietro doing so much damage. He did a great game. We'd love to see his numbers at the end. Of course, we've had a couple of interruptions, so it does reset the scoreboard. So I think it'd be great to know how many kills he's got. I reckon he's probably around 15 or 16 at this point. Having a great game. Hunt will get some information, but now he's got 3 players watching him. Great pick, though. Recovers it into a 4v4. Now he can fall back. Activate knocks in to help out. And unKnights are struggling to close the game here. Hunt playing with the angle, doing a great job at the moment. Gets leapt upon by Pietro in the end, though. And he's standing alive on very, very low HP somehow. Must be 1 HP. He does a Y, will take LSY in the end, but that should be the kill. It really makes a big difference. There's a big flank coming around as well to maybe make that one even harder for HDZ, but maybe not. Unfortunately for HDZ, he's now 1v2, and that's going to be too hard for him. Sad with a great double kill, and 3BL keep on standing.
Feels like you're watching a story, you're watching a movie that was directed by Team 3PL. It's just like dropping round after round after round, and it feels like it's time for unKnights to take tactical bows to see like what are they making. Like what's the mistakes that they're actually doing in this game. It feels like they have plenty of them to try and recover, and all what they're looking for is one more round. 3BL also still the same round, but to over.
Yeah, I think like there's a great chance of overtime now. I mean, the whole point of sort of this stage of the game is if you have a chance to pause it and throw off your opponent's momentum, which is what maybe unKnights are doing here. Who knows? Maybe that is the case. I don't know what the cause for the pause is. Apparently, according to production, players are not in the lobby. They disconnected. I think it is a tactical, to my knowledge. So they're just going to reconnect once they've done that. So. Yeah, it's the perfect time to do it. It is the perfect time to do it because they know 3BL are on a roll and they want to avoid going extra rounds, which is the main thing.
Yeah, it feels the adrenaline went back to them. Their blood pressure just went up, and they're just shooting right and left, dropping all unKnights players at this point. And when it comes to the strats itself, it feels like they're playing by default pretty good, and they know how to counter the A push by trying at least, or trying to have 2 people set on a crossfire position for the entry and waiting for the util. When you see the util that's coming towards you, they actually don't go for a lot of aggressive plays. If you have seen the previous round, they're just like holding position, play by book, and once they lost one, they immediately change their formation to have every I would say every pixel, every entry covered by the remaining 4 players.
Yeah, I think great opportunity to get this back now because sure, we've had a little tack pause. It has stopped the 3BL momentum, but they only need this one to close this game out. A bit of a dangerous jump spot there. HDZ will try and get on the line toward Hunt's position, and he will. He's forced him into a different angle. Big nade onto Famous early. Good damage.
They're changing their position a little bit. Look at Team 3PL. They have 4 players at A. Currently, it feels like Omega is just repositioning to have a lot of coverage, having the stairs by his side. Player number 2 had also covering, seeing a lot of smokes here, dropping back, holding a lot of angles at this point. And unKnights, at this point, they need to play it a little bit slow, wait for the util, and play on the timer. Still have 1 minute on the clock. Can they find the opening spot? Can they drop one early kill, at least in the fight, so they can actually push forward? And they choose to go for B side. Look at that. 1, 2, 3.
It's a good chance, I think, here for unKnights. I think they've chosen well. It can be very difficult for Noxon to hold on when there are 3 players swinging him, and there we go. Pietro double entries. Famous has found DZY on the lurk. You can see him coming round from the extra position. There's one more player to find, and Sad's in position. Pietro now knows it. Behind the wall, he now sees Hunt 2, but the bomb is down.
Hunt?
Can hold this back. Hunt will get one back. It's now back into a 2v2. Can they drag an overtime out of this game? That would be something. unKnights holding their ground on the site. Pietro will go for a massive swing, but Hunt's ready. Now all down to LSY to win the game. There's the headshot on Hunt. That's huge. And then he falls back to playtime against Sad. Will he go for a full-on hold here of this bomb, or will he go for the peak? He's going for the peak. He's gone for the fake. And LSY will get it done. Sad cannot clutch. And unKnights will just about, in the end, that tack pause did work out for them, sneak that map 1 win.
You love the play on the pressure on the timer that he had for the C4. He just waited a long time to have his time or like get back into the side, but it felt pretty good for them seeing the execution, seeing the play, and actually taking this small pause to be able to control everything. But let's not talk a lot about the game itself, since we have Volt, we have Penguin to throw all the stuff that can deal with the analyst desk and see after this game.
Thank you, Trav and Sekio, for that one. That was a really competitive game, I gotta say. A couple of big rounds on the GR side from the Galaxy, but I guess it wasn't enough between the experience, Pietro, and, well, the rest of the team, and I guess Famous being famous for a couple of rounds. unKnights were able to get that game over the line. 1 round away from overtime, still got it over in the end.
Well, that's the competitiveness of the new refreshed rosters, or the new shuffled rosters, as we can say. unKnights coming strong at the beginning of the rounds, and this is always been the enemy of 3BL. The slow start has been always the enemy. 3BL, they fall shortly at the beginning, and then they try to come back and try to play better, and then get the rounds that they've lost already at the beginning of the game, which is kind of always hard. But unKnights, they are still consistent on those wins, on those rounds. They try to capitalize on these kills, and we've seen the aggression coming from them at a global risk and as a blacklist, because as a global risk they pushed, they won the round, and as a blacklist they also pushed mid, they won the round. So, and even if when 3BL tried to push mid versus them, Famous got the famous 3k from him. So shout out to the unKnights guys, they deserve to win this game. And 3BL, honestly, it was not a very easy game for unKnights, and 3BL showed that they can just come back in the next map. Yes, it was 3BL's map pick. Well, then we've seen a very strong game between both of teams. Now he's going to be going for New Compound, which is one of the best maps also for Petro, and we know that the third map is also going to be Ankara. That's what we said about the map veto, that the map veto is not going to be in exactly favoring 3BL. It's going to be favoring more into unKnights roster.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we can both agree on that part. But one thing that we can talk upon a little bit is just how good a couple of the players from 3BL's side was. Because I believe it's very easy to look at unKnights at the win and say, hey, like, it was a good game from LSY at a couple of rounds. Of course, Famous as well. But, like, the head-to-head between Sad and HDZ, that was actually the most intriguing one of the game to me. Like, I feel like both snipers did really well, but it came down to the riflers in the end, and that is going to be really intriguing once we get to the second map. Of can the two snipers hold on to their effectiveness once we switch over Eagle Eye?
Well, I've seen, I guess, at the beginning of the game that 3BL suffered from a bit laggy start on their internet, because we've seen the players, like, we've seen Sad is not carrying the crazy kills that we used to see from him, and then they took a technical pause. I believe that maybe he started sorted out, and then he started shining at that time. But it was 1-4 in favor of unKnights, and HDZ had a very, very good start. His picks before pushing the side, and also on the global side, he was doing a lot of troubles for the guys on 3BL. And then I believe that after the technical pause, 3BL started pushing aside with using the utilities. They started flashing Famous on window, they started flashing Z on A top, which made a lot of troubles for them. So Petro needed to change few things a bit. He started pushing mid, started winning the rounds, and then started trying to pull HDZ to play from bottom A instead of playing from top A because of the utility usage and the perfect executions that's been done by TBL.
Yeah, I love. This is where I was actually leading into this, and you just brought it up. Like yes, on the GR side, playing a bit more defensive, but as you said, once 3BL got the control and was able to do good stuff with it, then they actually pushed on forward. We've seen the 3K from Famous because of that, and that position there, like top, both HDZ and LSY love to play a lot for support. Eventually, they decided, hey, let's switch up the plan. Whoever is going to be staying in A can be a bit more defensive because we're going to take the space in mid. We're not going to allow 3BL Galaxy even to start the play. Not just because of like the A side being a little bit weak, but I feel like that just gave a lot more freedom to the bridge players than that when the side of 3BL went over to the A side. It was so much easier for the AWM.
Yeah, and especially if you're playing versus a team that has a very good utility usage on A side, it's going to be a hell to play A down, and you need to have a positions on A down. And also playing from A down, sometimes you get flashed because there are some flashes that reach even the bottom of the A, from middle. So you need to be aware of that. And we've seen the switches coming out from the guys from unKnights. And also talking about the KDs, we've seen Snux doing a very good performance. He's been 1.42 KD, HDZ 1.33, and we talked about it. On the other hand, Hunt is leading his team with Omega, the new addition, and already talked about Omega and the new addition that he's going to be performing very well. He actually had a very, very amazing first half, and he was one of the factors that 3BL didn't lose by more than 3 or 4 rounds in the first half. It was only 1 round in favor of unKnights, and it was because of Omega's entries and the kills that he's done in this set.
Yeah, great work, of course, from, I would have to say, the core of unKnights. Famous chiming in when he was needed, but not really, I guess, the star of the show here today. The MVP, absolutely, for LSY. Great performance in totality for the entirety of the game here today. And, well, I mean, that is going to be a real test for 3BL. Because while I sat still doing pretty okay, we haven't seen the full force out of Noxon. We've seen a couple of flashes of brilliance from both Dizzy and King, and we kind of need to see more consistency more than anything from 3BL, because there was a couple of rounds that maybe if the riflers were able to find the trades instead of it being 2 kills or 3 kills perhaps for some of the anchors on the side of unKnights, this would have been a very different game.
Well, yeah, we've seen very good clutch rounds from LSY, especially the last round, because if you lose this round, you go to overtime, and if you let 3BL go to the overtime while they were down 9-5, then you don't have any motivation or momentum to start off with at the beginning of the, again, letting them put into the blacklist and start pushing versus you, execute your utilities, pushing into a side. It's going to be just a nightmare for unKnights, but that's stopped by LSY clutch versus SAD, which is one of the most important rounds that secured a full set for them, which was already picked by 3BL. So that's a statement coming here from this guy, and also Snox stepping up into the trades. His entries doing very good job. We've seen when Petro was very low when he's pushing Belong, and then he stepped in so he can cover his teammate, and he killed Hunt and got the space needed for his teammates. So all of this is the experience talking from Snox and also backed up by Famous and LSY. So unKnights, they're doing very good. As we expected, these guys were going to be stepping up maybe time by time, and 3BL as well. They started slow, but they stepped up very well. At least it's a very competitive game. You still cannot expect who's going to be winning, but we are leaning towards unKnights because I think the next 2 maps is kind of biased to unKnights based on the historical views.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one thing, but well, from one new to the new. This is the hotness here, new compound, all new buffs to allow the BL side to try to play a little bit easier on the map. And now we let it to be what could be the final stage for today. Krav and Sekio, it's your call.
Yeah, looking forward to this. This one should be fun because it's seen new compound. Obviously, we know it's a staple of the map pool. Very, very important for lots of like it as a main map for them. So yeah, we'll have to see if any of the changes through really make a big difference to that.
Hopefully, you will see changes in the map itself. It changes in peaking and in playing, and it will be a new challenge for Team 3PL also to get back into a new compound since the previous map, if I'm not mistaken, was their map. So probably this one will be a huge challenge for them. And also, as Penguin mentioned earlier, that in unKnights, we have two players. One of them actually loves to play New Compound, which is famous, and Patreon doesn't really love to play it. So probably they found a way to even things up and play this map. At least we will see it versus Team 3PL, which was the previous game pretty close. And each time, it feels like Team 3PL are getting back into the game or closer into, I would say, having their foot into the game itself. We're pretty close to the overtime. We just go to a pause, to someone leaving the game or something like that. It felt pretty weird, and hopefully that doesn't happen on this game.
Yeah, we'll see. Players getting ready once again to get started. New comp, see how it plays out. 3BL, as we can see, all in their little room together in their team house. Definitely a tight fit there. I think some of those chairs would probably hit each other if they backed up too far.
Feels like a different gaming house than the one they previously had. I've been there multiple times. Like new equipment, new chairs. At least
New
they need to get hydrated.
New compound.
New everything.
Yeah, we shall see how it will go. And we're in.
Oh, just like that. Also, we can hear their voice comms.
Yeah, occasionally we get some as well.
A really good addition.
It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell exactly who. We don't know who's talking, but
that's Team 3BL. That's
no. I mean, like which player is talking. Like which individual player is talking. It's hard to tell, but yeah, well, you can tell by the language, obviously.
Yes. Feels like they're pretty aggressive using the smokes. Omega just grabs the first one, knocks. Second goes through this place. It feels like pretty hard for them using the stairs knocks. Actually, they have hurt him, so might be a little bit hard for them to react.
Little bait and switch here for Pietro, and it's not Sucho facing, hoping that they overlook Snox's position if they do go toward that area. I really think they can do now with the fact that the round's getting a bit out of hand, and there you go, an immediate trade from Noxon. Actually very clean from him. Good job. And this should be a 3BL start to new compound. Already seeing some of the little changes. We've across the map, it kind of looks a bit modernized, doesn't it? Some of the textures across the map as well, and some of the angles.
Yeah, it feels there's a little bit of changes in middle. There is no more orange like this small box on the bottom right, and also small changes when it comes to the pillar, like the P connect. Small changes here and there. At least in the graphics, it's a lot better. Oh, actually, they're still trying to get closer and executing in B. It looks like that's their main strat at this point. Can unKnight actually find a way to control this place?
Yeah, you kind of see how the map looks now compared to maybe what it would look like in the previous version of Compound. It's a little bit more. Looks a bit smaller. I don't know if it's because it's zoomed out more. Maybe that's why I feel that way. But it does look smaller in general, the map. To me. HDZ smoked off, putting a few pot shots through that smoke. That's all he can really do in that position. HDZ now will reposition to that favourable angle. We've seen many a great sniper play in years gone by. He knows he's being rounded upon. Snux has got 2 kills already to help out. And that's made a big difference. Because it's all down to Sad, and there's nothing he can really do. Great quick scope onto one. He's trying to chase down the second, but he's completely pinned in and eventually taken out.
No bullets, no weapon on the ground to try and shuffle with. And unKnights just gets the first round on new compound. As I've mentioned, it looks almost like it's similar with different graphics, just small changes here. But like those small changes matters a lot. Like it can turn a map from like attacker sided to be a blacklist sided. You never know what happens. And Petro's just holding this angle, juggle peeking, catch Sad. Can he actually traded a lot of damage being bowled here? Snox was the perfect flank. Drops to.
Not big.
Is it?
Oh, Famous has got another one though. Tapping away, obviously, as we know he can. And as soon as the body is shown to HDZ, he does not miss. And Famous launches his way in to clean up the final player. And Knights are back into the lead.
Feels like one of the players, like Team 3BL, are almost aligned. Remember the previous game, we saw a lot of Famous doing his thing literally, and at this point also we saw that HDZ had like a triple kill the last round. The previous one we had LSY exactly is making the same thing here. A double kill. 2 shots with the AWM. Makes it harder for 3BL. 2 eliminations in this game, and Desi makes it equal. Back into, like, it feels like they're starting the game. We started it.
Yeah, back into the 3v3. Sad is in position. The battle between him and HDZ will be a fun one on that TRG. Oh, the smoke right on the feet of Pietro. Be blocked off for a while now. Might just choose to play in front of it. That's actually what he's doing. Yeah, seasonal information. So, 2v3 remaining intact for quite a while now, as 3BL look to maneuver back away.
They have control over connectors. Pretty low timer. Still holding. Petrio holding the stairs. Holding the sniper in hand. Double man beaking. Petrio and Snox just makes it clear. Only Sad left alone, and got no time, no C4, no place to go. Sad. Actually, I don't think that he can clutch it, but hopefully he can make some damage. Through the smokes here, Sad left alone. Bullets are flying everywhere, and HDZ drops Sad down.
Yeah, 3BL might have started the game strong, but unKnights have bounced back very quickly again. It looks like their firepower is working out pretty well early game on new compound. 3BL, how do they switch it up? We saw, I think Penguin was talking about it on the desk earlier, about how some of the faster plays that we saw kind of worked against unKnights in that first half, but then they fell away. They were also a little bit susceptible to unKnights playing a slower round. And again, they might have got an opening frag here, but again, it's been answered back by HDZ onto Hunt. So, Famous looking to play with this crossfire with Snox, ducking up and down. If they go through that door, they should be not long for this world, I would say. Famous now is known about in the corner. That forces Snox forward, and now it's very awkward. Now Snox has gone down. Famous is surely screwed in that position. They know he's there, but they know it's Famous. That's the issue. They know not to face him. Gets himself 1 and a 2. Finally traded by Noxin. That's how scared they were facing him.
I mean, if you know where Famous is and you're dropping down this way, that's just Famous thing. And Desi drops the game with 2 more kills, but Famous, he made a really good play. And like one of the boys in the chat just said, Snox logged in, and he apparently just said, no, not anymore. I'll just go in, lose my place, lose the crossfire, and drop down to pretty early swing here, trying to go for it. But when it comes to the scoreboard, it's a 3-2, but Hunt drops down 1 and make it HDZ with 2. Crossfire pays off and goes to 4v3.
Good utility here from Pietro as well. He's really wasting a lot of time. Might not get the kills though. That's a crazy response. Snox tried to peek to help Pietro, but then in the end when he went down, Pietro couldn't stay alive. So crazy. 1 HP under Z. This is an advantage for 3BL. They had that one under complete control. Now Famous and LSY might feel like they need to start searching for a kill back to make this one a bit more even again. Of course, 1 HP, not great, but it's the fact that Noxin is also low. That could really make a big difference. I don't think they've made a final decision of where they want to go yet, because they are bumping into each other somewhat on that rotation round. And that's why I don't think he's heard the player above him. Now he has, I think.
But even though he's low HP, if he picked the safe spot and just went for the crossfire, at least try not to be the prime target, it will matter a lot. Like those couple of shots, speaking of those couple of shots, he just dropped down, Noxin. And now it's Desi Sad versus LSY. You can plant, but you can't survive LSY versus 1 HP, Desi. Just 1 wrong and you're down to anything, Desi. Can he clutch it? He sees his ankle. Can he break it? Juggling here in LSY. Man, he's just BMing right now.
Yeah, and he's shown that he's been the clutch man of the game so far, hasn't he? I mean, he got that 1v1 win in the 1v2 actually to win the first map of Eagle Eye, and he's done it again there as well. Great work. Thought for sure that nade was going to connect in the end, but it went a little bit too deep. Doesn't matter, he won the round anyway. Back with the double sniper setup again.
Different setup, man. Feels like they might just trying to go with it slow a little bit, but Team 3BL is actually rushing to A side. Famous drops 1, 2, and they're just like, yeah, there is no entry anymore. It's down. 5v2 situation. Hunt and Desi, they're just lost at this point.
Not much they can do.
Hunt versus the world.
And Knights are in the ascendancy at the moment, looking very solid. And Hunt, yeah, is being hunted, I'm afraid. Let's get that close range kill on Pietro, but there's 2 more, make that 3 more to find, and now he's very low HP, down to 4. He's managed to run away, which is actually an achievement in itself, but he's going to get faced, and there we go. Round over. 5 on the board for unKnights guarantees at least a lead on the half.
I felt like they might go for the knife, but I love that they respect that and they didn't just go for a crazy play here versus Team 3PL still. At this point, I believe that they're just rushing mid here, going with the smokes, and they might just go through vent here or go to right, left, or right side or left side. It goes to their setup. Sad immediately spotted in turret, so they're probably aiming for the A side point. Uh-oh.
Famous.
Oh,
smoke in the way. Let's go with the damage though. Snox will fall back and play time. think they know they've done a lot of damage early round here. So I think they just don't want to go too aggressive for no reason. Leap in here for Amiga, knocks in and Hunt, and they all just get deleted. Famous even with the pistol, not even with the HK that we all know he loves. And, almost looking for more. At this point for him, why not peek again? And there we go. Absolute destruction. Snox flicks round, and that should be the 6th round for unKnights. And it honestly should be the game 2-0 at this point. They are completely running them over.
Feels like they're running with the first half. One more round. I'm bad with math. Last round and the half. unKnights 3BL. At least if they can get this round, like, let's just say if Team 3BL got this round, Noxin said might have like a dream peak, get double or triple kill each one of them. That might help a lot to the second half, at least to not have a wide open when it comes to the scoreboard, since, I mean, 6-3 is doable, but 7-2 is just like, yeah, this game is almost over, from my perspective at least.
Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it? It is, you know, phase 1, week 1, day 1, and match number 2, and set number 2, but yeah, it's still would feel a bit rough for 3BL, even though it's day 1, to lose in this sort of comfortable fashion. Got talented players, we know that. We've seen them grow off over the last couple of seasons, even though they're in a different organisation now. That doesn't mean they that should change in any way.
Petro. The rest of the players, 3BL only 40 seconds remain. Only 3 smokes in target. Desi drops down, makes it 2-3. LSY gets a triple, and Famous just finishes the job down. Noxin is only the guy left alone, and the reason is he's not with them in the site. It's over, man. The whole squad is here. Noxin just having some hopes on trying to save some dreams, but gets double kill and immediately drops down.
They're all over the man in that half. Actually, very, very impressive. At least 2 occasions there, and I think the last 2 rounds of the half actually, they were just had complete knowledge of what 3BL were going to try and do. They swarmed them in that last round of the half, as you saw, just all over them. Made sure they kept them pinned in, pinched in, or retook from separate angles. And yeah, it's going to be difficult to make a comeback from 7-2 behind. We all know it's possible, but it will be difficult, especially if more opening kills go their way. Sad down to low HP as well. No chance against Pietro for Dizzy, and finally he'll get traded out, but that still keeps them in a man advantage.
Man advantage, and you still have Famous on your side. So it feels like you're full stack already. The squad is here. No one dropped. Even though it's Petrio, one of the crazily good players of this roster. But still, some nades been used here. Util Noxin just flips the script here. Famous makes the trade, and it's a 2v2 situation. But still, keep in mind, Famous, he's pretty famous with his clutches. Hunt trying to go for some crazy AWM shots, and he makes it into Famous.
Oh,
come on!
That is
Hunt.
Actually really nicely done from Hunt. It's almost like they were just completely unaware that he could still be seeing them from that position. Of course, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe some of the angles have changed since the compound has become new compound. I don't know. Maybe Penguin can be a bit more count on that one than I can. But is it like a bit of a I was completely surprised that you could still be seen from that window. I know I've seen that window be used before, and in previous clutches that have been similar. That's a crazy one to grab. And immediately they'll look to try and recover that unfortunate 1v2 loss in the following round. They've gone very quick in toward middle, very quick towards Sad, and Famous finds him easily. Oh my goodness. It might be one round back here for 3BL. It might be 7-3, by the way, as the scoreline doesn't show yet. But it's about to be 8-3.
It's about to be 8-3, but it feels like Team 3BL are waking, like they are awake, but like it's a bit late when it comes to trying to get back into this game. Hunt. Okay, Desi and Hunt, can he do it? Desi just goes for the jump shot, and it's a 1v1 situation. Hunt versus HDZ. Let's see who can actually finish this round. 10 seconds on the clock. Actually, HDZ playing on the clock pretty good, and no time to defuse, no time to survive. Hunt went down, and unKnights rule with 2 more rounds to finish the entire game.
I think that was a situation there where it felt pretty obvious that HDZ was going to win that. I mean, the 2BL did well to actually recover it into a winnable round when they were, I think, 2v4 at one point. But yeah, HDZ knew the time on the bomb, knew he could take his time. He did exactly that. Made sure that there was no chance of a defusal or a kill. Flash forward, they're trying to keep the pace high, and it might be the thing that closes out this game, you know. Snux has already traded Sad out of the round. They're all over that A side of the map, and the bomb will already go down.
It's a really good start here on this round. Still only 8 players remain in the server. No more nades remain for any of the players. Knocks in, drops one, immediately traded. Double man Beak makes it, and Hunt looks pretty good. And 3v1 situation. HDZ in a pretty bad fashion. Global. They got it. The defuse, the round, and 3BL. Don't give us false hope, please.
It's a good round to win. Actually, they did it pretty cleanly in the end. Couldn't even get anywhere near denying that defuse. But yeah, unKnights have got plenty of rounds to play with. Still 4 in the lead. Looking to avoid going to Ankara.
Beatrix and Snux still holding connectors, waiting for any white peak. Famous on the other. Feels like they are in control of the pace for this game. At least they still have some smokes they can throw down the middle and trying to go with a split execution, one from mid, from A side, and you can just try and change your execution play for unKnights. Since like you dropped 2 rounds in the last 3 rounds, feels like 3BL got the key for their strats in A side. Excuse me, in B side.
He has made a little bit of noise. Could be heard by Snox, who's playing close. Amiga might be the man who's being tested here, looking for a lineup. Almost finds the 2. Snox will trade it straight away. Knocks in, great kill. Traded in the end, but he got 2 from that, which is big. Now Sad is still in position. Quick switch to the sidearm. That should make this round all well and good. LSY is pinned behind the site. No way out, really. He'll get leapt on. So, here we go, 3BL. We saw them make a little bit of a comeback toward the end of map 1. Chance maybe here on map 2, when unKnights will have 2 rounds to win, to make it happen.
They always give us this hope. Last game did the same thing. Now they're down 2 more rounds to do. Bitrio is just going way full aggressive here through the middle. Got the stun, got the play, and he's running after 3BL players. Desi drops down.
Wow.
That's a pretty weird play, but knocks in, immediately trades. It's a bloodbath. 5 players just dropped in a few seconds.
Honestly, this is kind of awkward for unKnights here, because the C4, it's dropped in a pretty awkward position, I think. It's only just been recovered now. Good job. It was dropped in, like, the entrance to the bomb site, and Hunt and Noxin were both holding it. So if they weren't concentrating, or they didn't realise exactly where that C4 was dropped on the ground, there was a great chance they could have nabbed that, and, nabbed a kill on a player trying to pick it up. But fair play to unKnights, they've been able to recover it. And I like this pause here. This is a really good tactic to put into place. They think that if they pause, that 3BL will surely predict they've gone to the A bomb site. But if we just sit and wait, that forces their rotations and a chance to plant the bomb a lot easier on B. Still, though, Hunt's done a good job. He's recovered 1 kill on LSY, and it's a 2v2.
It felt like unKnights are just like, yeah, we're not gonna go through hard strats. We will rush them through mid, use the stuns, and play with our Rose kill, and it delivers. Famous just dropped his 3rd kill of this round, and 15 kills overall. That's not a pretty bad number. On the other side, Noxin made... like, I would say that's a really good debut for him. This is the match point. Can 3BL go for the dramatic comeback, or it's just settled that unKnights will get this series and go to game number 3? And I believe game number 3 will be always a pretty great and close one.
Yeah, Nemesis versus LCK is going to be very unpredictable, that's for sure. It's a fun game. Yeah, both HTZ and Famous, both on 15 kills. Great as a duo in this one, that's for sure. But it's not all been only them. It's up to 13. We've got that's why putting in a shift on 9-9 as well. Will the game end here and now? Pietro gets his 1 kill, but Dizzy will hold on. And they haven't been able to trade him yet until now. Almost a spin around from LSY to find another kill, but now it's all down to Pietro, stuck in the corner, and there is no way out. So 3BL will stay alive for at least 1 more round.
Noxin and Dizzy, they feel like that they are the dynamic duo. They stand on almost like each round or every round on a crossfire situation, and they play as a 2 players. Hunt is that guy who, like, whenever he sees you, he snaps your head. That's for Team 3PL. And even though the score is 96, when it comes to the scoreboard, it feels like this game is pretty close when it comes to the execution in game itself, when it comes to the plays, the rounds. Like, it's not one-sided. unKnights are just like here in a park playing with Team 3BL Galaxy. 3BL Galaxy still got his place, still got some strats and some plays that they're making, and quite frankly, it looks good at this point. We might see that unKnights, they have lost an early kill, Petro, which is a huge factor and name for the team itself. But now they're still trying to force and find a way to enter. I believe it will be A side.
Yeah, only a 4v5 though. It'll be very difficult for them to break their way in. 3BL are pretty well set up right now across both sides of the map, actually. 50 seconds left to try and get that plant. Push their way forward now. So that's why we'll find an opening, and that could be big, but Noxin's playing a very good position, and he's the main man of the game. Oh, he's so close to finding Famous. Thankfully, Sad's on the scene to quickly trade that. HDZ now needs to clutch. He's got the bomb, and he can get it down. It's him versus Sad and Amiga to win the game. It's a great opening frag. Amiga's had a rough one. Only his 5th kill of the entire map. But you know what? It's an impactful one. It doesn't matter if you're having a bad game if you get the impactful kills and keep your team alive. And he will do just that on this occasion.
Omega exactly just did that, and I believe that they are leaving this.
Yeah, it'll be a technical or tactical, pause. I think.
Yeah, it feels like
one of the techs or the tacticals. We don't know which yet. We'll be told at some point. But yeah, I think again similar situation to the previous map, right? I think we're throwing in a attack maybe now to talk things over when they are. You could argue maybe it's a little bit too late. I don't know. We'll have to see. But I will be surprised if it'll be groundbreaking. I still think that unKnights will win the game, as we can see they look very calm at the moment. Famous has been kind of funny, because our camera feeds when they've been playing the game, right, have been a little bit delayed. Every time we've looked at, I think it's been fixed since that, by the way, it looks a little bit better. But every time we've watched Famous's POV, he's either like not died yet or is already dead. And it's just like him stroking his beard on and off. Like he's fragging up a storm, and all we can see on the player cam is him stroking his beard as if nothing's happening. It's hilarious. I love it.
Yeah, man.
Just a chill dude.
He's chilling. He is chilling on the chair. Like we always do the same thing if we have like a big meal and we wanna have just like our belly hanging around and just like trying to, like you had you're so full, so you wanna chill a bit. So Famous is actually, as you've mentioned, he's a pretty chill guy, and it looks like that. And unKnight, they're starting to fall off when it comes to rounds. I love what 3BL are managing to do. They have the trivia, I would say the story of being always the underdog in multiple leagues, in multiple places. Team 3BL has always been that team that you don't expect a lot of him, a lot of the players, and at some point they just like flip the script, and that's what's happening right now. Even though they didn't finish the turnover or like get a clean comeback in the game itself, but like it feels it's pretty close. It's coming in hand. But on the other side, unKnights are practicing. You can see that the voice comms are sharp. They know what they're looking to do in the upcoming rounds. The question for me, can Team 3BL counter, find the right target, the right play? That's my only question.
Yeah, and the thing is now they've got no rounds left to spare, right? That there's no room for maneuver, no room for error.
One mistake could lead to losing the entire series. And one step up.
No
Speaking of
Ankara anymore, unfortunately, which would be no map 3.
Speaking of stepping up, Omega, you just did that.
He did. Unfortunately, he's had a rough game overall, though, right? So it's kind of a case of keeping your head in those scenarios, especially in that 1v1 clutch, which he did. He deserves the credit for it. Look at Hunt playing very aggressive. That was entirely pointless we were talking about. My POV. No, I mean 3BL are trying to work their way back into the game. We start again after the pause, and he just leaps at a player where there could very easily be a second, looking to try and hold and help. That is a complete gift of an opening kill for unKnights, 100%.
And makes it 2, not even 1. Desi and Hunt are out. Speaking of Hunt, he was always that guy who plays with the sniper and holds a lot of long angle for them. So now it's a 5v3, and if unKnights play perfectly, Team 3BL, I believe that's it for this series. But it's still, you have 80 seconds on the clock. You still have 3 players, Sad, Noxin, and Omega. So a lot of upsets can happen.
Noxin's going to try and make something happen, and I don't blame him for trying it, because he's the guy that was putting all of the kills on the board for 3BL in this game, doing a lot of the heavy lifting. He tried to give it a look, tried to recover the round and recover the game in some way, shape or form, but it's not going to end up in a victory for 3BL or a comeback. Twice in a row they try and make a comeback happen. They are denied. unKnights are your winners in the first game of the first day of competition in the CFWL, and they're looking dangerous. They are looking dangerous for sure, and I'm looking forward to see how they're going to look in future games in this league this season, because that looked promising to me.
They definitely look promising to us, to everyone that's watching. Cross League 2-0 it went pretty close, but both times it felt like Team 3BL are fighting their way back into the game. They're not holding the game itself, or not holding the pace, the tempo that we have in. But to know more about the game and to see who actually did the better plays, better strats, we'll head to Volt and Mr. Penguin to talk us more and through what happened this entire series.
Well, thank you as always for the beautiful casting, Penguin. Walk me through this new compound. How do you feel about it? Let's ignore the game for now. Let's just say that, you know, you've seen some of the changes, especially to the sites themselves. Do you like it or do you dislike the changes to the sites?
Well, no, I definitely like the change that's happened to New Compound, because it was global decided map. It was one-sided map from the. If you take global risk, you have a big lead versus your opponent. But right now, they made it more easier. They made that A side or A control, A barn, A long is way easier with the flashes. You can now flash out the top of the map, and you can use your flashes also from the small mid to at the end of the A long. So it's just even the B side. It used to be just one guy can completely lock down the B entrance because it's just small windows you can go through. Now they made it even bigger. They made the chances for the Blacklist to be able to control this area way easier. So they kind of balanced the map a lot, and it made it very, very, very good map right now that you can pick and actually rely on your global risk skills and also your blacklist skills. And this is the issue that 3BL faced today, that they couldn't secure more rounds at the blacklist side. And in my opinion, what I've seen that 3BL, when Omega lacks some entry angles, or he cannot just enter the side, cannot just open some space for his teammates, this is the big problem for 3BL. This is where 3BL fall shortly for the defenses. And we've seen Omega is not having his best game, is not having his best half, and that's why the blacklist side went all in the favor of unKnights. Unlike Eagle Eye, when Omega was popping off, 3BL will be able to come back and just get rounds in the blacklist and also get it just one round difference before the side switch.
And again, it leans back to the identity that you talked about for 3BL, right? Like the entire team a bit slower to boot, as you said, like Omega not really having the best of games at the start, and also Sad really struggling on the AWM at times. And that's the problem for the team, that like you compare it to the other side, and unKnights had 3 players that all of which were on top form at the same time. It doesn't really feel like the majority of 3BL pop off. It feels like at max there are 2. You look at unKnights on both maps, there were 3 players actually displaying their levels. Snox still as impressive as he is, and both HDZ and Famous still had their moments on both maps. But I would say even more so importantly, that Snox was so pivotal to the GR side and how much he stopped Omega in those entries.
Well, in my opinion, Snox is the series MVP because of also map 1. He played very good on Eagle Eye and he clutched a lot of rounds. And he also, as I said, they used Snox perfectly into gaining those spaces and allowing Petro to be able to lurk alone and just take some areas, because of Snox always pressuring one side. So Petro is just more comfortable on the other side. This is what Snox is really doing with his teammates. So that's why Snox, in my opinion, this the series MVP is doing very good. After that, I would say LSY, maybe it's HTZ then LSY, but LSY mainly is just for his clutching factor. He's always clutching for his teammates, and he clutched one of the most important round for a set. He just when he won the clutch versus Sad, and he win this round, he win a set for his teammates, and he put them 1-0 in the series, and he gives him motivation to be able to play even better in the second map. And we've seen also how unKnights played really better in the second map, and also slow start from TBL. Yes, they won first round, but this is not a start. Start is like 3-4 rounds. They started slow, and then they started to gain some confidence. They started to focus. They started to feel like, it's just a normal game. We can win our game. Started going, and then tactical pause from unKnights, and everything is done from them. They use the tactical pause perfectly, and they need to mention this. I believe that 3BL, they are having some technical issues, so their coach even is not watching the game due to some technical issues. So that's why they didn't take the tactical pause. That's why they didn't have time to talk together as a group. This is the difference between, we are talking about unKnights, the roster that is coming here as a contender and wants to be in the playoffs, and 3BL, the reshuffled roster.
Yeah, we talked about the two of them. I believe that we're going to talk about unKnights a little bit more once we get to, the stats and everything. So let's just finish out the talk about 3BL Galaxy. We said, hey, like, the pieces are definitely showing their level. Omega was a lot better on map 1, not really doing the same in the Eagle Eye here in Compound.
Yes.
And I can say the same about Sad, right? Sad was a fair bit better on the Eagle Eye as well. Clearly a little bit of discomfort there. But most of all, I believe, including that, is also their slower starts. So do you think those are two things that they can solve before it's too late for them? Because not only is there a second phase, but also the results carry over. And we know that there are only 2 out of the 4 teams at the contender stage that will be getting their final 2 tickets. At least that's what we're thinking that they are. Because the next game got the 2 teams that we believe are going to be the remaining of the elite here. unKnights got the win, looking really sharp. LCK and Nemesis playing up next, and we've seen Vitality and how dominant they were to open up the day here. So, do you think that they got what it takes to be top 6 and make playoffs?
Well, it's just too early to say if they got it or no. If unKnights is going to be a top 4 team or is they going to be into the contender group. This is too early, but what we have seen from unKnights, that this is the statement from them. Even though they have some roster changes, they are still very decent on their strategy wise, on their gameplay, on their executions, utility usage. They're still decent, and I can say that they can be on the top 4 team. And right now 3BL, it's a slow start, but still they have time to recap and just fix what they did.
Yeah, exactly, and that is really going to be the big part here. I guess we finished the talk about 3BL Galaxy. Now we can talk about unKnights. So how good the game was, right? We've seen stellar holds. And I feel like that was the main part for me on the blacklist side of 3BL, that maybe I'll give a lot of credit for LSY here for actually holding on some of the tougher angle that allowed more resources to be dedicated towards mid and towards the B sides when they needed it.
Yeah, as I said, for me, Snox was the MVP in terms of killing. Because he was the guy who's shooting, he was the guy who's trading, he was the guy who's getting the kills needed. He's the guy who's also backing up his teammates. But when I'm talking about LSY, I'm talking about the guy who kills one, gets 1 round. And that's a guy you need to hire in your team. Because 1 kill, 1 round, that's it. That's what you need. And we've seen it in Eagle Eye. In my opinion, if Eagle Eye went to overtime, it would be very tough for unKnights. I'm not saying unKnights would have lost it, but it's gonna be tougher because you would put 3BL back into their form, back in their motivation. They're coming back from a 9-5 deficit and going into a blacklist once again, where we have seen their good execution and utility usage. No, this is all denied by LSY when he clutched versus Sand. So shout out for the guy, and also for HDZ to have 2.43 KD on new compound. Man, he reminds me of 2023. This guy dropped 18 kills versus me, I guess, in 6 or 7 rounds.
Yeah, we've seen some really high highs from HDZ, and there's definitely a good reason why they're forming this roster around him, and I guess also Snox and Famous to be the other players in here. But at least for the set, the MVP clearly goes to the Chinese. He absolutely deserved. He was dominant start to finish. But as you said, look, it's not just about a couple of those players, because they got the firepower from him and Famous and Snox. But as you said, it's also a little bit of the clutch factor that they need, the call in from Pierto. I guess we're seeing that for 3BL, while they might have some of the pieces, they have not really completed the puzzle as of yet. And that's why I think I'm rating unKnights a bit higher than you do, because I think that they are the complete package. They got the experience and the nerves, they got players that can shoot, but I definitely agree that there are still a couple of teams that are within the mix, and it is really early when we're only going to be seeing 6 out of the 8 teams competing, and we haven't really seen most of the head-to-heads. We're going to see one of the most important ones in the next best of 3, but for now, it's actually Famous that is going to get the match MVP. I think that one is probably, I don't know if I would say it's 100% deserved, but consistency map to map, Famous has been great in both. He hasn't been the star in either, but he's been the second best in both maps.
Yeah, because he's always killing. This guy is always killing whoever comes into his crosshair. And we've seen how 3BL countered Famous, then all of unKnights fall shortly. That's why I'm not saying unKnights a team that's wrapping around Famous, because Famous is the guy that he usually would rely on. But when Famous drops, we've seen unKnights dropping, and you will not always have the same performance coming from Famous every single game, especially versus strong teams and top tier teams. I'm talking about Vitality, talking about Nemesis, talking about LCK. They know how to counter Famous. They know how to just shut down this guy. So if the other players are not trying to step up, then that's what we have seen from Snox, because he's also doing very good, and we've seen his KD and also LSY with his clutches. This is what's needed. HDZ definitely is one of the best snipers in our West League, and he's one of the veterans here also as well. So that's what unKnights needs to work on. They don't need to rely on Famous only, but also try to take Famous into their advantage. We have Famous, we can drop this guy somewhere, and we can just attack the other side.
Yeah, and I think that's what they're trying to do. But as we've seen, like, as you said, very new on the compound, very new to that map, but they still got to win. And I guess there's no one better than actually a member of the team to talk about that victory. LSY is here alongside us with the interview. So first of all, welcome over, LSY. Congratulations on the win. And that was a pretty stellar result, you know. Like, Pierto was here earlier. He said, we're going to prove people wrong. And I believe even Penguin shares a statement that you've definitely made a true statement for yourself, that you proved that maybe you're one of the elite indeed.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, we hope, and we hope to continue to get better. We don't have a lot of practice time, like Petro said, because it's a bit hard because of the time zones and stuff, and we have people that still have a job, not doing this professionally. So with the bit time that we have, we still try to compete. And
yeah, well, it's great to see you guys doing this well, because of course, as we've said, you know, like, we've talked about it a little bit, like, of course, Famous being from NA, most of you guys being from Europe, the time zones kind of clash a little bit, so yeah, I would assume that it has some effect on scrims. So how do you guys feel about it? Because from 3BL's pre-match interview, they said that they've prepped for a while, they've been together ever since December. How are the preparations for the preseason going in for you? Are you confident in the amount of practice you've had?
We're trying to make the things work, even though like as we said before, we don't have much time. Famous is basically doing the same thing he did his whole career, same as Snox. So basically, I was the only one that had shift my roles. So Pietro is working, Pietro and Momo, they're both working a lot with me, because like the rest of the guys, they have a lot of experience and they basically doing the same roles they always did. So they don't really need a lot of work.
Yeah, well, that's what we have seen right now. And I have one question for you, LSY. What did you guys discuss during the tactical timeout, especially on Eagle Eye? You guys were 9-5 ahead, then suddenly it's 9-8. Tactical poses out. You guys set something together, and we've seen a different unKnights.
Yeah, we just a bit to so Momo just told us to keep doing what we're doing, play a bit more slower, and try to punish their mistakes, and that's basically what we did.
Yeah, that's what we've seen actually. And one last question: who are you willing to face, or what team are you mostly waiting for to face in the West League? I'm not talking about this next week. I'm talking entirely in the next 7 games that you're gonna
have. I don't know. Probably one of the top 3 teams from last year, because it was the ones that we weren't able to win. So with the changes that we did, I think we are ready, and we want to prove people that we are ready, and we'll try to show it.
Well, good luck, man, and congratulations on your first win on this West League Season 1, and I hope to see you more and more into this panel interview. Well, that's it for LSY. I guess you need to go and celebrate now. Yeah. Thank you. Have you? Thank you. So yeah.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah,
I actually wanted to know what they said in the on the tactical pose, because it was like, hey, it's 9-5, 9-8. Hey guys, let's take a tactical pose. What they've been said right now in the tactical pose just shaped the whole series. Not only the set, winning the set, but also the series.
Okay, I'll ask you this. You're an ex-player yourself. You've IGL'd before. If you're put in a situation like this, what would you do? Like that's like, I feel like the closest example that we can get.
Well, are you talking about me? I was having a coach, so I was waiting for the coach to talk, and then I have my talk with the guys. My talk with the guys is usually that you do not let the guys take controls, or maybe you do not let the guys take an M5 versus us, this round will chip a lot of good things in us. So we listen to our coach and we just fight for it. I guess it sometimes worked very well for us, and sometimes it's just like we've seen from TBL.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, we've seen a really good performance from unKnights. Again, they're looking forward to the top 3 teams. We got 2 of them going off next in a big matchup here. We've saved the best 4 last. LCK rebranded and reformed once again, taking on the newly formed Nemesis to see which of those 2 teams will establish themselves as second best. At least that's what we're expecting for now. Who knows how the season will end? But this is a game to establish the hierarchy, and we're gonna go to it after a brief break.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group, where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams, as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May, in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group, where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams, as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Menacing, not able to get free. Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just Zane has what about Chris here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that tweak.
Well, what could be the match of the week here, Penguin? We got two absolute titans, and as we are back to LCK against Nemesis, two teams that have tried to actually topple Rock last year, now Vitality this year, going head-to-head in a fight to kick off our CF West League here on the 2026 year. Of course, still in Phase 1, still very early ongoings, but a win here is still holding the same value nevertheless.
Well, this is the game I've been looking for. This is the game I've been waiting. We've put those two teams on Tier A. Some of the fans just said, hey, how LCK can be on Team A, how Team Nemesis can be on Team A. This is only for this moment. We want to see who reformed the best. Both teams reformed. Both teams changed their organizations. Both teams changed their entry, and they switched the entry. Like we've seen Kiku moving from Team Nemesis to LCK and Raffen from LCK to Team Nemesis, and just good to mention that Raffen was the best EUMENA player performing on CFS 2025 Grand Finals with a rating of 8.7, A tier player. He's just joined Team Nemesis, and this was gonna make it this matchup exciting because he of course wanna revenge his old team, and also Kik wanna do the same.
Yeah, and I think that there are definitely a lot of matchups here that historically have mattered. When you look at Spoxy on one side, Alucard on the other, you even really look at, as we said, like, hey, there's still Flex, Spoxy, Beck and Raffen. There's like a little bit of course, like there's like, I guess, rivalries within the rivalries, right? Like the Turkish angle, if you're looking at it from that way, the swap of the entries that you've talked about, the fight of the IGLs as well is going to be really intriguing. But the thing that I actually do value the most about this game is really going to be what we are going to see from, I guess, the players that we don't really expect that much out of, right? Like Dipsy's a good player. People expect him to be somewhere relative in the scoreboard. But I think that him and Lion Claw could hold a good amount of value right here on the other side. And that really is going to be the more important thing, is can they step up? Because that was the key point, basically, of unKnights against 3BL Galaxy, is that unKnights had the majority of their team stepping up, and it's very early on in the season. It's very easy to have a slower game, and I think that it is of the utmost importance for this Nemesis team to show up in full fighting force.
Yeah, as we can see, the change that's been done, Kiko's out, went directly straight to the opponent. And Gen also, I've seen them join Swamp Gaming right now, and we've seen the jersey of Swamp Gaming. As you can see, then the newest addition is going to be Dipsy Comics from Anubis and Raffen from LCK. And this is the roster from Team Nemesis. A very promising roster, in my opinion. I would love to see Dipsy and Comics just integrating and collaborating with Alucard and Becky, the core players from Team Nemesis. So now, I guess it's tough to decide who's going to be having the upper hand, but Team Nemesis just looks scary.
Yeah, Team Nemesis, I think they have built a roster of one hope and one dream. That we want to make a roster that is good enough to break both our direct rival, as he said, the other team in the A tier in LCK, and also a team that is good enough to consistently take games away from Vitality. I think that we have only seen it once, as you've said. It was the old LCK team under the name of Gaming Gladiators, and they were able to take a 3-2 out of Vitality. Performed pretty well, I would say, also in CrossFire Stars in 2025. But again, new year, new expectation. The stage is a little bit different. They didn't do too hot on EWC, which I feel like is going to also be another intriguing point. They got a top 12 finish. They were, I believe, one series away from making it to the playoffs. And that is going to be the intriguing part, right? That we've talked about that rebuild. I feel like maybe there's more expectations on Nemesis because of that, because they got a team that looks so dangerous on paper, that looked like it should be the second place team. But LCK have got that stability that I feel like they can rely on a little bit more.
Yeah, talking about LCK's last season, it was just a miraculous comeback versus Rocky Sports, which is Vitality right now. So it was a very good series. And let's hop into the interview. I guess we're gonna be having Beck from Team Nemesis.
Yeah, so hello Beck, how are you doing today? First of all, glad to have you alongside with us, and glad to have Nemesis here in the CrossFire West League. How are you doing today?
Hello, we are doing fine, thank you so much. How are you guys?
All good, all good.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm gonna ask my question first, so that Penguin have it over from here. Well, me and Penguin do share this consensus that you guys are like the other parts of the big three, right? It's like Vitality and LCK on the other side. But where do you guys put yourself in the hierarchy? Like, do you actually think that like you're aiming for Vitality directly and that you are better than LCK, or do you believe that like they also look equally as good as they did from last year?
I think this year we'll do better than what we did last year. And about aiming, we are really aiming top 1, and we are going to fight for this. And we'll see who fight better, whoever work better, it will get top 1. And we are really working hard for this, and we are really aiming for this.
Yeah, we are talking about aiming and working better. Tell me, how did you prepare for this game? Because especially that this game, we always wait, and we've seen a lot of these games in the playoffs. But right now, you're going to be playing versus each other on week 1 on CFS League.
I mean, as you mentioned before, it's kind of like derby of our league.
Yes,
and
exactly.
we're really excited to play versus LCK. We actually like to play versus them. We will try to show good crossfire game beside the scores, and I really hope we will be the winner side today. If there is no unlucky moments for us, we aiming to win this match today, 100%, no doubt.
Yeah, any last words for Team Nemesis fans, especially that this is the first show for you guys and their fans in the Crossfire, and I guess everybody's going to be watching you and waiting you to win versus LCK. Any words for them?
Thank you so much for your support, guys. We will fight until forever, Team Nemesis.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to be going on forward, and we'll leave you for the map veto and the preparations. Okay, he looks prepared. I like the statement that he said, and this is what this is the status I need and I wait from the players. He said it clearly. We're gonna do better than last year, so that means this guy has elevated his team, and they have just improved significantly for him to say this sentence, and that's what I want to see next match.
Yeah, and I believe that it is very fair, right? Like him, of course, and Alucard staying together from last year. It's a very different roster with Dipsy and Comics coming in from Anubis. But on the other side here, now LCK, not really as many changes as Nemesis. Kiko, it was from the, I guess, whatever you want to call the older team that was Inner Circle last year. And they just kept the good pieces of Gaming Gladiators, right? Like Flix, Dizzy, and Spoxy. Of course, like a lot of eyes are on Spoxy. But I do believe that there's also a lot of interest in Kiko, as he said, and like his entry prowess, because that was one of the things that we've seen the mid-tier teams like 3BL Galaxy struggle in a little bit, and it can be the X factor to unlock the game here for them.
We're talking about Kiko. He was one of the best players in Inner Circle, by the way. We're talking about the Inner Circle Team Nemesis currently, and he was their entry. So now he needs to cope with the new team. He needs to show his individual skills with the new team, and I'm pretty sure that this guy had a lot to show.
Yeah, and well, with that in mind, now we're going to take a look at the other perspective at hand as we got our second interview ready. So let's welcome a player now from Team LCK, onto the platform. Hello,
Coach
Lunes, how are you
Loons.
doing? It's actually the coach. So, hello, how are you doing, mate? Okay, I'm hoping that we're both good. Like Penguin is excited about that one. But well, we've heard it. We've actually heard it from the other side.
Yes,
and I believe that is something that I want to just discuss with you. It's like we've seen Nemesis saying that, hey, we think that we can break it to the top 1. You guys are the only team to have actually getting a win over Vitality now. Do you think that you can repeat it again in the regular season and not in the regionals?
Yes, of course.
Okay, and if so, how? Because last time it was a best of 5, a reverse sweep. You're facing them in phase 1, but only in the best of 3. And we talk a lot about how good their map veto is and the depth of the map pool is. Do you agree with that sentiment, or do you think that there are weaknesses that you can find and exploit when you play against them?
I mean, every team got weaknesses, and you know, for 3 months we are ready for any map. So that's why I would say it will be a decent match this time in a best of 3, not best of 5.
Perfect. I have one question for you. Talking about the rivalry matchup between LCK and Team Nemesis currently, you guys played them in regular season. It ended up 2 wins for LCK and 2 wins also for Team Nemesis. But when it comes to the playoffs, you guys always beat Team Nemesis. Can you tell me more about the mentality change or shift that you put from the regular season to the playoffs, and how you guys can prepare for this game to just like act as it is a playoffs game in order for you to claim your first win in the LS League?
I mean, when you start the season, it's like this. You prepare, you try to improve, you're fixing your mistakes, and it can happen that you are losing a game like we did. And like after 1 month, 2 months, it is like this. We are building, we are improving, we are fixing, we understand the enemies, we understand how we need to play and how we need to win. And that's why we are all preparing and focusing and improving. And that's it. Pretty easy, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what everybody's been doing. Exactly. The slow improvement that you guys are doing, that it pays off in the end in the playoffs. I hope you guys be winners, and I hope all the best of luck for you guys. I'll leave you now to prepare for your matchup. And I guess we have had enough from both teams right now, and we can say to Loons that good luck. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, Penguin, I think that was the coach's mindset, right? Like, we've seen someone that says, hey, we know that we can improve. Yeah, everyone have weaknesses. We can break it down. You look at the player interview with Beak, he's like, hey, we can play better in the server. The coach cares a lot more about the bigger picture.
Yeah, the coach just looks to the playoffs. He looks to the bigger picture, as you said, and bigger stage. The players needs to focus right now in the game, because this is not their job. Their job is just to shoot in the servers. Their job is to kill in the map. So that's what they're going to be doing. And this is the statement, as I said, I needed to hear from one of the players today. And Beck, he was the guy who said it. He said, we're going to perform better than the last year. Also, Hunt said, we're going to be performing better on the last year among the whole season, because he knows that he needs some room for improvement. And also Beck, he said that his team is shooting better, he has better aims, and he can aim for top 1, not only for top 2 fighting versus Vitality. He believes that he can win versus Vitality.
Yeah, and I believe that apparently all 4 of us seems to be in agreement that even with all the talk about, like, hey, future forward, and maybe you think a bit about the long term, in the short term, in the opening day, we all seem to agree that Nemesis is the better team. And I mean, there's definitely a lot to be had here with the LCK team. I think that they definitely can win here today, make no mistake about it. But I'm just going to speak to my own mind. I think that, sure, like, there are more changes on the Nemesis side, but I think that more of those are upgrades. Meanwhile, with LCK, the team has stayed the same. So it only really comes down to how much Loons improve in the team. And I always am a very big believer in the honeymoon phase. What about you, though, Penguin? What made you choose Nemesis here today?
Well, I'll tell you why I chose Nemesis especially today. It's not because I believe and I'm pretty sure that Nemesis can win. No, LCK definitely can win, but as a player, I know that Nemesis, they have 2 or 3 new blood. They have Raven, they have Dipsy, they have Comics. So they have 3 players who can bring an A game at their first game with Nemesis, and this is a game changer for this team. Other than LCK, the guys are just playing together for a long time, and it's just changing. Kiku, Kiku can bring an A game. He can be the guy who's trying to improve his teammates' gameplay, entry sides, give spaces, but Dipsy Comics, Raffin, the three of them going to be going very hungry in this matchup to show a statement for the other teams that we are not here to play, we are here to compete and win the title.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, they definitely have a lot of firepower in their name. And I'm really intrigued to see how much they will mesh together here today, because it's all about that. With, of course, them being pretty much a very different team from what we've seen the last time. Just not going to even have any predictions about the veto. I mean, it's easier to look at the LCK side of things and assume that, hey, like, this is what Gaming Gladiators played, this is what they didn't do as much, so we can perhaps build something out of that. But even then, I feel like there's definitely a lot of talk about, hey, what can they do? Because for Gaming Gladiators, at least from what I do remember from them, they were a team that, much like Vitality, but maybe to a lesser extent, also had a wide map pool and weren't really shying away from banning the maps that they think that would be problematic in the day, more so than actually whatever they have to ban as like their perma-ban.
Well, I liked what Loons said, that every team has its own weaknesses and they have some depths in their matchup. But he said something that it's first time I hear it from the LCK roster, that these guys are ready for any map. Usually LCK used to ban one of the new maps. It's either new Max School, new Compound, they didn't want to play. But now he said that we are ready to any map. And as we can see, LCK, they like Eagle Eye and Eagle Eye likes LCK. It's going to be the first map picked by LCK, and next is going to be, for the first time in this season, Black Widow. And they decided it's going to be a banger game. It's going to be sub-base, where both teams just really play an A-game sub-base.
Yeah, and I really like the pick of Eagle Eye, and I also really like the fact that Nemesis apparently decided to start on the blacklist side of things. So that is where maybe it's a little bit intriguing, right? Like, what do they have in mind? Are they picking that to set the tempo, or do they think that they actually have an idea of how to stop LCK's GR side?
I guess they're gonna be preparing for them, because we know Kevin, the coach of Team Nemesis. He's been around for a while, so he knows how LCK plays, because he didn't only play with versus LCK with Nemesis. He played for 3BL, he played for TBI, and now he's playing for Nemesis. So he's been around for a while, and he knows how LCK is playing. So definitely he should be preparing some counter strategies for LCK. And of course, Loon's one of the best players, used to be in European scene, and now he's coaching one of the best players as well. LCK under his dynasty is just different team.
Yeah, of course, there's still a Black Widow to talk about, but I believe that it's better to leave the game to unfold itself. This is a derby. This is a game that carries a lot of weight, legacy here in the West League. And it is time to see if a new challenger in Nemesis will rise up to face the level of everyone else, or if the old guard that are now back in the league can take it over from here. It's LCK against Nemesis, and we're going to leave it over to Travis Sekio for the game.
Thank you, Vault, and I really do feel like you're not wrong in your assessment. This could be the game of the day. I mean, you've got two teams who have been synonymous with the CFWL in seasons gone by, that have looked brilliant individually, teams that have looked like there could be a threat to the dynasty of Vitality, of course previously Rock, and now they're going head to head here today with different rosters and different setups and different roles for the first time. Really exciting. We all picked Nemesis. We did all pick Nemesis, but as Penguin rightly mentioned, LCK can absolutely still win this game.
Exactly. LCK and Nemesis both are pretty, I would say, they're head-to-head. Like, whenever you see the stats, as Penguin referred to before we start the game, when it comes to group stages, they are equal. Each team got 2 wins in their pocket. But when it comes to the playoff stats, when everything turns around, LCK always dominate Team Nemesis. But the question for me, will Team Nemesis, with the new players, I would say new blood to the team, can make a difference, or would it just be something that doesn't matter when it comes to the final score? That's pretty important to watch. And speaking of that, game number 1 of our final match today will just start, and immediately you can see a lot of trades here. 2 players have been dropped out from LCK. Make it 3. Kiko gets out. Oh, actually, Lion Claw still alive with almost 5 HP, something like that.
Yeah, there it is. It is 5 HP. So immediately, 1 minute 50 in the round, immediately we're down to a 2v2. I did have a feeling that these two teams could play pretty pacey. I doubt they're going to keep it up throughout the entire game, but they are, I don't think, two teams that don't really mess around. Alucard, one of the long-term stars of the CFWL, and Beck up against Flex in this 1v2. Flex is tracking and tracing. Good movement through the middle of the map here to get himself into a position to maybe find one, but he's going to maneuver back away, and unfortunately for him, he's going the wrong direction. He wants to try and get a frag back to make this one more winnable for himself.
Bacon Alucard. Oh, Alucard left alone. No C4 intact. Just goes for the HK. Flex on the stairs. Goes for the jumping shot with a pistol. Makes it to connect. Looking pretty nasty in a 1v2. Just clutch. Like it's that easy.
Alucard knows for a fact he shouldn't have won that. That was a... oh, sorry, he should have won that. That was a bit of a whiff from his side. We saw it took a while for that kill to come through for LCK. That's a frustrating one to let slip. A bit of warm-up required, of course, for these two teams. It's only the first round of the game.
Yeah, and also the round went pretty quick, beside the last 2 kills, of course. Feels like Flex is having a really good... Speaking of it, Spoxy just got a really good sniper shot, an entry one, that will help a lot when it comes to playing defensively. They can just go for the default and wait for Team Nemesis. Keep in mind, Team Nemesis, they don't have more nades. It's only smokes and stuns. So Util is thrown down, and players are leaving the lobby.
Yeah, good work from Flex early here. To 3 kills in a couple of rounds already. Beck gets a little bit of a sighting of a kill back, but the leap across the angle was just for a bit of information, I think, there for LCK, and they can afford to play a little bit dangerously as they're in a 5v3. TK does go searching too, and that puts Beck now down to 1 bullet from death. Flex has got Comics pinned in, jump up, but Comics actually gets the frag. The help with the damage from Raffin from earlier. Big one for him to grab, and that will allow a plant over on the B bomb site. So it's these sort of rounds that can get out of hand here for LCK. They were in full control of it throughout the entirety of it, and now another trade from Raffin means there's a chance here in this recovery 2v3. He's one more quickly though, otherwise he's going to be reloading in the open. That could be very awkward, but Comics is going to help out. Great timing for that, playing that headshot angle on the stairs. Very difficult for Spoxy and Dezane actually to work their way back into this one, and I think they are going to hold on. Oh, big damage done to Spoxy. Can he surely not win this one when he's that low? And no, Comics will grab it. Great recovery from him, and as I said, as soon as they got the bomb site control, that made a big difference.
Yeah, also Raph played it pretty good. Like, it felt like he did a plant, then juggled his way around, tried to stay alive as much as possible, and then he left his teammates with a 1v1 situation and 9 seconds on the clock to just try and come back with the round. So it just went south, and Team Nemesis just got back to... It felt like coming back in the round itself. Comics got 4 kills in 2 rounds, which is pretty impressive way to start the game off. Speaking of starting the game, a lot of nades here trying to catch some HPs, or at least doing some damage.
Yeah, we played 2 rounds, and I actually feel like like it's the best game. One of the best starts to a game we've watched. It's been so close. It's kind of been funny that way. Two very interesting rounds already. Flex is charging forward though, and will get caught by Beck pretty comfortably on this occasion. Chance now to force the issue. Beck's trying to plant, but Dezane's there and he had no idea about it. Good reaction to get that frag though. Kiko dancing behind the girder. Surely he'll go down eventually, and yes. In the end, they had a player who could easily flank him, and Beck was the guy who got the frag anyway. But big damage done by Comics to help out with that wallbang. And Nemesis are back into the lead, 2-1.
They're back into the lead, and they're playing with a different setup at this point, playing with double sniper, which will help them control more area when it comes to going for a long shot trades. Here at the same time, having a little bit of control over mid. Player number 3 back, going through doors. Raf also feels like they're, even though they have a lot of space to control, they're just waiting for the right moment to get into the, what would they think it's the better play to do.
Patience, but that does mean they lose Dipsy early round. Flex once again showing what he's made of in that position. They're going to pick up the C4 again. I'm not sure if it was seen after Flex got the opening kill. I don't think so.
It's pretty weird. It feels like he died pretty far away, and Raf gets the trade. It's like he's telling them no one is better than the other. Like, you gotta pick with a sniper. I did the same. We're equal. Handshake. And Beck is just rushing down the smokes here. Feels like 40 seconds on the clock. They need to do something. 8 players still on the server. You should find your entryway. No more stuns. They only have one. Olkert drops down, but Spooky immediately trades up. Oof, Dipsy.
Zane will hold. I think that's going to be too much for them to hold on to on this occasion. Yeah, Comics is last alive. Cleared by... Already up to 5 kills by Flex. That double sniper setup is already proved to be very potent between the two laps, that obviously does tend to lend itself toward these long ranges, as you can see, playing around those railings on the high ground. TRG is getting their work out. Flex now with the rifle being switched to instead on this occasion. Really big damage. Dipsy down to below half health already.
Playing it a bit slow. You love to see the patience and play. They're just waiting. But at this point, I believe it's go time. Only 80 seconds left, and Dipsy through the smokes grabs another kill. And Nemesis at this point, they have the numbers advantage. You can just go set up the smokes, one on the backside and another one on the left entry, like the left coverage, and they can just control the blaze. But Flex with a pixel shot.
Yeah, that's the problem when you push up toward this site. Obviously, there are so many little cheeky angles like that. Look at Lioneclaw, he's being cheeky as well. Will he get cleared playing behind the close box this late into the round? Beck has not seen him swing, not seen him check the angle. And there we go. Sees him at the last second, but Lioneclaw is able, with that M14, just able to spam through the box. Big damage, easy kill. And now Raff and Alucard both very low HP. Alucard can do, but not when he's that low, and not when Flex is on the angle. 2 quick frags for him. That's LCK back into the lead, 3-2.
It's pretty close. LCK Nemesis. Flex, especially Flex, holding the sniper, and he's making a lot of Magnificent plays, and I believe that's a replay. Oh, like he was even
Mid-round
jumping.
replay. I love it.
Yeah.
Production, keep it up. We didn't used to have this before. This is some good work. The mid-round replay while the round's beginning.
And there's nothing happened. Oh, it's totally
Exactly.
perfect. And
Exactly.
and
When
I
nothing's
love
happening,
it.
as so often happens at the beginning of a game, when at the beginning of a round, sorry, when there's actually not much going on, we may as well have the replays on the screen. So love that. More of that, please. Thank you.
Shout out to our production crew. They're making wonders. Like even we're still on day number 1, but they're making it look fancy, good.
Yeah,
and
yeah, new things.
chill.
They've added new things in every single game, haven't they? They've added like one of the time we had the little split screen cameras as well.
Exactly.
It's like they've tested one new thing per E3 today, and I love it.
Love to see it. New production, new dream, and Alkert just almost dropped Kiko on this spot. Back goes on the backside, immediately spawns here. Line Claw gets 1 second. He's on a killing spree and he is not stopping here. And you mentioned it, and they just bring it back, make it double, triple screens. 1-2 are dropping off, and you can see a lot of VOVs, a lot of life has been taken at the same place.
I can't really clutch this. No,
they are spoiling us.
Already
spoiling
one.
us.
Unlucky, but yeah, there was one player already defusing the bomb, so yeah, they kind of may as well jump in to look for the kill. But yeah, when there's 3 players looking to stop you from getting there, you're not going to reach. Flex with again an opening, by the way. That's not the. That's maybe his 3rd or 4th from that very position.
Yeah, 3rd time. I almost. Yeah, it felt like the 3rd time.
He's been doing great work early. Very used to playing these angles, obviously, especially with Spoxy on that secondary TRG.
Feels like the silence before the storm. And it all goes to Nemesis. Just picking a side. Spoxy holding the sniper. Kiko is also moving around. Seeing the control that they have. Still having the C4 going to B site. And probably it's not gonna be the fake player number 2. Comics might just try to fake A and rotate into B with his remaining players. Exactly. You have only 2 players on A side, and they might just try and connect here. Some bullets pick just drops down, and the C4 is down. Oh, Comics gets to midlife.
Beck will go down, and even though the HP is very low for LCK, they are in a favourable position now. Especially when they can some of those low HP players on these headshot angles, making themselves very hard to kill. But there is one back for Alucard. Spoxy doing what I was saying and trying to keep it safe while they've still got the advantage. And now time's getting a bit lower. Bomb is not really anywhere near a bomb site yet. They haven't made a decision. They're all spread out across the map right now, actually, are the Nemesis side. They're all going to get picked off one by one exactly like that too. Alucard looking to try and make some magic happen, but again, just like we saw, he's in a 1v4. He's a great clutch player, but this one is impossible. Quick scope missed on Spoxy. It's Kiko eventually the guy who'll get the kill. And quick frag, good job.
Also, it felt like they are playing more of a sniper mode since the previous round. We had 4 kills with a sniper. And here we're also seeing the players. They have Kevin. Kevin was the coach for Team 3PL when they had Horus and the rest of the boys with them. And after that, I believe he went to the team that had King and the other Egyptian organization, Team Bad Intentions, and currently he's with Team Nemesis. Huge legacy for this coach. Also ex-player. You know that when you see all of this experience in CF, they had just
Sekio's mic is dying on me right now. My friend is losing the friend's mic is losing the will to live. Sadly, hopefully we'll get that figured out in a second. It was kind of like you were going deeper and deeper underwater. Feels bad, man. We'll get you back very shortly.
Ouch.
Yeah, no problem. Hopefully, Sekio, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, unfortunately, I think you're on Discord. It's for me to hear you right now, so I think that is that is an issue. You might have to unplug and replug. That could be something that could fix it for us. Maybe not on camera though. Maybe not on camera though. Maybe we should go back to the game before we figure out to doing that. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I do think in the end, this has actually been a game that it's gone the way I kind of expected so far. There have been a lot of close rounds, but overall, I have not been surprised by either any of the players playing particularly well. Kind of the individuals on these two teams that I expect to do well are doing well at the moment. And yeah, I think for LCK, they've won a lot of the close rounds, and Nemesis will be kind of disappointed that some of those have gone awry.
Exactly, and Team Nemesis are dropping a lot of rounds here. They need to get back into seeing the right spot to play when they're playing.
Blind Claw's pushing forward. Good frag on Raffin. Oh, he's going to find a second on Dipsy as well. That is fortunate. Probably shouldn't have gone away with that one. But as Comic swings that angle, Flex will deal with him. And just like that, 4v2. For LCK again, looking very strong. And one of the things that we saw earlier on Eagle Eye was one of these faster plays from 3BL over toward the A-bomb side. I feel like we haven't really seen much of that from Nemesis so far. They haven't pulled one of those out to try and catch LCK off guard. And for the third time in this game, Alucard has left 1v4. Not in really a position to do anything. Flex will deal with him comfortably. And so far, LCK dealing with this game pretty comfortably. That sounds cleaner to me.
And I'm back. Hopefully, this small tech issue just went off, and we're back in the game.
We figured it out.
Yeah. So sometimes, like, mics do some weird stuff, and you don't know, like, where did it come from? It just happened. Like, I checked my ping. I checked my ping, and it was totally fine. So I said, might be a bug from your side, but I don't know. It's like some weird stuff happening on the game as it has, and my mic interface. Boxy goes with the jump shot. Oh my god, that's
how is he still alive?
One big trades. Oof. It's a bloodbath already. Like, the A side is a chamber for death people.
There you go. It was a little bit pacey, wasn't it? It was something which I wanted to see from them. They do end the half with 3. 3's okay. I think that's. I would imagine, we would probably say this is par for the course. So, yeah, they're gonna switch sides now and see how it's gonna play out for them. So they're all kind of looking pretty focused at the moment.
Seeing Olkard, Depsy, and Comics. Those three, like, they played with each other on multiple occasions, at least I would say on local server, local tournaments. So they definitely have a lot of synergy, a lot of stuff to trying to give and deliver here into the game. They're playing versus one of the toughest teams that they can face in the entire league, LCK. They're pretty famous with their play style, their way, and their aggression through multiple, let's say, maps. And keep in mind, like Eagle Eye, LCK, they picked it, and Team Nemesis is looking pretty good on it. Speaking of, we got two men just running down him, and he went down to the grave.
Start to the season if LCK are able to get map 1 done and dusted cleanly. I see some of my friends from Nemesis are in the chat. I did have a little feeling that they might pop up. I think it's some of the social media guys from the Nemesis organization. I've known them for quite a while from other esports. Keep an eye on their team, showing hopefully that they're hoping that Nemesis can come back into this game. 2v4 here though. This one might not be too easy. Alucard's on the angle. Watching for the hop up. Oh, the timing on that is awful for him, unfortunately. If he got that frag and stayed scoped in on that angle, it would have been back into a 3v3, and then he gets cleared by Dezen. It's amazing, isn't it? These little tiny moments, these little tiny timings on a knife's edge. There's nothing you can do about it. And Comics is left stuck in the tower. Is there anything you can really do about this? He's just trying desperately to waste time. The bomb's going down, and he won't be allowed to leap his way out. Spoxy will deal with him comfortably, and Nemesis are now down 3-7.
A really rough start for Team Nemesis on this game. Like on the early rounds, it felt like it's so close, but as we can see on the replay, LCK are just dropping bullets right and left, taking kills, and that was just like a cinematic way to die, trying to jump over from the bridge, or actually not the bridge, from the turret, and you get down to a broken ankle. He just broke his ankle and broke his life. 7-3, and only 3 more rounds left for LCK to grab the first win. I don't know, like we had Nemesis on A tier from Penguin, but I think he might change his perspective after what we're seeing right now, but I don't know, we'll see. It's just the first game week. You can judge a team by its first map or first game, of course, best of 3. Still have a long league to see what they're capable of. Speaking of, Depsy dropping 1 with the EWM.
Yeah, that was a good catch from Dipsy onto Kiko. Dezane. Oh, that was a bit awkward. 3v4 now for LCK. First round they've really been in a disadvantage for a little while. And with the plant coming through, this is one of these that's just an absolute must-win for Nemesis. They had the 4v3 advantage, but now the after plant, when you get into an after plant over on B, especially with these angles you can hold, it can be so difficult to respond, but with the wallbang damage with the M14, Comics will get that one back. Dipsy pushing up with the pistol. 2 players on the angles. Foxy and Lionclaw are going to play it together. Very low HP, but Lionclaw will get the spray down. I think Alucard might have been in the process of defusing, I think, yes, it was. Yes. It was just enough in time.
Lionclaw just to spray and pray, and he definitely delivered. Here on the replay, Depsy's kill over the sniper, and also a lot of replays here. actually,
do we get to see Lionclaw's POV of this? I think we do. Oh, we do. Lovely. Beautiful. Thank you, production. We didn't see that from his POV in the live. We saw it in the replay. That's brilliant. I want more of that throughout the season, and I'll be a happy boy. Thank you very much. 8-3 LCK. They're in the ascendancy right now.
Like Smurfing production. That's something you'd love to see every day. But you don't want to see a lot of Smurfers in the game itself. Especially if you're playing ranked. It's pretty bad.
I know.
Trust me.
we've had many a rage at those over the course of our gaming lives, I'm sure. Alucard and Raffin will hold on. Kiko and Spoxy and Dezen all responding though. All of a sudden the site's completely collapsed. They get all 3 trade kills and 1 extra entry. Beck now moving forward. Smoked off, unfortunately. This would be another recovery round for LCK. It was only a very split second that Nemesis win a 5v3, but all these advantages just don't seem to be panning out for them. LCK are winning all these late round situations. The experience they have with playing with one another, as we spoke about in the desk, of course, with Penguin and Volt saying about how there's been more changes. Just the one player, really, for LCK. And now Nemesis trying to force Kika out of the round, and finally they'll do it. But is there time for that defuse? It's going to be really, really close. I think he might have just got it in time. No! He was, what, 0.2 away from getting that done? That's crazy.
Split of a second. It was just like a split of a second for them to actually defuse and get this W, but LCK are on their final round of the first map for today. Lineclaw are just going off and trying to throw bullets here and there, right and left. Him and Kiko flex. They're just flexing on this game. Nemesis are going for the trade out card. Keeps their hopes alive, leaving 3v1 situation back. And a pretty hard spot and tight 1v3, and already C4 planted. I don't think that he got a chance here in this game, but he at least will try and go it. Why are you peeking, Flex? You're making it a lot easier. It's a 2v1. Oops. Box grabs the final kill.
Yeah, that is a very, very clean performance. I'm very impressed, actually, because that was a pretty close back and forth game at the beginning. And LCK just won all of those close rounds, all of those situations late game. I think in general that I'm very happy with what I've seen from them, because there were a lot of individual moments where it was the players that made the difference in the late game. It wasn't like a strategy as such. It was the after plant positions. It was the individual level of their fraggers. And yeah, Nemesis kind of just got caught time and time again in those weird situations, and I'm sure there'll be lots of discussion about those weird situations in that map, and why maybe it was so easy for LCK with Volt and Penguin.
Cheers, Trav. Penguin, I guess there's one thing that I can say here. The double sniper setup from LCK, it was so damn good on the GR side. I'm absolutely like, look, you can maybe talk about how the riflers played for Nemesis there a little bit and how they had little luck with the entries, but the double sniper setup on both sides, it was so effective from their side.
Well, this is something not new from LCK playing double sniper. We know that Flex is always flexing this AWM or this sniper, so they should have definitely prepared for this. We know that LCK is really strong on Eagle Eye, and they know how to play Eagle Eye. They feel comfortable on Eagle Eye. The reason is Spoxy. This guy is just insane on A side, and also Flex with his crazy kills. We've seen the clutch, I guess first round. Flex clutched 1v2. It was just unclutchable round, an unwinnable round from his side, but still he managed to pull it off and win versus Alucard, who made him very, very low HP on Sal City. However, LCK, they showed different performance than we expected. It's not because they played way, way better, but maybe Nemesis as well played underperformed a bit. And
I think I agree.
Yeah, speaking to Seki, because he said that we might need to recheck the rankings of Nemesis. Nemesis is playing LCK. Nemesis is not playing Swamp Gaming. Nemesis is not playing IMPERIUM. Nemesis is playing LCK is the regional finals winner last year. So they are playing one of the strongest teams. We are just, as we said, these two teams reformed. But right now, we've seen that LCK kind of more into one team. But this is just the first map. And we know always that Nemesis falls shortly on the first map. And they start very, very, very slow. Maybe slower than 3BL, and I'm pretty sure on Black Widow things can be different, and still there is a big chance that we can go to map 3, even though it's 10-3 for LCK.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I've seen their Eagle Eye. I think that really LCK absolutely are, maybe I would say, like top 5 team in the world if it's only Eagle Eye and nothing else. If that's the entire game, if it's a BO1 Eagle Eye, I think that they can do some amazing things here. But
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like there was definitely, I would say, maybe underwhelming performances from some parts of Nemesis. Like, we talked about Kiko and the entries. didn't really pan out too much. Like, whenever I'm looking at the kill feed, yeah, sure, sometimes Nemesis have found openings, but they're openings on the extremity. It's not the main pack with the entry being found. Like, sometimes it's Comics, sometimes it's Beck, sometimes it's Alucard, but, like, the entry itself from Nemesis wasn't perhaps as solid as I wanted it to be. And one part of that, really, and I gotta go back to LCK for this, was how aggressive Flex was on the GR side.
This is casual from Flex, by the way. He's been playing like this for like 3 years, 4 years. We've been feeding on his aggressiveness. We've just tried to counter him. Every team is just having some talks about how to counter Flex, and whoever is winning versus the aggressiveness from Flex, sometimes LCK just falls apart. But talking about actually giving shout out for Loons, that he said that we improved. We have now more depth in map V2. We play all maps, and if you guys play all maps this decent, then I'm afraid that LCK can be just unbeatable this season. And still, I know it's early, but they played very, very, very good into this matchup, and they deserved the win entirely. And as we can see, it's Kiku, the newest addition, who's carrying his teammates into this game.
Yeah, I mean, the result really solid. I gotta give a massive shout out though to both Dipsy and actually RFF on the side of Nemesis, who played really well. I gotta say, like, from what I've seen from them, the level that they've displayed, they're a team that absolutely look like they have the capability of actually holding a game together. But unfortunately, as you said, big grounds here from the side of LCK. Lion Claw was a big factor in that in totality. But when I'm thinking about the team, when I'm thinking about LCK, I gotta say, like, Spoxy didn't really show up as the dominant force that we wanted him to be. But I feel like that's a really good thing for LCK, because that means that they still have Spoxy to rely on Black Widow.
Well, it's look, Eagle Eye, Spoxy, for him to shine, they need to be pushing side more. And we've seen Nemesis doing this, but they usually got stomped, or they usually stomp them. So it's not like back and forth, it's just like one-sided pushes through the Blacklist. But now it's going into Blacklist and Black Widow, and Black Widow is the snipers map. It's the best map where the snipers can shine. However, Alucard's one of his best maps is Black Widow as well. Same for Spoxy. So now it's the mini matchup. It's gonna be starting to work from Black Widow. Not like Eagle Eye, because we know that Eagle Eye, there is a lot of sneaky corners, hidden corners that you need to be checking. You need to have a good utility, so you might actually use Alucard's utility to you might like pull him down or jack him down from fighting or getting the kills. But in Black Widow, when you go in Black Widow, there is no more than just one smoke or one flash per push, and you give him the full room to take controls, as we've seen from Snare Vitality versus IMPERIUM first game. We've seen how he was taking the controls, how he was going for the entries, how he was taking the fights for his teammates, and also trying to defend when it comes to global risk. He's trying to defend, but in an aggressive way. He's trying to pick mid ramp, going into cat, picking opposite of cat, picking under the bridge, getting the kills needed from his teammates. That's what we are expecting from both of the top tier snipers that we're gonna be matching versus each other soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that is always going to be one of the parts that I'm really excited about for what actually Nemesis can bring out, because I'm really expecting a lot from them, right? And as he said, like, the Alucard and Spoxy head-to-head is going to be one of the most intrigue. But I feel like the other part really is actually going to be the start, because if I remember correctly, it's a GR start for Nemesis.
Yeah, so GR start for Nemesis, because they pick them up.
Yeah, so that then means for me, when I'm looking at Nemesis, I really need a lot of value out of that one. I don't know. I'm going to ask you one quick question before you go. Okay. Who do you have as your highlight here?
I want to say that last time they faced each other in Black Widow, I believe, in the regular season, it was 10-0 in favor of Team Nemesis. I'm going for Team Nemesis this map.
Okay, I guess a very dominant performance in the history, but as we've said, as Loons have said, 2026 is a new year, and this is their time to prove everyone wrong.
Yeah, I believe, and
we're back, and we're ready for the map 2. Yeah, Penguin unceremoniously cut off there. That was poor guy. Don't worry, we'll save him later, and we'll let him finish his thought later, I promise. But yeah, what I've got to say, I am expecting a closer game here. I thought it'd be a lot closer throughout the opening of map 1 there. Now, Black Widow, Penguin put it very aptly. got multiple players here who've played this map countless times in the CFW over the course of their career, and looked very, very good on it historically as well. I think it should be a fun game. I think we're going to get our first map 3 of the day.
I hope that we get to map 3 for our third best of 3 tonight, so we can see our argument between me and Penguin about the standings, not the standings, like the ranking that he had for teams. Yeah, exactly. He had a Nemesis an A tier. Hopefully they can reach to game 3, because if they just lost this game, or just got stomped, it will be looking pretty bad, since you can't place it both 2 teams at the same ranking and one of them just stomps the other. It feels a bit weird. That's my perspective. He might argue back with me on this. You might have another opinion on that, but that's myself. I feel.
Oh, we're all freezing. All of us are freezing now on the cameras. Okay, we're back. We got refreshed together. We're not, I promise. We are human beings. We're not robots. Despite appearances, we are not robots. And yeah, hopefully we'll get into the game very shortly. I think you make a good point. Yeah, I mean, if all the games today, in particular, it looked pretty obvious to me that. This was the game that was going to be the closest overall. Vitality were always going to stomp Imperium. Game 2 did feel like it could be closer, but we know the 3BL players, being on TBI in days gone by, they were actually kind of propping up the league more often, more toward the bottom, not even really in the middle ground in last season in 2025. This one, as I say, it's the game between the 2 teams that are real contenders, who want to be the contenders to try and dethrone Vitality, right? Try and finally remove the crown from the Vitality stranglehold over the CFWL over the last season. So, yeah, I think it was, to be fair, I think it's a good thing, because while it's great to see a dynasty like Vitality have had, there's a reason why Vitality have chosen this team to pick up, right? The Rock team, after winning so many times in the CFWL. It's good competition, and while it makes it all the more impressive if a single team can. Yeah, to be fair, if it makes it all the more impressive if a single team can keep winning over the course of however a long time, great. But it feels better. It feels more fun when you have some of these teams that can actually take a series off of them now and again, right? Not really been the case. We've seen it historically. We've been a little bit closer, and Vitality weren't as good, weren't as clean, weren't as dominant in the league before. Maybe years gone by. But yeah, that's the goal of these 2 teams, and I think LCK have put a very good first foot forward today. They need to try and make it 2 feet though to win this game 2-0.
It's like in football, if you watch the Premier League, do you watch football by chance, Trav?
I do keep an eye on it, yeah. Not as passionate as I am about it as I was when I was a bit younger, but I do keep an eye on football, yeah.
Same here. But let's just say in the Premier League, we had Pep Guardiola or Man City just roll the league for almost 7 years straight. They didn't lose one. It felt so hard to draw Pep from just taking, I would say, the league itself, and it felt that the Premier League is getting to be boring, even though we have fast-paced football, we have a lot of good stuff. You do whatever you want to do, but in the end, Man City will take the trophy. Or when Real Madrid took the triple Champions League in a row, it's just you need a new challenge to have. That's it, and that's what
exactly
Team Vitality is looking for at this point. They want to be Man City of the Premier League. They want to be Real Madrid of Champions League, and they are that in the CrossFire West League. Who's gonna be able to throw them down from the crown? Either Team Nemesis, LCK, or other contenders.
Yeah, we shall see. And I think you make a good point. There's some weird feeling about just like how games have gone in history, in whatever sport, where like nostalgia bias is very evident these days. Like everything feels better in the old days. There are some things that are better now, obviously, but like when you look at the lineups in like, you know, I don't know, tennis, when it was the top like Federer, Nadal, Djokovic, when they were all still playing together, and Murray as well. When it was Formula One, when you know Schumacher and Hamilton only just joined, and Alonso was at his peak and winning races and all that sort of thing, like it felt amazing. And nostalgia bias makes you feel like it is a bias in a way, but yeah, we want new contenders. We want these leagues to be close rather than a bit of a run over like we saw in phase 2 of the CFWL last season, where Rock went 14-0, right? So yeah, technically 16-0 if you count the playoffs too. Anyway, round here beginning and now ending. I just think quite a long round here. Bomb only just went down with 15-second clock. Spoxy does find Bet, great frag to grab, and now they got a 3v2 in the afterplant, which they should convert.
I love to see it in sub base, and at this point it's dropping to 2v2 comics. Gates another kill, and now they're just trying to go for the split execution exactly. Comics go for the double man beaking, going on the stairs, and the other guy is going from the left side. You peek at one, Alker takes you from the other way. And the first round goes to Team Nemesis. Yeah, you love to see, I would say, a black horse coming from like nowhere to get new names on the crown, new names to take this place. Like speaking of, we have seen that before in the Premier League. It was like that team. I can't really recall it, but they had Conte, they had a lot
Chelsea.
of really good players.
Oh no, Leicester, Leicester, the underdog.
Yeah, Leicester City. Yeah, Leicester City.
Sorry, yeah. I just caught on to what you were saying. Funny though, like they've won their round, Nemesis, and the previous a really tight one, and then this one's a complete walkover, 5v1, and it's going to be a 5v0.
Flex got 2 kills with 1 bullet.
I think he might have done. I did see that. Maybe we'll get a chance to see one of those picture-in-picture replays again. But yeah, I saw the end of it, but can't confirm 100% if that's what my eyes actually witnessed or not. Don't want to lie when I didn't see it properly.
It happens to all of us. Now we're back to round number 3. Back to CrossFire Western League. Back to LCK Nemesis. We have Kiko, Spoxy, Flex. He's been flexing the entire series. I would say especially in the first game, since like second game he's just been up for 2 rounds. And in those 2 rounds he have 4 kills, which is magnificent. Crazy work. A side, you can see like almost stacking here. LCK robbing 1 immediately with the trades. Going a bit off, crept, getting closer and closer to the second floor. Flex! Come on! Catches the flanker in the blink of the night.
Alucard's been having a couple of uncharacteristic misses from his high standards. Been the opening pick that could get him that 1 kill to fall back has been missing. Sure, he made the recovery and got 1 immediately, but only the 1. Dipsy's still hiding toward the window, but the bomb can go down comfortably. Beck's going to try and work his way through on that retake. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to get anything done again when you're a man down. These retake angles, these positions you have to force your way through are just not easy to get through. Lion Claw will do big damage, but doesn't get a kill. And actually, Beck and Comics are recovering this one. Incredible work! And they've got enough time to defuse that bomb. Crazy from Beck. And some weird moments in that afterplant for LCK.
Yeah, that's a comeback for this round. Also, it felt like Flex was just AFK for a long time here. In this round, he was just holding the flank. But guess what? You have 3 people attacking from the other side, and there's only 3 players remaining. It felt a bit off. Speaking of being off, it's blood everywhere, and you can see 1, 2, 3. Beck grabs a double kill for this round. and only Spoxy left alone versus the entire world. No C4, no dream, no place to go.
Spoxy is known to be one of the best players in the league. There's always a world you could do something crazy if the Nemesis aren't careful here. It's not like the C4 is in the possession of Nemesis either. It is on LCK on Spoxy's back, and that's a lovely pick into Alucard cleared. And now he's going to quickly. He can fake it though. He's got more than enough time to try and catch either Raffin or Beck off guard. Keeping that position in middle. Could have charged his way toward Raffin's position. And right now they are split 1-1. Spoxy's going to push forward now. Or has been heard, I think. And it's a great frag from Spoxy. And now Beck has to deliver. But he's already Klindo. The thing is, Spoxy's leaving the bomb site. Maybe has heard Beck on that rotation. There's definitely a chance that he heard a bit of a sound cue. So now a long 1v1 will pan out. And it would be a 1v3 for Spoxy in total. I said he's capable of this. He's going to work his way all the way through toward long instead. Beck is now tracking and tracing. But Spoxy might have a free plant now.
Yeah, definitely got. It turns out to a 1v1 situation. Spoxy, as you have said it is, he's that guy to make it. He can hear the bland Beck, like, trying to go for it. Pretty low HP Spoxy. I hope that he doesn't die from full damage exactly. Spoxy using the box to his side. Hitting the stabs back. The 1v1 spot. Goes for the double shots. Goes for the smoke. Hears it, but it doesn't matter. Spoxy clutches the round.
I said it was possible. I said it was possible. And I said Nemesis would be kicking themselves if they let it slip. And that is a huge one. Probably clutch of the day there from Spoxy. We've had a couple of good ones. LSY's one to win a map on Eagle Eye. I think we had Famous winner. Well, actually, it wasn't a clutch, but he did get a pretty sick 3k earlier. Beck's got 3 kills here to me. Cancel out the good work from that previous round from LCK. Incredible. Quick triple. He's going to make it a 4th as well. Actually on for... Is he on for all 5 here, Beck? I think he might be, but Alucard will steal it away. But yeah, I mean, I was still kind of reveling in the Spoxy clutch there. That was, as I say, probably play of the day. Nemesis will immediately go back into the lead, though.
Yeah, I believe it's the play of the day. Like, it's just how... Like, that's an absolute cinema moment. You love to see it. Speaking of stuff that you'll love to see it, Line Close just went full ham with the swing, right and left, takes 2. Raffin, Comixer, down to the grave, flex. Like we've seen him early on the rounds making huge plays, but he's just trying to step down a little bit for this point of the game. Depsy, can he find the shot? And it connects.
Yeah, quick 1-for-1. Zane now working his way around, and look at the position of Beck. Once again, pushing up aggressively into top middle. He got a big quad kill from kind of doing that with a pincer maneuver with his teammates. And now I think he's got an idea. Oh, is he underneath the window? Does Lion Claw see him? I don't think he has, you know. I don't think he's got any idea. Oh my goodness, he's looking now, and then he'll clear him out. Okay, maybe there was an inkling earlier on. Great clear from Lion Claw. Now Alucard's now got his turn to try and win a 1v3.
I don't want to curse him like I did on the other guy. I said he can't do it, but Alkard this time trying to defend versus 3 players. It's pretty hard. Like if you're trying to beat 3 players at the same time. Like, yeah, you can kill one if you're, like, I don't know, if you're a hero, you can get 2, but the third guy, you should just grab the kill Alkert. Holding the AWM. Going through the tunnel. Kiko and Lanklo both are just waiting for him, and it's just a death trap at this point.
Claw will clear it up. Almost a chance there for Beck to make a round recovery play happen, but Claw is the king of that round.
Playing pretty passive from LCK. It feels like they got the momentum after the 1v3 clutch play happened. I'm sorry, Penguin, I was not familiar with your game. He said it's gonna be close, and it's definitely close. At least through the course of the previous round draft. 1, 2, 3 Beaconham, he almost lined him up, but Lanklo just does the same. He gets two to his name, and now they have full control over A side, and they have Flicks walking from B side. That's a pretty crazy one. He can just go for a wonderful flank.
Oh, good opportunity! Oh, he had players looking the wrong way, but Dipsy will whiff his lines. Not easy, but still, you would have felt like he should have gotten that one. Might not have changed the round in the end, to be fair. That's okay, looked like they were going to win it either way. Had a chance, though. And it's always the chances that you wish you'd managed to take that prey on your mind a little bit.
Early pick off on Dipsy. Bad way to start a round. Like, it's always the early kills that matters. It puts you pretty hard disadvantage, especially when you are defending here. You have a lot of ways to enter the site. You can just go with the split execution on from med through tunneling on B, or you can just have the C4 lay down back and wait, trying to play on the doors and do your other strats that when it comes to your head. Still have the numbers advantage, you have the util, you have everything that you need to, unless other parts of the players just go for a heroic play like what big happened.
Oh, yeah. Spoxy looking solid. Alucard getting caught in with nothing to do either. DK starting to get a bit of a momentum run here. Flash in for a attempt, obviously. Comics get that quick frag on toward Kiko, but that's all on Comics himself. Spoxy and Dezane both kind of on the line, tight angles being held, trying to jiggle them out, trying to get an opportunity to get at least one 1v1 of the two players left, but they won't let him. Dezane gets the frag. LCK now guarantee at least a lead in the first half.
And if they can make it better or bigger, with one more round, you'll have a double round on your hand. Comics just goes for a wild drop push here. Him almost getting caught here. 3v3. 4 players just drop down in this B side. And they're left alone. Looking at the map, Ref is pretty far away. And I believe they might just go for the rotation over A side. They won't commit there. Alcard. Moving here. Still. 80 seconds on the clock. Using the last nade they have in pocket. Feels pretty bad for Team Nemesis. They have only one smoke left to use it. No other util. On the other side, no more nades as well. It's a raw weapon fights, and Dempsey connects with a crazy AWM shot.
Two v two. Card now again. This is the issue. Even though the bomb is down, so having to retake from this position is very difficult. Spoxy on that line. And the time is getting really low now. How are they going to get onto that bomb quick enough? 13 seconds and they're kind of nowhere near. I mean, I'm sure Alucard is close to the bomb, but the issue is there's two players on short to try and deny it. But Raffin's done it all. Very, very quick kill on Spoxy, and then he knew where Line Claw was playing from. A really important recovery, a big clutch actually. Now, it's important to mention that Spoxy had a crazy clutch earlier. Now Raffin's answered back to try and keep Nemesis into the game and tight, and it is only a one-round game.
They're pretty close, and you love to see what Trav just did. He stands still in one spot. He got the information that he needs, and he immediately starting right and left. He got what he needs, and LCK versus Team Nemesis. It's a bloodbath, and it's pretty close. 5-4 in the scoreboard. Now, Team Nemesis, they're here with the attack side. You're just having some jiggling right and left, trying to see if anyone's shoulder gets peaked. Raf is here to cover his back and seeing if anyone will just trying to go for the B long rush or trying to find a flank position. "80 seconds on the clock. Who got the word?"
X trying to use a little gap wood to see below him in toward spawn, but yeah, it's a bit awkward now. That could be a big catch for Beck, and yes, Kiko actually had no idea that he dropped down. Bomb down.
Fantastic. Flex. 20 seconds on the clock. Dropping here back. Alkert got 1, 2, 3. And Flex is left alone. A gun on a dream, and Raf just delivers him the final bullet to heaven. 5-0. Feels like we're back to the starting point. First time we see a toe-to-toe teams getting like rounds right and left. And like I would mention game that 3BL have just played, they were pretty down when it comes to rounds, and whenever it's the final round, they're trying to close the game, they start building the comeback. But this game is a lot different. You take a round, I take another one. They're not lift off a lot.
Fire in the hole. They'll choose to make their way down mid now. That's a lovely pre-aim from Dipsy. Flex obviously was super on Eagle Eye. So that's a great find. Already a quick 5v3.
Hulkard. using the double doors to his advantage. Spox and Kiko, you're going through mid. I believe one of them can just go to Cat and trying to play on the retake here. Plant been made. You need to go for it. Alkert actually dropping another one. It's a 2v5. Man, like, you have 5 players holding your site, and you're entering with all dreams aside. Kiko left alone, and he is down to earth. Another round to Team Nemesis, and round number 6. They're just building back their momentum, and they finally got a round with their own name, like they are top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, maybe map 3 is actually not that far away.
It feels like that.
We've had 2 2-0s so far today. Haven't had a decider yet.
Seconds on the clock. Come on. Spoxy gets one. Second left down. Trying to go through the windows. Well, like, not easy for you to get closer. Flex holding a pretty off angle here. Waiting for any support. Back gets 1-2. And the immediate trade is here. Back in Alkort, actually, they're still pretty low in HP. Can they actually trying to get closer to the C4? Or I believe they don't have any information that Flex is still on the site. Exactly, Flex goes here. Alkert left alone. Jump with the pistol, but Alkert with a quick scoop drives him down to the grave. Kiko. Oh, Beck!
That's an incredible lineup. Really important as well. That could have gone completely the other way. That might be one of the rounds that is worth highlighting later, because that was... that could have been obviously 6-all, but now it's 7-5. The fact that Alucard reacts very quickly up close, and then Beck gets the lineup on those 2 players recovering and rotating. They are both very, very low HP. And,
they were pretty low.
Yeah, Beck was able to take both of them, even though he was low himself. Important 7-5, 3 away from map 3.
Can LCK drive us to overtime? Huh. Feels like they need at least to take time off. If they lost this round, since they were in lead first half, and since we changed sides, Team Nemesis has been just taking round after round after round with no response. Even though multiple times LCK had the upper hand in numbers, had the upper hand in holding the site, but Nemesis, they always have a spot to find something. And speaking of that, Big just got one, make it 2 through the box here, making a crazy play. Team Nemesis, they're just out of... I don't know, that's just insane to see coming from them. Beck with the triple killer in this round.
Beck is doing unreal... Oh my goodness, quick scope from Dipsy long range as well. He's making everything look so easy. But Beck is 18 on the board already. That is incredible. I mean, not a single one of his teammates are on double-digit kills. Might change this round, because obviously Alucard's on 9, and as his comics, but as we can see, like, a lot of this work is down to Beck lagging. There we go, Alucard will finally get his KD up there now. And then Nate from comics downtown onto the Zane. That's a dunk. That's a huge one to grab. And just streaking clear from LCK here. Very, very close now to this third map. This a 9-5 lead. Wouldn't surprise me if this is the round where LCK maybe call a bit of a timeout. You may as well.
Yes, sir. if they don't get their timeout now, like we all know that this game is over. Blacklist win. Exactly. As I was just about to mention that we didn't count the previous round, so now Team Nemesis just got the second W over this best of 3. So game 3 is just like here to see how will it go, and I believe we have the decider as sub base. And when it comes to sub, oh wait, that's a tactical. Oh, I thought that was the game-winning round. Either way, still, we're one round away from knowing if we're going to game number 3. LCK makes a crazy comeback, deliver 4 rounds perfectly executed, no mistakes, and then we get to overtime and God knows what happened in overtime, or we just head to game number 3.
Yeah, we won't know just yet unless it's unless it happens. But I kind of did say immediately LCK. It's probably going to be a tactical from them now, but I wish they would do it a round earlier, because like now you can afford no errors at all. If you did it while your opponents were on 8 to stop the rot, then still, still 2 rounds to win. I think that's a bit more workable, but I don't know. I think that's a little bit of a, as I say, like a round too late to really make this tactical timeout really be impactful.
Feels like Loans is not speaking with players, they're more of trying here to flex what he wants. I believe that the IGL of the team, and Loans is just there wanting to know what's his team thinking about and what can they actually do. And we're back with the final game. I'm sorry, with the final round of game number 2 with BLCK, and oh my god, triple kill in a blink of an eye.
There you go. The timeout worked. whatever they spoke about, it's perfect. Problem is they're gonna have to do that for 3 more rounds as well after that. So.
I mean, but I believe he didn't have much kills before we hit back to this game, like before the timeout. Feels like he's just starting to step up right now. It's better late than never.
Can they do it 3 more times? That is the question. Then onto the corner from Dezane. Nemesis trying to force their way out long early, but already after taking it, they immediately maneuver back through spawn again.
This one is a bit slower. Well, he put the final nail in the coffin and give Nemesis the ticket to game number 3. Or flex that something in his pocket. Debsy going forward here through mid. They know they have to. That beacon here, 1-2, and immediately trades 2 for 2.
Beck almost manages to get taken down there, but that's a good little jiggle in the end. It forces Spoxy off the angle, Alucard into the open. And this could be where we get this 3rd map confirmed. It was only that 1 round that really made the difference for LCK. That big aggressive play by Dezane to get those 3 kills. It looks almost a dead cert in the next 30 seconds, or maybe less, that we'll have our first map 3 of the day. Great frag from Flex. They've got a lot more to do from there, though. Raffin and Alucard should be in the right position to confirm this one. Don't overpeak, don't overswing, and Raffin makes it look simple. Quick headshot, slightly spoiled by the cameras, unfortunately. Hopefully we'll get that fixed over the next few days. They're already leaving their chairs and off to get prepared for map 3. But yeah, that is a very impressive map 2. We thought it would be a map 3. It did kind of read like it would be the case in this series, and they proved it. I think actually I'm quite impressed that they were able to bounce back that quickly. It was definitely a much easier win for LCK and in map 1 than it should have been. Yeah, I think Nemesis, they know they've got the quality, they know they've got the ability, despite a few very close rounds early on. They managed to really put their foot down in that second half in particular, and even though we had some crazy clutches, that Spoxy one is really one to marvel. It's probably one of the plays of the day. It wasn't enough to really get them over the line 2-0 in the end. So it will be a map 3, our first of the day. We'll see what Volt and Penguin have to say about map 2.
Well, Trav, it's safe to say that was the Nemesis that I was expecting to see from Eagle Eye onwards. And Penguin, despite Spoxy's best efforts, he said last time it was a 10-0. Well, Spoxy definitely did make a difference, but it was not enough to shake off Nemesis.
Yeah, as I said, Nemesis and LCK, they are very strong teams. They are both neck to neck usually. They have very close games together, and hopefully CQ now believes that Nemesis can toe-to-toe with LCK, because the first game was not Nemesis that we expected, and it was a very overpowered LCK than we expected also. The second game just showed that both teams are on the same level. It's just some slight, let's say, improvements from LCK due to having Kiku, and also on the other hand, Dipsy and Comics doing the great work for the roster of Nemesis. In the end, Spoxy tried to clutch a lot of rounds, tried to do heroic moves. He couldn't, because Team Nemesis, as I said, they're playing now more as a team than before, and they claimed their win 10-5. On the second map, I hope that we can see a more close crossfire on sub-base.
Yeah, and we've seen not only Alucard really stepping up to the platter once they got to the second half, but really Beck was having a masterful performance. Yeah, he was out of his mind on this map, really, you gotta say. Like, I think he got, 20 kills, 21 kills total in the end of that one. That pretty much tells you all you need to know. Like, he was impossible to play against. I don't know how you could even...
Well, Beck is doing the IGL for his teammates, and also he's taking the full freedom from his coach to move and try to find the kills, find the frags, maybe find the lurks, and we've seen him multiple times. Yes, sometimes he gets caught by Spoxy when he's lurking or he's coming late, but in the end, it pays off in most of the rounds, and he gets what is needed for his teammates. And also, he's playing with EBR, which is quite important for his teammates, because the EBR gives you a very important lead in terms of firepower, because you can wallbang, you can try to put a lot of damage for a lot of players. It reloads real quick, it has 35 bullets. So yeah, EBR is just real decent. You need to have someone who is really capable of playing with this gun.
Yeah, again, like, it really has actually shaken things off a little bit with the new balance update to the CFS loadouts. But I'm a big fan of it, right? I think, like, a lot of people using the M14, I really love the place the M14 has found itself in here. And as he said, like, now there's definite trade-offs between it and the 417 on the other side. But we've seen a couple of big rounds whenever you think about both LCK and Nemesis from the Riflers, telling you, well, pretty much all you need to know in terms of the level of play that they've had. They have been playing some really excellent crossfire here from the side of Nemesis. And most of all, as you can tell there on the scoreboard, a 1.9 KD for Beck. Almost, not even almost, actually more than a kill around. That is some outrageous numbers.
Yeah, it's almost 2 kills per round. Well, Beck in Black Widow, I believe that when he moves and he takes his full freedom, that's what we have seen. he's game changer. Sometimes, yes, as I said, he gets caught, but if he stops doing it or if he gets into his mental, we've seen sometimes Nemesis falling into this map. But now, I believe that he's done it maybe more than 3-4 times. Yes, Spoxy caught him on 2 times. One time it was in base, one time was in BC, and Spoxy was in cat. Still, he kept doing these cheeky moves, and his iconic play where he there is an iconic play for Beck where he sneaked through mid, he went through a window, went to cat, fought through 4 players alone, and he killed them all. So that's how Beck usually plays Black Widow, and that's how he usually takes his team into the win. In terms of strategies, we've seen a lot of good strategies coming from Team Nemesis. The guys are starting now to take controls. We've seen some weaknesses from Team Nemesis. Let's say that Inner Circle in the last year, taking the A-long control, the barracks control. They usually had some weaknesses versus LCK especially, and sometimes also versus Bridge. Yes, I know that LCK lost to them 10-0, but now they tried to maybe play better, more as a team, which actually paid off really good, and it's 10-5 for them, and yeah, nothing more to say.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess that's all that we have about this one, but we're looking forward to sub-base next, right, as our decider. I believe it's Blacklist start for LCK, so GR start then for Nemesis. So yeah, how things do actually sub-base, right? You know, with the sub-base up next. And how do you feel this one is going to go? I feel like the sub-base should be the closest between the two teams. It's like in the middle of the pack in terms of the veto priority for the two sides, right? Both teams don't mind it as a decider, but neither will pick it as a first pick. So, with given the foreigner we've seen on both maps 1 and 2, Player Penguin, what do you think is actually going to happen?
Well, sub-base is usually the map that LCK looks to play, and they are very good, and we know that their iconic win also, LCK beating all gamers, all the champions and the EWC winners for the last year. They beat them on sub-base, and they did a very good performance for them versus them on 2023, I believe, or 2024, which was surprising for us, and we know that they are very good on sub-base. I usually used to struggle mainly base versus them, so going to LCK's sub-base is tough, but having Kevin with you, that makes it a bit easier for your team, because Kevin knows how to play sub-base, and he's built Anubis Gaming back in the days on 2023, a very good team on sub-base. Then he elevated this into 3BL, making them even more better on sub-base. So Kevin knows how to play sub-base, LCK knows how to play sub-base, so it's going to be a very good game. My opinion goes for the LCK players, because they play together this map more than the Team Nemesis guys. But still, with the performance that we've seen from Team Nemesis, we cannot expect that LCK is gonna go and have an easy game.
Well, the clash that we've had here, Penguin, will have to come to a conclusion. The sub-base is going to go to one of those two teams. Everything on paper, as Eve said, leads to LCK, but do not discount Nemesis. They're a team with some excellent firepower, and we've seen the best of them here on the Black Widow. Could they take it away or not? That's what we're going to find out after a brief break.
the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Menacing, not able to get free. Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just makes Zane has what about Chris here? Yes, rivalries here going for that swing.
Our match of the week, well, maybe at least at the bare minimum, a match of the day, have gone and now become a best of one Penguin. Still, got, as you can tell there in the bottom left, Nemesis taking on LCK. It's sub-base up next. Before the break, you said that statistically and historically, this has been one of LCK's best maps, but let's make a case for Nemesis here. If they win, how do they win? Is it through Alucard? Is it through, like, maybe the Rivalries? Where did they actually take the win?
Dipsy, because Dipsy is the guy that you're going to be looking for to take his team into the win on sub-base, especially on sub-base. I'm not talking about Dipsy in general in the team, but Dipsy on sub-base is something else. This guy is just insane, and he also played this map a lot, and it was one of his best maps, alongside with Comics as well. So the new two additions for Team Nemesis, Dipsy and Comics especially, gonna make sub-base way different from Team Nemesis, and we cannot expect that Team Nemesis is gonna have a weak sub-base. Yes, LCK is very good. We do not also discount them, but I'm saying that we should, on paper, see a very close game. Maybe in the end can go for LCK. It can't be one-sided. If it's one-sided, then this is just a one-of-a-time game.
Yeah, you know, we talked a lot about Kevin and what he means for Nemesis, and what he meant for Anubis and 3BL at the times that he was with the team, and how that sub-base actually leveled up. Do you think that they've had enough time to actually reform that sub-base? Because they must not really have let it at a decider out of coincidence. They might trust in their preparation for it.
Yeah, I guess the guys from Team Nemesis, they started even on 2025. I believe that they had more time together and they fixed everything, and we're going to be seeing them soon.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see now. As we've said, this is the finale, the one last map of the day, the final set, as we take on Nemesis and LCK, and only one team will emerge victorious for the final game of the opening.
Yep, should be a banger. Should be a banger, and honestly, I'm really excited for it, because I think there is a situation where Penguin has mentioned it. Both these two see the map a lot. Both of them enjoy it, and I think both of them are really motivated to start the season on a high.
And also Team Nemesis have Coach Kevin, which is he have made a lot of masterpieces in this map, particularly with Team Anubis, with Team 3PL, and also he teaches it to most of the teams that he worked with. So knowing his strats and his way of playing, I believe those players can deliver even a lot better on this map, particularly. And knowing the names and watching the previous game, it felt like Team Nemesis, they were struggling a little bit in the first half, but after that, when we just entered the second half of game number 2, they just run with everything, running from 5-4 on the scoreboard to 10-6. It's just like he lost only one round on the second half. Can they do the same thing here? Probably not. But what I'm really waiting to see is a competitive game of CrossFire.
I think it will be. I think it will be. As we were kind of talking about, I don't think there's any way this is going to be a blowout either which way. Anyway, let's see who gets off to the cleanest of starts. First sub-base of the season. Oh, lovely pick. Spoxy will find Beck like it's nothing. Great flick. Look, it's the second of the round as well. Just like that, click your finger and they all fall Comics starts alive, trying to make some damage happen. So a very winnable clutch this one, and they do line up a little bit at the end. But Dezane is there to get the opening round for LCK.
Dezane actually made it. And through the replay, you'll see Spoxy actually had the entry kill for this game. It feels like he have done the same, the same thing multiple times in the previous game. He did it almost 4 or 5 times at game number 2. Game number 1 did it also a little bit, so it feels like he's always that guy who's going for the entry kill on the other side. At this point, Team Nemesis, they're dropping the C4 down in the middle, going through connectors, and here you can see Depsy on vent, just waiting for anyone to get closer to B side. But I believe they will go through the room and connectors at the same time. Spoxy, Lanklo, they're just trying to find the angles here.
Alucard hasn't been his strongest best so far in this opening game for his new organisation. Be a great time to have one of his incredible games. Flex is able to find comics early though. There's the reply. That's a good reply on toward Spoxy as well, on toward his counterpart. Raffin on the rafters above. Kiko has seen that, but somehow Raffin still gets away with 1 kill. Pretty impressive considering. Now they're trying to run down Alucard. Oh, not being able to track him well there though. Alucard gets a pretty cheeky kill online, into an advantage for Nemesis.
Nemesis. They have the numbers advantage. C4 dropped in B site. Kiko just goes for the blend. Might just go trying to beat the window, and also with a split entry that might help. Back. Hearing the steps, having some angles here. Going back, seeing Flex. They're going from 1 to make it 3 sides using the stun here. Bex gets and might trying to get closer. Can he finish it? That Flex immediately was a respawn. 1 man left, and Flex goes with the final shot. Alkert got it! Flex got 2, but can he defuse? And he can. 2 seconds left on the clock, and Team Nemesis grabs round number 2.
Great recovery. That did not look easy, and it wasn't, plainly.
Not.
It didn't look easy because it wasn't easy. Great recovery.
It looked super messy.
There on Spoxy, some damage done. See Dipsy and Alucard getting that boost set up to get Dipsy into the vent, in the control room. It could be a position that might go a little bit unchecked, or could get them an opening. You can see it from that POV.
Comics.
Oh, here we go.
Come on. In all these 3 situations, doesn't end up with any kill, but Lanklo gets 1, 2, 3. Flex gets another 2, and LCK. It's just like that. Blink. They're down. They're off. Nemesis. I love how they actually play on defense here. Global risk. But it's so hard for them to keep up with the aggression that LCK had in the previous round.
Oh, Flex getting a little bit of contact. Pushing down now toward the side, and Comic's very blind in the corner, not able to get anything done. And then Lion Claw runs down Raffin. That gives them control of the back of the site now. Should be able to get that plant down, and they will do. But of course, Lion Claw and Kiko very, very low. Retaking is very difficult. It wouldn't be possible, if I'm honest with you. But Alucard, with more shots like that, maybe it can be. Great kill on Spoxy. Now they'll force their way down, and that HP really could come back to bite them. Blinding them up and delaying the time ever further. Lion Claw hiding behind the site. Can he get at a timing? He can! 2 more kills, even though he's so low. Alucard has to now try and pounce forward. Gets himself that trade, but now the time is really against him. Flex is hiding behind the box. He's trying for the full defuse, but Flex making sure he completes the kill. Great frag from Flex. Great try from Alucard, but that round was all line.
At the end, it felt super close. He got 3 kills. Traded for 1, and he kept it 1v1 for Flex. Going left and right, watching, waiting for the timer to clock into his side. Boom, he just peeks, grabs your leg, and just cuts it up. Dempsey! Trigger.
That's so cheeky. Oh.
Discipline from Dempsey was just insane. He saw 1, 2, 3 moving forward, and he just got 3 of them. It's just insane.
It's an important round to bounce back here for Nemesis, so they are able to grab it. CK were starting to look like they were looking very strong. They do actually have a free plant on A if they want it here, LCK. Sure, Comics is giving it a look down the stairs and through the window. There is a rotation in here pretty quickly for Beck as well. But the issue is holding onto this site is going to be very difficult. They're actually shifting away, would you believe? 2 players are going searching on Nemesis. Beck and Comics are both going looking. The bomb's not even down. It's like they're retaking the site, even though the bomb's not planted. But it works out for a 1-for-1 plan. Spoxy should take big nade damage as well, and he will. Down to around half HP, now 58 on the board. No, C4 planted. He's in a pretty impossible situation. Timing swing for Comics. Probably should have committed to that and got the kill once he saw he wasn't looking at him, but he wants to play safe. He knows that there's no point swinging for no reason. I do think it'll all be fine. Comics on the corner. There's a jump. Good quick scope. Actually a very nice kill to grab. Surely no more than that though for Spoxy. With only 15 seconds left. He's actually going to rotate all the way around. He's got the plant in time. That's really not that bad considering. He's found Raffin as well. Surely not. And surely not. Alucard will finally pounce and trade him, but that was a lot closer than it should have been.
Man, it felt so close. Like, even though he was left in a 1v3 situation, he juggled it. He played it pretty smart. But he left down into a 1v1 that he couldn't even take. First of all, he got a first sniper kill. And then we're here. Speaking of the sniper kills, Comics got 1, 2, make it 3. Spoxy with the trade. Beck is the only one guy to left from Nemesis squad. Kiko, Rava also, Comics, Dempsey, and Olkert. Like, we're in round number 6, and I believe that they're, like, I don't know, that's not only the best game that we have witnessed today. I believe that's one of the craziest series we will find in Phase 1.
Ball will go down. Flex and Kiko, you'd maybe whisper it quietly, but might even favour them in this round from here. Thing is, Kiko is quite a bit disconnected, but he's going to go and help Flex out now. Comics, Dipsy and Alucard looking to force their way back in. Time could be a bit of an issue. Flex holds on for 1, looking for 2, so close to the second. It's all now down to Kiko. This is actually winnable, because that time really is getting low. They need that defuse. Comics is going to tap it, not hold it, and Alucard will go down to Kiko. Now it's very difficult. Comics has to hold that defuse, but no, he's not going to get it done. Another clutch in this game, and this time it's Kiko's.
The CrossFire world is that. You see Flex, you see Kiko, you see Alkert, you see all those players. You see Line Claw gets a clutch, Flex makes the same thing, Kiko, like each and every individual player got his own, and his own edge on something, and when it comes to clutching rounds, LCK have been the best among this day. Like, they had 2 in the first game, 3 on the second, and this one. Speaking of clutching, you have just Flex, him shifting right and left, going for kills, hunting people. He's looking for the prey, and he's definitely the hunter. Alkert.
Alucard will find Spoxy. Again, the clock above their heads, though. So many retakes and afterplants in this game so far. It's making it exciting for these moments, but Zane will make it a little bit more comfortable on this occasion for LCK. They're putting in a pretty good number in this first half now. That's 5-2.
Funny enough, Zane didn't show off most of the entire game. He's just like, yeah, you need me guys right now? Yes, and he just steps up, gets 1-2, and now, yeah, it's time to get back to chill on the couch and see what will happen. Speaking of chilling, Kiko will join him, but it's turned up to a 2v2. Spoxy is pretty low in HP. Dipsy and Ref are left alone, and the A side is almost clear. Spoxy. And here, trying to blind Dipsy from the control room. Again. Oh! Again! Ref steps up. Can we see a clutch play from Spoxy? Oh, he's doing it!
No. Nice try. Nice try from Spoxy, but not on this occasion. In fact, he was so low, didn't help. Another defuse in this game. It's been, as I say, yeah, I think me saying again didn't really do it justice. There's been so many of those rounds that can go back and forth with the afterplants on A. Only been maybe a couple of late rounds on B. I think I can remember 2 of the 8 rounds played. Oh, that's very aggressive from Zane, actually going in toward 2 players, and Comics will get the kill. He's going to try and force his way forward looking for more, but the combination of Zane's damage and Lion Claw will get that kill back for.
His combination is pretty hard. Also, Kiko trying to go forward, look for another kill here. Spoxy using the stairs to his side, also trying to peek with a small amount of body of him being shown. He managed to get another kill in a 4v3 casual scenario we have been watching the entire series. LCK, you're always on the top foot. They make the decisions, they have the tempo, and they can just play on a regular basis. Only 80 seconds left. What's their decision? We'll see.
Rush down the stairs. Beck knows what's coming, communicating that to his team. It's a great hold from him and Alucard. Looks like they're going to keep them at bay. Even has time to reload the crate as well. Good jump up. Oh, Beck's putting in a sterling job here. That is a great second. Flex will finally remove him, but that is a round that Nemesis so desperately needed, unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him. That did not look possible on that B. Oh my word. That is a 6-3 half that shouldn't have happened for LCK. That is a crazy recovery. Alucard will be kicking himself.
Excuse me. Flex with 7 HP just clutched the 1v3? Did we just witness that? I'm sure, but like, I'm not familiar with your game, Flex. I'm not familiar with your flexes, your moves, your jump shots, or whatever you have, whatever you're doing, just keep doing it. I don't know, man. It felt like, yeah, Nemesis just got this round and run away with it. If he had just like one life, one shot to his leg, you can just secure the round, but not when you're playing versus Flex. It doesn't look to be easy to make. Comics and the rest of the boys are facing pretty aggressive here in the A site, and Flex is just holding the box. I believe that he's holding the stairs. He's waiting to get any information on the enemy while they're trying to enter the stairs. Player number 5, which is gonna be the Zane, go with the stun, and he just connects with them. And exactly, Flex is waiting, is going for the sneaky play, got one, and the second just left out. 4 been left. Kiko traded. Line Claw makes it equal, and it's a 2v1, and Depsy just in a pretty low spot when it comes to HP and position.
Very doable though, I feel, considering he's, sure, 58 HP, but Kiko's low as well. We've seen multiple clutches in this game. Very entertaining map. I think been one of the best of the day. Probably the best of the day, like you were saying earlier, to be fair, considering the amount of clutches and back and forth situations. Dipsy will be spotted out by both Lion Claw and Kiko because they kind of double push that one together. Chance now for Dipsy to rotate round. He's just about slipped the gap, but Lion Claw and Kiko, what's going on? Dom will go down on B. Now Dipsy's going to try and play what would be a very difficult clutch because they're going to go together, playing the trade game. Kiko and Lion Claw, great opening, and tries for the immediate transfer on the other side of the box. That's actually a really good reaction from Lion Claw. That's another important kill for him. He's got 13 kills in this game. I think at least 3 of them have been in very important late round scenarios. He started the game with 8 very early, of course, if you remember, and that's another important singular kill to really make a big difference.
Feels like it's time for Team Nemesis to take at least a break, or just try and have a tactical timeout to talk to each other to see what they can do, but they are just firing at all cylinders. You love to see it, and when you hear it, like a lot of gunshots here. But the thing is, no one is dropping down. Nemesis took the most amount of damage here. Rav, low 20 HP, Flex, been flexing those muscles the entire series. Him and Lion Claw, both are just like the only 2 guys with more than double-digit kills. They're driving LCK to the victory. But my question is, can they keep the same pace for the remaining rounds? Can they do it?
Yeah, they only need 3 more to secure the first win of the season. None of us picked LCK in our predictions. How foolish we were, maybe. But this is a good round for Nemesis. Get the entries over on A a lot more comfortably. And this actually should be one of the easier rounds we've seen so far. Comics will tap down Spoxy. And Kiko is not long for this world. He's done. All banged by the M14 of Dipsy. And that is a kind of a must-win round that they did manage to find. Still 3 behind. But they had to stop the LCK streak.
The long road starts with 1 round. You still have a long one to take. But hope that we can go to an overtime. Like 3rd game with overtime, that's a dream game for us. Speaking of dreams. So, nade's been thrown here, Depsy. Down to 80 HP. Beck just go with the stun! Comics! Just with Like he loved the aggression, he loved the play style. One throws the stun and the other guy just goes swinging right and left. Dapsy gets the second raid back here for the support. LCK is just drawn back and going to just leave this spot. They don't want to get more down the road.
It should be another round that LCK can't really respond on. Are they going to take a gamble rotation in any way here? 2 on B. It's the right call right now, but C is doing well with jiggling out these angles, and they now know where Spoxy is. This is definitely impossible to really get any more from this. Good flash, actually. They're both blinded up, but Spoxy got the information earlier to be able to get that second kill, but he would have needed a crazy player. I'm getting like maybe 2 more from there. And a good clear from Comics to remove Flex. So now the gap is only 2. Comeback can be spoken about.
We definitely can see a way for the comeback. Like, I'm sorry, Penguin, but like I was not familiar with what's happening between those players, teams, aggression, you name it. And it feels like whoever got the attacking side is just here to farm rounds. Oh, just dropping down to 20 HP. It's pretty low in HP. Needs to find the sweet spot to play at. Flex needs to step up again. You see him, you feel, you smell the pressure that they have at this point of the 10 players in the server. Kiko, Flex, Wineclaw. What do you have in your pocket when it comes to defense? You love the default strat that they're going for.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming downstairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now. One of the plays of the day. I think we've had a couple now. The Spoxy clutch earlier on. We had the famous 3K, and then from Dezane. That was clean as you like, and brilliant teamwork too.
I mean, he is swinging left and right. You see 3 people going down the stairs, and he just dink all 3 of them. And the 4 who's just standing on the other side, you're just like, yeah, that's an icing on top of the cake. I believe it felt like this kill was meant to go to him 3,000 years ago. Nemesis, LCK. Everything is possible. Dezane, can he do it again? I believe it's just like a one-time wonder. He can be just do those stuff a lot. Dapsy sees the opportunity using the double peek here. Him and Draft, they both are playing pretty simple. One holds the left angle, the other one is just using himself as a distraction and a firewall for his teammates to drop 30 seconds on the clock for the C4. And Dapsy just gets one more.
Oh, Dipsy, why are you being so cheeky, man? Come on, bro. I think they knew the round was won, but that's it's not like you get anything special for getting a knife kill. It's purely BM, purely BM. Definitely cheeky there, but yeah, they win the round as expected, and they're probably the right time for the tech pause as well, because I think they know they're close to the finish line, but it took that Dezane, that crazy Dezane quad kill, to get them this one round, which the only round they really had in a while. And Dezane wasn't exactly having a great game either. I think he had like 4 kills before that round. So
true.
No, huge individual moment from him is the only thing that's gotten LCK around recently, which is why this tech pause makes a lot of sense.
I mean, it's only 2 more rounds, but it looks pretty heavy for LCK to acknowledge those rounds. feels like Team Nemesis, as what they have done at the previous game, game number 2, they're doing the same thing here. They dropped a lot of rounds in the first half, and then looking for, actually I can see that they have 3 players playing on the same spot. Depsy, Olkert, and Beck, if I'm not mistaken, 4 are just playing the same place, so it gives them a bonus in the synergy spot.
That sofa looks very comfortable.
It looks that.
I want to lie down right now. It's making me want to sleep, dude. It's been a long broadcast. To be fair, actually, it could have definitely been a lot longer. I mean, we had 2-2-0s earlier, didn't we? Like, it could have been overtime all 3 maps.
And it felt like the first game also was almost a stomp for Team Vitality, so that can't count as a long game. But I believe it's almost 11 PM for you.
Yes,
correct?
22:40. It's worse for some of my colleagues though. Firstly, production in the Philippines, that they pulling all-nighters for all this stuff. So fair play to them. But also for Jordan, Elfish guy. He's from Australia, and he more often than not works fully. He basically fully changes his sleep schedule to be able to work like completely overnight. He'll be on a lot of games over the course of this season. But yeah, it's he basically completely changed his sleeping schedule solely to work the CFWL, and might end like 8 AM his time with some of the ones from previous leagues. And just confirmed by Voltar, one of our panelists in the chat, did a quick conversion for me. It's 6:40 AM for production at the moment, so they're also going to deserve a good daytime sleep when this broadcast is done.
It feels like we need to give them credit, giving us this wonderful stream and watching those new stuff that they're adding. Meanwhile, they're actually doing everything in their sleeping hours, basically. Like, no one works at night. Unlike, I mean, if you're from EU and you work in NA, if you feel me.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. 3 AM broadcast.
It happens.
A lot.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get back to the game. Nemesis versus LCK. 2 rounds difference between both of them. See? Dempsey and Kiko, both are just trying to hold the A side at this point. But Kiko actually immediately drops down by Alkert. Crazy one. Hopefully you can see it on the replay. Dempsey going for the 2v1 situation. Alkert second kill with the sniper. He's not stopped. Comics. They bring it home. You feel it. You see it. And you can see the aggression that they're making. Dempsey dropping the 4th kill, and one more round to Team Nemesis. Blacklist as your favorite when it comes to LCK versus Nemesis, whoever on the blacklist side. He just trolls the entire game. And one more. Oh! Spoxy with a shoulder shot with the AWM. It's wonderful. You see it, you're jumping, you're trying to run, you're trying to skip the window, but you skipped your entire life, and it's Olkert, I believe. Oh no, that's just after the pause, so he got only 2 kills. But beside that, Dempsey and Olkert been having a pretty good game this entire series.
Yeah.
One more round to be equal.
Yeah, pretty crazy, right? It's actually a round that LCK really need right now to kind of just settle themselves a little bit, because they were the ones that feeling like they're in complete control the entire time. And now Nemesis are touching distance. More utility being thrown into their position. It's a bit manic right now, as you can see with the maneuvering of the LCK members. He managed to get the opening kill on Alucard, which is a big one to grab, but Doesn't mean you've won the round. It's only step number 1 of 5.
Still have a lot of steps. Lying low. Am I just trying to jiggle here? At the stairs. Trying to get more information. With his Poxy, after he got the information, he just goes for the widest sniper shot here. Goes for the leg. Kiko misses it. Depsy moving to the right, spotting Kiko. Might trying to just use the stun, but he actually gets him. Kiko back trades. It's a 2v1. One more round to LCK, and they got this W.
That's a really important second kill from Kiko, because it was a 4v2, but that one actually could have been let slip. Now a chance to win the game here and now for LCK. Great opportunity to start off their season on a big positive note. Of course, they are the team of the two that have made less wild changes. Coming back to the LCK organisation after being on Gaming Gladiators for a little while. Now got a chance to win their first game back with them again. Big damage on Beck already. Spoxy also damaged up. Flex is going to try and clear the doors, and it's a great frag on Raffin.
Labalures hold wonders. Yeah, you dropped Jeff. Time is ticking. One more round. One more final bullet to end the misery for Team LCK. They are having a pretty hard game. If you can end it with a win, no overtime, no hard spot. That's a wet dream back. And comics, they're both going here. Also, you can see Kiko on the other guy. They're having a crossfire. Olkert immediately trades it. And we're back to a 3v3.
Oh, great catch.
I'm smelling the overtime.
You know, it might be, it feels like it almost is set up that way. Flex and Design have a great chance though here. I mean, they are healthier than Beck. Between the two of them, obviously, between Dipsy and Beck, they are the healthier than the two. But yeah, this is a very difficult retake. Great little flick there from Beck. The reface on that rotating Flex. And now Zane's in an impossible situation. He's getting jiggle peeked, getting pushed out of the round. And yes, there is the frag from Dipsy. 9-8 it is. One more round. And as you would probably rightly say, it's the perfect time for a final attack pause of the game. You may as well use it. If you've got it, you had better use it when it's this close in the third map.
Feels like it's time to have the final talk of the game. You have a strat that you want to execute through. You have played almost 17 rounds at this point, so you have only one chance, or yeah, actually you have only one chance into going to overtime, trying to get this precious win. And for Team Nemesis, I believe that's the perfect time to talk, and it feels like Depsy and Kevin back, all four of them are having some great talks here. Comics also. The players are, I would say, on the same line. Probably they need to change how their execution to the B side, since I believe that Team LCK just spotted or just knows counter it at
Look
this
at Dipsy.
point.
Look at Dipsy right now, calling a lot of the shots, really just gesticulating his point. Try and get them this recovery round to get to overtime. You can actually almost see like Comics smiling a little bit about the comms he's hearing right now. Clearly, that they are really getting animated to try and close it out. Trying to get back to an even standpoint. LCK want to prevent that at all costs. Loons and Kevin on the coach slot, listening to what's going on. Looks like Dizane and Lineclaw are sometimes combined when they've got Dizane's on that angle and Lineclaw's at his angle. It looks like but it's obviously two different people.
Actually, it feels so.
It's almost disconcerting.
They feel like oh, are they twins? I don't think so. Like each one of them lives on a different country, I believe.
Yeah, I just think it's funny when he puts his head down.
It is funny.
And
it looks like one person.
It looks like one person. When there's not two sets of eyes on two mouths, it looks like one person. Okay, we're rushing. Could this be the round that gets us to overtime? That is an incredible call from Nemesis. I love it. At this edge of the game, they've had a long conversation about it, and they were like, okay, let's just not make any messy moments happen here. Let's not go for anything too elaborate. Let's stick to a plan and barrel head first into the A bomb site. Great opening kill, but Spoxy did get one into return. So now, 4v4, great opportunity for Nemesis when they're the team in the afterplant. LCK have won so many of those close rounds earlier in the game. They were 20 seconds away from figuring out if we've ending the game here or if we're going to overtime. Great kill from Lineclaw. There's a player in the corner. They do clear him properly, but it's a 2-for-2. Back into a 2v2. Flex and Kiko, last two players remaining, but now it's Alucard the only player remaining, and he's stuck behind that bomb site. Can they get the kill in time? I think they can, and there's enough time for that defuse. What a way to win if you're LCK. Nemesis will be heartbroken that they came back only to lose it then.
Nemesis played it pretty well. Speaking of that, they had a super aggression. They were like, yeah, we're rushing the A side. We're throwing smokes, stuns everywhere, and it felt like LCK, they're just like, yeah, we're gonna play on retake, we're gonna leave you the side. You're wasting most of your utility. You won't have a lot of stuff to use it to maintain or to play after you have your plant, and that's actually what happened. At the same time, it felt like Team Nemesis, they had only one chance. It's either the sky or the ground, and they were knocked down so hard in this one. They did their best. We've seen a lot of clutch moments for Team LCK, and it looked pretty wonderful through this series and this game. Like, if you remember, Trav, early on this game, you saw 1v3s getting clutched by Team LCK multiple times. So it feels like Team Nemesis were pretty close, but 3-game series, 2 games, I believe, were pretty close. I'm pretty happy with this series overall.
Yeah, it's the game we kind of wanted, especially map 3. I mean, I think there was many close rounds, many afterplants, many retakes, many things that Nemesis will probably look back on later and say, if we just did this one extra thing, maybe that would have made a difference, especially that final round. They had the afterplant, they had the 4v4. They had a decent setup as well, with one player behind the stairs and one player at the bottom of the stairs. And I think in general it was a really entertaining game. But yeah, I believe that is it from us today. It's been a pleasure, of course, to cover the first day. We'll be back for more, but it's down to Volt and Penguin to close out the broadcast. Finish it off, boys.
Well, thank you so much, Trav. That was, I guess a game that is fitting if your guys work in Caliber Penguin. I feel like this game is a bit disheartening because even though the score is as close as it is, it went through all 18 rounds in this last set, but realistically, Nemesis played such a good game throughout. Every round that they've played, they had a real chance of winning. The problem is, as we've seen in the first half especially, unfortunately, LCK just had the better of them in each and every single post plant and each and every single clutch.
Well, that's a game to end the show with, and this is the game that we were expecting. I didn't like the one-sided maps that we've seen from LCK and from Nemesis as well on Blackway, because I'm pretty sure that both of the teams are just very strong on all the maps, and that's what we've seen. But we took it into the edge and we talked about how good LCK is on their sub base, and they won a lot of rounds on their blacklist side. My opinion, Team Nemesis played really well because they were coming from 3-6 deficit. They started crawling back into the lead and tried. It was 7-4, I believe, to LCK, and then 7-5, 7-6, and then they took pause 8-6 and started Nemesis. Nemesis started their comeback. But, however, today, I feel that it's not the comebackable day for the teams. We've seen 3BL trying to come back versus unKnights, but LSY denying it, and now Flex is also denying it versus Alucard, and the comebacks are not happening today. However, we've seen a very good crossfire from both teams. LCK deserved to win. They played really well, and as led, we are just playing to improve and show our best performance at the end of the season. If this is not the best performance, then LCK is going to be maybe different in the end of the season.
I mean, and we've seen like a fair bit of clutches from everyone else, not just Flex, right? Like we've seen one from Kiko, one from Lionclaw, a couple big rounds from Spoxy too. But credit where it's due though on the side of Nemesis, they've definitely had a great game, and not even from the people that you would expect from the start, right? Because at the start he said like you want Comics and Dipsy to be the two main people to carry the team over. Alucard did a lot of the heavy lifting to get them into that playable 6-3 position. Then yes, the entire team came to play as a unit. But as you can tell there in the highlights, like a lot of good play from Alucard, but primarily really LCK just being more aggressive on the BL side and getting a lot of value out of those clutches.
Well, yeah, the clutches for LCK today was on point. We've seen a lot of clutches coming out from the boys of LCK, and clutch moments are key factors and game changers for any of the teams. So if you clutch, you win games. That's what LCK used to do, and this is one of the clutches that we've seen also from Kiko and Flex. I mean, LCK is the LCK that we expected to see every time, but we wanted to see them more with the new lineup. We want to see them more with the new refreshing organization. The guys are still having the same hype and the same methods or the same way of playing Crossfire, which is playing aggressive, going for the trades, trying to take controls, give no chances for your enemy teams, and it paid off in the end, and we won the series. However, for Team Nemesis, this is only the start. It's the first series of the West League. We have not only regular round robin or regular group stage. We have phase 1, we have phase 2, and we are going also into the playoffs if they manage to make it into top 6. So it's just the beginning, and honestly I expected maybe Nemesis will fall even more in some days, but I've seen a very good performance from them. So in my opinion, Nemesis is gonna go and improve day by day, game by game. In the next stage, they're going to be stronger and they're going to be more scary.
I mean, my one worry for Nemesis is that they wouldn't actually get over that clutch factor. I guess, like, it's not them actually being clutch. I'm saying, like, you know, they've given a couple of chances where they could have closed the game, especially in the post plan that we've seen in the lower side, where they could have won the round, right? That they were one good HE away from closing the entire round in there. The trades didn't go their way. We've seen a lot of great holes on the stair from Dizzy as well. And despite like you look at the side of LCK and you look at the KDs and like, yeah, you can tell how close that game was. Great performance from Flex, of course, but from the side of Nemesis, both Comics, Dipsy, and even Alucard really did so well in today's game. If RFF was just a little bit better today, or if Kiko was a bit better for LCK, this game would have been such a complete different map, because I think that we've seen the closest, and I agree with Trav, this is the closest that we've seen two teams go. And this is such a good thing, as you said, for a newly formed Nemesis.
Well, talking about Raffen and Kiko, those are the new members of the team, so you cannot expect them trying like really well with the new team, especially that they are entry fragging for both of the teams. So they definitely have some maybe mistakes being done while they're pushing on client. We're not talking about here a practice, or it's just not on a casual game. This is a tournament. This is CF League, so maybe you'll be doing some mistakes. And in my opinion, the entry fraggers, sometimes they have a very, very bad KD, because they usually go first, they usually make the space for your team, and they end up dying, and then the team can get the trades based on that entries from them. So it's valuable. The role are valuable. You just do not, the role do not rely on numbers. You just can rely on how good they can make space for your team, or how good can make you as a team in blacklist, or even how good in the post plans and retakes, because they also work as entry fraggers on retakes.
Yeah, and I guess well earned for Flex, not only the set MVP, but the MVP of the entire best of 3. Solid performance throughout. Of course, you would say like on the Eagle Eye, there was definitely like some talk to be had about how good Spoxy was, but even then, I think that
Yes.
Flex was as important on that one with him being that aggressive, and a well-deserved game from the side of LCK. Nemesis came close, but I guess now we know who are our 1 and 2, at least for our first week. We've seen Vitality being as dominant as they are forever. Hopefully that will continue, and that gets me really excited for the Vitality head-to-head against both of those teams, actually.
Yeah, we want to see Vitality versus LCK because this is always a matchup that you cannot expect, especially that LCK, even though if they are down 2 maps, we've seen them doing the miraculous comebacks that no one ever on CFS League have done these comebacks except those guys. So I believe that this is going to be a kind of matchup, different matchup, and a derby between both teams, and we will be looking forward to see them. However, I guess our interview is ready. It's going to be Flex, the set MVP or the series MVP?
Yeah, should be joining us shortly. Of course, Flex.
Yes.
First of all, congratulations on the win. That was a massive effort. You know, Penguin was right. That was a miracle worker hour, especially on that sub base. You guys did some excellent work there.
Yeah, thank you, man. It was a close match.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, we can. No, Penguin, you go first.
Go
first.
Okay, I'll go first. I have a question for him. Did you guys expect playing sub base versus Team Nemesis? Because usually teams are trying to avoid sub base versus you. It's one of your best maps. However, they still went into sub base and they put it as a decider for the series.
Actually, the veto went exactly as planned. The coach and me, we both predicted this exact series. We were actually very ready for this. We expected the 2-0, but on map 2 we kind of lost some discipline, which cost us rounds, and then they got a lead and some momentum, which we lost that map. I mean, credit to them, right? They have some good players, and when you lose discipline like that, it can happen. But overall, I think it was okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just want to touch upon maps 1 and 3, right? In the Eagle Eye game, you were very aggressive, right? You were not scared of taking some of those duels, and well, I mean, do you feel like that's like the strength of you and the team as a whole? Because definitely there was resources in keeping you in some of those power positions, or was it just made specifically, as you said, because you predicted the veto and you knew what they would have wanted to play? You know the play style of those guys haven't played versus them before. So again, like, is this something that is more flex or just to counter what Nemesis has to offer?
I mean, this is just how we've been playing Eagle Eye for the last 3 years. I'm kind of surprised they don't have an answer because, it's the same gameplay, to be honest, that we've been doing on B. But we knew how they play. We knew this was gonna work, so we just did it,
Yeah, okay, well, something that maybe you didn't actually bring into consideration was the sub base, right? You still won. It was a masterful performance from all of you guys, but it was too close to comfort at a lot of times. You were 6-3 up, and 3 of those rounds, the 3 rounds that you were ahead by, were clutches from your members. So, like, talk me through it. Did it feel like it was stressful? Did you feel like it might slip out of your hands, or did you feel like it was confident and comfortable in that first half?
To be honest, we were fully in control of the map every time. Like, they went B, we had 3B, they went A, we had 3A, and somehow we still lost the rounds. I think luck was definitely on their side. They also had some great individual plays, even though like we were stacked on the bomb sites, they managed to get the rounds. I honestly think though, like on the Global Risk half, we were like, our setup was good every time. So there was no stress. It was annoying to lose the rounds when you're stacked, obviously, but I felt every time that I'm having the right read on the game, so it was fine.
Yeah, well, I mean, then there's one final question, I guess, that we can have to say before we close out the interview, Flex. As me and Penguin have stated, you guys, of course, have completed the reverse sweep against Vitality before in the last year under the Rock Organization banner. How do you feel that you'll fare against them this year? Do you think that this is the year that you finally break their dominance, that you become the champions of the West League? Or do you think that it's still really far ahead and we're only in phase 1?
Well, it's just the group stage right now. We're not really worried about that. So our goal right now is just to win the match tomorrow, which is, I believe, Anubis. Yeah, it's going to be a good one.
Okay, so I guess humble in victory and really gracious to give the respect to your opposing team. It was a great game from the two of you, and thank you so much again, Flex, and congratulations on the win. We hope to see more of you in the future games.
Thank you, guys, and see you. I'm Black.
Well, yeah, that's it. He said that the V2 went 2 in like as expected. And we actually, when we've seen the V2, we said that this V2 just favors LCK. So it's all planned by Loons. Then that's the guy who's the vision. That's the guy that we interviewed, and this is the guy who said, "I'm looking always for the future, not only for the games that I've been playing on the regular season."
Yeah, absolutely. That is a factor. But I'm also looking at the other side, right? Like, I'm trying to think about it from their perspective. How could they have decided that this is going to be the veto, right? They must have expected that they're going to be picking the Black Widow. Of course, it being one of, I guess, the totality's best map picks, one of the worst for them. I think that the sub base, they just targeted Kevin because, as he said, like, Kevin loves to build teams around that sub base. And I feel like they thought, hey, they wouldn't have been prepared enough. We are very sharp. We've played together for a long time. The cohesion 100% was there. And I think that that was the factor that drove LCK to the top. Because, as he said, like, the individual play was really good.
It was good. Yeah, it was good.
Base. But the coordination, maybe, to close off those rounds in the post plants, that wasn't there yet.
Well, speaking of Kevin and he's building the teams, he's usually having a good strategies on sub base, but it's just the players on Team Nemesis, because Beck is not playing sub base regularly because when he was playing with Petro used to ban sub base usually. Also same for Alucard as well. So it's only Dipsy and Comics who knows how to play sub base. That's why I said we are relying on Dipsy and Comics, and we've seen the plays coming out from Dipsy when he was hiding, tucking his head in the machine, killing two players, damaging one more. So it's always the plays comes from these guys who knows how to play sub base. Other than that, the other players are just doing phenomenally well, and he even Flex himself mentioned that they have a very good, strong individual skills, but yet the teamwork and coordination is not a thing that you're gonna get by night. You just need to build it days and weeks, months, and play a lot of games on the call it the CFW leagues together as a team. So in my opinion, that's why I said that LCK, if they went to sub base, and yes, and they did, it's gonna be closer a bit for them to beat Team Nemesis.
Yeah, and well, they definitely did prove it there. The question then becomes, what is yet to stand in the future? Of course, you know, how about we actually go ahead and just revert things to the past, right? We've had a tier list. Do you feel like anything has changed seeing 6 of the 8 teams here today?
Honestly, no, because I didn't put the teams on the tier list based on their performance. I put them based on how they are right now, which is before the stream. So for me, LCK, and because I can't put all 3 teams on S tier. No, it's because it's gonna be only 2 in finals. So it's either LCK, Nemesis versus Vitality. That's in my opinion. So now things a bit clearer that LCK are still strong. They can go to the finals versus Vitality, but still Team Nemesis, you cannot discount them. They did a very good games, and they were just 1 round away from beating Team LCK. So regarding unKnights and 3BL had a very slow starts, but still it was not an easy game, because every time we've seen unKnights having a big lead, 3BL just put them into the next and goes 2 by 2 versus them and putting them into very, very hard games. Other than that, maybe IMPERIUM, yes, we can't judge these guys. They played Vitality, and this is so unfair for them to play on the first game versus Vitality. This is live. You're gonna play them sooner or later, and you play them right now. You just already get rid of this game, and you need to be focusing more. So we need to see IMPERIUM more. We need to see Frabsy more. We need to see Damp more. We need to see Jaguar raised, all the guys among Team IMPERIUM. So this is not the test for them in order for us to say if this is gonna be their only placement, or they can improve their listing or tier list.
Yeah, I mean, even until tomorrow, we're not gonna see the full 8 teams. It's Swamp that is playing tomorrow. I don't think that Anubis has a game scheduled for it, so still yet to see the full 8 teams, and as he said, still yet to see them doing multiple reps. But I feel like tomorrow's results are going to be a little bit important too, right? Like the score stability for Vitality, closing out the 2 teams that, as you said, they are very good in closing the games out against teams that are on paper weaker than them. And the same can be said about both LCK and Nemesis in their games against Imperial and 3BL Galaxy. And I feel like those games are going to be intriguing in their own right. But like, how do you feel about those? Do you think that that's just the day that, hey, you watch the games because you support the teams, there isn't really much of a stake there? Because at least that's what I'm getting, right? Like, the only real upset that I see, maybe 3BL on a good day, but we have seen them a bit shaky today. So I'm not really sure how they're going to handle an experienced and very sharp LCK.
Well, I believe that 3BL, they're not going to show their performance on phase 1. This is not on Crossfire level, because you cannot just out of nowhere come to the guys new to the league, new to each other, and just pop off kill everybody. I don't think this is going to be happening. But we've seen a very good strong performance from them versus unKnights later on in the stage. unKnights start strong, they start slow, but then they try to come back. So this builds confidence. So week by week, 3BL will become better and better versus other teams. Unlike unKnights, they have the veterans and experienced players, which they are one of the teams that we are betting on them going into the top 4, maybe the elite group. Talking about Swamp Gaming, we still haven't seen Swamp Gaming, we still haven't seen Anubis, but we've seen Team Nemesis and LCK, and those two teams, I'm not saying that they're going to improve. No, those two teams have the experience to hide some strategies from you, so they show it in the playoffs. This is not an improvement, this is called how to play smart in the regular stage, because these guys don't have that room for improvement. They are already professionals, they are already playing on the top level, they are the best 15 players maybe among our servers, so all they need to do, what to hide, what to show, and when to show it, and versus who.
Yeah, I mean, there's a term for that, and I believe it's called sandbagging, which is pretty much, as you said, you don't show your full strength, you don't show your entire playbook, because whether or not you're saving it for playoffs, maybe you're even saving some maps or some strats for the international events, that is also going to be another factor that will be important, I have to feel. And well, I mean, today, we've seen 2 2-0s, only this one to be a 3-mapper. And I'm just really intrigued about how things will actually go in the long term. But at least for today, we've got 3 teams at the top of the league, 3 teams that are going to go down to the bottom. Of course, unfortunately, the worst score is actually going to be, I think it's supposed to be 3BL all the way down there, just by the round difference. But actually, no, the round difference is worse for Imperium. Yeah, I just realized that. Of course, they were playing against Vitality. I don't know what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
but anywho,
they play versus Vitality, so it's completely unfair for the guys.
Yeah, Vitality is just stacking up, right? Like 13 on the round difference. So they got more than double their next 2 teams in unKnights and LCK, and I feel like that could be the difference in like them being first or second, because I think that in this first phase it's going to be pretty competitive, but the competition doesn't end for this week for today. As you can tell, those are the games that we're talking about. Vitality taking on Swamp, Imperium taking on Nemesis, and 3BL Galaxy against this LCK that we have just seen here today.
Yeah, I believe that Vitality is taking the table, but from the bottom. So they are starting from 7, from 8th to 7th, 6th, 5th to 4th. So I guess they are having a very good games at the start, but this is not good, by the way. If you're talking about how good, when to pick the matchups, for me, as a professional player, I would love to play all the strong matchups at the beginning of the league, because I want to be having so much of this action at the beginning of the league, not at the end of the league, because at the end of the league, I will need to wait for other results. Other than that, I can claim the other wins. So for Vitality, I believe that there is no strong teams and weak teams. They are all competitive teams for them. They are all enemies, and they try to win versus them. The good matchup is going to be 3BL versus LCK, because 3BL needs to prove themselves. Nemesis versus Imperium. I feel sorry also for Imperium. They are facing the top 3 teams 2nd time in a row for week 2, so it's going to be very tough for them as well.
Okay, but as he said, like, just get the tough ones out of the way first. You know, maybe try to scrap.
I hope they don't fall in mentally, because this.
Swamp,
when I was talking about this, I was talking about how experienced a player handle playing versus strong teams first only. These guys are not that much experienced, so I hope that they don't lose their mental if they get the strong teams first. They need to be kind of building a momentum, because they still will have games versus 3BL, Anubis, Swamp, and they have chances versus them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that that is going to be the important part. Remember, just one more thing that you need to do is to carry over those games, because the scores do not reset when we switch from phase 1 to phase 2. Those results matter. The round difference matters, and they will actually be really important for the long term. But we still have a very long season ahead of us. That is only the end of the very first stream, the very first day of the Crossfire West League for 2026. Season 1 still continues on tomorrow. Tune in, same time, same place. Me and Penguin and the lovely lads in Trav and Seki will be back here tomorrow at the same time. And without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have to bid you all goodbye and good night.
Good night.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Nemesis not able to get any. Oh my word, straight down through that smoke just makes Zane has what about Chris here? Yes, rivalries here going for that swing.